Exploring technology in the wizard world. If you enjoy the content on this channel, join me on Patreon to get faster updates and suggest novels you'd like to see. Chapter 101. Watching the mouse in his hand, Richard's eyes flashed, and he shook his head. No, it was not dead. Its heart was still beating, but its vital signs were very weak. It had its mouth wide open, emitting harsh, heavy breaths, as if it was suffocating. Richard placed the mouse on the ground and walked over to pick up a lit oil lamp from the room, then put it into the iron ring and took it out again. As expected, the oil lamp had gone out. This confirmed why living things could not be put into the iron ring, or rather why they could not be kept inside for long, because it was in a vacuum state. A vacuum? No air? Thinking about it, that made sense. Air has volume. Usually, when putting things into a storage, the storage can be filled up without feeling the effect of the air because the storage is not sealed. As items are added, the air is displaced to other areas or pushed out of the storage. But inside the iron ring, it was different. It was a space that couldn't connect with the outside world, completely sealed, and entirely isolated. The volume occupied by air couldn't be ignored. If the space inside the iron ring wasn't vacated into a vacuum, only a very small amount of items could be placed, and adding more would cause them to be forcibly ejected by the air. While it is true that air can be compressed, anyone who had played with modern-day syringes on Earth would understand that the more compressed the air, the greater the rebound force. If the air was compressed to half and then forcefully stuffed with some items, they would likely be burst by the rebound force of the air, which obviously was not worth the loss. After all, the value of air was nearly negligible. If things could be put there, naturally one wouldn't let a clump of air occupy the space, and thus the inside of the iron ring was evacuated into a vacuum. With this, the issue of placing living things had been clarified as well. In the current world, space items were not incapable of storing living beings, but for maximum utilization, this application was forsaken. If it were absolutely necessary to put living beings inside, it was feasible by having the living beings wear oxygen tanks. Alternatively, if the space inside was emptied completely, abandoning the storage function and filling it with a certain amount of air, then a life form could survive for a considerable time. In fact, it was just that the space inside the iron ring was relatively small. If it were larger, like in the legends, with thousands of cubic meters or kilometers, there wouldn't be this problem. In a vast space, air could circulate, allowing the storage and maintenance of life forms without compromise, and even permitting more advanced modifications. For instance, by creating an energy source then moving soil, water, air, plants, bacteria, and animals into the space, one could craft a functioning ecological environment. Such an environment, if made smaller, would be an ecological sphere. Slightly larger, it would be a self-sufficient garden. Even larger, one could construct a village. If made even larger, it could form a city, a plain, or even an entire continent. By expanding further, it could evolve into a planet, a galaxy, or even a universe. Sometimes Richard pondered whether the modern Earth he had once lived on, as well as the current world, could have been created in such a way. A world artificially made, existing inside a box? This was not a baseless speculation. Richard had read about an ancient wizard civilization's lost space magic in the Monroe chapter. The name of the spell was Lost Paradise, where casters, using their formidable power, could cut out a piece of space from the main world to create a similar small-scale half-plane. Within the half-plane, the caster could play God, freely setting everything, altering terrain, environment, climate, placing life forms, humans, and ultimately creating a portable kingdom. The kingdom, due to differing demands from spellcasters, presented itself in bizarre and varied forms. Adventurous spellcasters would transform it into a massive war fortress, housing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of fully armed soldiers, thousands of wizards from the wizard army, numerous giant mechanical demon statues, tamed demonized giant beasts, and dangerous spell combat machines. Once in danger, the spellcasters could instantly unleash a massive army to aid them in battle, crushing their enemies. Research-focused spellcasters would convert it into a vast academy, where outstanding talents from around the world were gathered to work for him. Those who favored violence would turn it into a bloody purgatory city, erecting numerous battle arenas and occasionally holding human hunts. And spellcasters who loved women would simply establish a real daughter country, allowing various charming women to live there, satisfying their own desires. When spellcasters traveled around the world, they could always return to their lost paradise to rest, enjoy, and relax. This was why it was called Lost Paradise. In it, pleasure was lost because every moment was pleasurable. This type of magic had once driven ancient wizards collectively mad. According to the records of the Monroe chapter, there was an era when all-powerful wizards were opening up their own lost paradises, hoarding everything inside them like hibernating hamsters. However, after the Great Catastrophe arrived, everything ceased to exist. Whether it was the main world or the half-planes in the lost paradise, all were destroyed. When the new wizard civilization developed from the ruins, the inheritance of space magic had been interrupted. Thus, up to now, the wizards of the current world were unable to create space items, let alone open up half-planes like Lost Paradise. As time passed and the inherited space items became damaged, space items had become extremely scarce. Even a space item that was only a few cubic centimeters in size, barely enough to fit a short wand, was extraordinarily rare. Like the iron ring that Richard now held, it was already considered highly valuable. Richard did not know what identity the mysterious wizard had, to have such a practical iron ring. But since he had obtained it, he intended to squeeze out all its value. Taking a deep breath, Richard continued testing. After a considerable amount of time, Richard completed all the planned tests and had gained a general understanding of the iron ring in his hand. Taking out a new papyrus scroll, a quill, and a bottle of ink, he prepared to record his findings. Glancing at the broken wooden table on the ground, Richard shrugged, took the papyrus and other items, and went over to the bed, placing them on the bedstead. On the floor, a mouse, which had almost suffocated to death, gradually began to recover. Initially showing its belly and gasping while lying on its back, it suddenly flipped over and stood up. Recalling the inexplicable series of tortures it had just experienced, the mouse scanned its surroundings and hurriedly prepared to flee. The next moment, however, it felt a gaze upon it and froze. Richard watched the mouse, his eyes flickered, and he murmured, "You know, you're lucky in death, you granted me the information I wanted, otherwise, you would have suffered much more." Squeak, the mouse, pulling its neck in, looked at Richard and squeaked. "Go on," Richard waved his hand, "don't let me see you again, or I can't guarantee you'll be so lucky next time." Squeak, the mouse hurried into a hole it had made on the side of the bed. "Go out through the door," Richard called. The mouse paused, looked at Richard, and the next moment it ran towards the door, quickly disappearing from sight. Richard wasn't surprised by this. Mice could understand human language, as there was already a consensus about this from research. Not just mice, but pets like cats and dogs too could grasp several hundred human words. The so-called intelligence of animals being equivalent to that of a 4- or 5-year-old human child wasn't just a simple statement but was indeed reflected in all aspects. Seeing the mouse leave, with no more disturbances, Richard picked up a chair from the side, moved it next to the wooden bed, and began writing on the papyrus scroll with the quill. Chapter 102. The night was silent. Outside, the snow had stopped, and the whole world seemed to sleep. Everything around was so quiet that one could hear the sound of the oil lamp's flame flickering in the room. Hoo-hoo! Pandora, leaning against a corner of the wooden bed, seemed uncomfortable, furrowed her brows, shrunk her neck, changed her position, and continued to sleep with her eyes closed. Richard looked up, then dipped the tip of the quill into the ink and set it upon the papyrus, pondering as he began to write. Shhh, the quill's tip rubbed against the surface of the papyrus, making a faint sound as it swiftly drew out lines of ink, forming characters. After testing, the phenomena displayed by the iron ring align with the descriptions of a series of so-called space items. Its primary attribute is the ability to store a certain amount of objects into a storage space. This storage space is isolated from the external world, and time elapses normally within it, subject to gravity but not affected by other external forces, proven by the second and third tests. To achieve such effects, as far as is currently known, 3 areas of technology that could have developed to reach this point include rapid 3D printing technology, space compression technology, and space transfer technology. Rapid 3D printing technology, also known as rapid prototyping, is based on digital model files. Using powder metal, plastic, or other bondable materials in a digital technology material printer, objects are constructed via layer-by-layer printing. On modern Earth, this technology is widely applied in fields such as jewelry, industrial design, architecture, engineering and construction, AEC, aerospace, firearms, and more. It is foreseeable that with technological advancement, after breakthroughs in synthetic protein printing technology and atomic recombination printing technology, in theory, it could be possible to print everything that exists in the world, including life itself. Thus, the iron ring can be explained by 3D printing technology. When an object is attempted to be placed into the iron ring, the ring quickly scans the object's exterior and interior, makes a rapid model, then dematerializes the object through technology, only storing the object's digital model file, making it seem as though the entire object has been stored. And when retrieving the object, the iron ring quickly performs 3D printing, recreating an object just like the original according to the saved digital model file, appearing no different from the object that was stored. However, such technology would obviously consume a tremendous amount of energy and material, leading to great waste. When storing living things, the creature is killed first and then another creature is manufactured, which makes no sense. Furthermore, the technology for annihilating matter and the technology for limitless raw material storage must be far superior to 3D printing technology. Most importantly, this technology would lock in the state of an object at the moment of insertion, scanning, resulting in a time freeze, which doesn't match observed phenomena, such as sand in an hourglass flowing. This can mostly be ruled out. Excluding rapid 3D printing technology, next is space compression technology. This technology is about using some means to compress a vast space into a very small volume, i.e. the iron ring can be seen as a cleverly folded box that can contain far more than its apparent size would indicate. In this case, the materials put into it don't disappear, and the external world can still influence them. Therefore, as more material is placed into the iron ring, it should appear increasingly heavy. After all, the internal objects will be influenced by all external forces. This doesn't match observed phenomena. The iron ring has consistently been lightweight, and it can be excluded. Finally, space transfer technology, which can also be termed space folding technology, different from space compression. Based on Einstein's general theory of relativity from modern Earth, it can be determined that gravity can cause space-time bending, thereby making the distance between 2 points in three-dimensional space not necessarily a straight line. That is, although there could be an immense distance between two locations, if space-time curvature makes the two coincide, one could instantly reach the other point. For example, this is like dropping an object from a mountain and having it directly fall into a sealable box set up thousands of miles away, through some folded point in space-time. From this perspective, the iron ring is not so much a space item as a space gate, and the storage space it connects to is the real space item. When placing something into the iron ring, it is not truly within the iron ring but rather in some faraway storage space. This inference largely explains all the phenomena observed in the tests. For example, because the iron ring and the storage space are in two overlapped yet distinct spaces, the forces acting on the iron ring do not affect the storage space. The forces and the mass endured by the storage space also do not affect the iron ring. Thus, the iron ring is merely a door, a gateway to an unknown location's storage space. SHH. He paused his writing for a moment, dipped the quill into the ink again, and Richard pondered briefly before continuing to write. This hypothesis is obviously counterintuitive, but it conforms to science. And with it, the iron ring could be used for purposes other than storage. After testing, the 13th and 14th tests, the storage space linked by the iron ring was confirmed to have extremely high strength. This is probably designed to ensure durability under high gravity forces. And this strength can be used to perfectly defend against all forms of projectile attacks, immune to their damage. Because if used properly, the spatial entrance of the iron ring can act as a shield. What makes it different from a normal shield, which can only block attacks, is that the iron ring can absorb the attacks into it. For example, a powerful ice spear shot can be directed straight into the iron ring, placed into the storage space. Since the spaces are distinct, the ice spear's attacking force would burst within the storage space, and by the time it's taken out of the iron ring again, all of its force would have dissipated, without causing any harm. This defense is absolute, one that will not fail. However, it does have limitations. On one hand, it requires ensuring that attacks are absorbed accurately into the iron ring. On the other hand, the attacking force bursting within the storage space could damage items stored there. If it's just to defend against a ball of acid liquid, allowing it into the iron ring to corrode precious materials is clearly a loss not worth considering. It would be better to dodge or use other methods of defense. Hence, the defense provided by the iron ring is only suitable in crisis situations, for unavoidable attacks that could endanger life. After all, life is more precious than saved items. This could be a secret trump card, a hidden absolute defense of space transfer. SHH. The quill came to another stop, dipped into the ink once more, and Richard continued writing. Chapter 103. Besides its application in absolute defense of space transfer, the special properties of the iron ring can also be used in attack. Through testing, the 23rd, 24th, 25th tests, it has been determined that the space gate created by the iron ring can be forcibly closed. In such a case, if an object is not completely inserted into it, it will not be ejected or sucked in, rather, it is forcibly cut off by the space gate. It's like closing the door of a kitchen food cabinet, where one could inadvertently sever a sausage sticking out because of its length. In certain circumstances, a cabinet door can become like scissors. And space gate might indeed be the sharpest scissors in existence, able to cut through any object. In the 23rd, 24th, and 25th tests, the iron ring smoothly cut off a wooden table leg, a block of iron, and a diamond in sequence, suggesting that even substances of higher hardness could be effectively destroyed. In this way, it could be appropriately used in close combat. Since the volume of the storage space connected to the iron ring is limited, it is difficult to fit a robust adult into it, so it is unlikely to kill an opponent through imprisonment or suffocation by vacuum. Another method could be used instead. There is no need to fit the entire enemy into the storage space, just a part of the enemy's body would suffice. At that moment, forcibly closing the iron ring, the absolute cutting property of space scissors would directly sever the enemy's body. If an enemy's limbs were cut off, it could severely injure them. If an enemy's waist, chest, or even head were cut off, the battle would be instantly over. Of course, this method has limitations. On the one hand, it requires close combat with the enemy, which is inherently dangerous. It also requires suppressing the enemy and controlling their movements within a certain time frame. After all, to stuff an object through a door, one must first lift the object. This method of attack is clearly not suitable for most battles but is suited for a few desperate fights. It can be considered a trump card of absolute cutting of space scissors. Shasha, shasha. Dipping the quill in ink once more, Richard wrote down at an even faster pace. Beyond absolute defense of space transfer and absolute cutting of space scissors, research has revealed a third major application: absolute spatial precision. Through a series of tests, 26th, 27th, 28th tests, it has been confirmed that the size of the space gate opened by the iron ring can be adjusted within a certain range. While it cannot be infinitely large, it can be made almost infinitely small, restricted to the order of 1 centimeter, 1 millimeter, 1 micron. Even smaller, such as 1 nanometer, or even, the Planck length. The Planck length is the smallest meaningful length that can be measured. It is determined by the relative values of the gravitational constant, the speed of light, and the Planck constant, approximately equaling 1.6 times 10^33 centimeters, 1/10 billionth the size of a proton. At this length, classical gravity and spacetime start to break down, quantum effects dominate, and it's referred to as the quantum of length. If this were truly achieved, it would represent an extremely exaggerated accomplishment sought by many scientists. By using such a small length restriction, combined with absolute cutting of space scissors, the iron ring would become theoretically the most precise machining tool, capable of processing machinery with absolutely zero error. Most importantly, it would modify the substance at the most fundamental level of material. This is the power of gods and the ultimate pursuit of advanced scientific technology. Of course, this level of precision, down to the Planck length, is beyond reach at present. Even nanometer precision is challenging. However, the machining significance of the iron ring cannot be ignored. With this ability, many tasks could be accomplished much more easily, such as modifying magic runes with greater convenience. Previous modifications to the iron ring's magic runes were laborious, but now, by using the iron ring for machining, it would be much easier. Shasha, shasha. After writing for a long time, Richard finally put down the quill and looked at the full papyrus scroll with a slight nod. Standing up, he looked outside the window, where the dawn's early light seemed to break through. At this moment, Richard felt a sense of satisfaction from his research success, but he also had some doubts. The deeper Richard's research into the iron ring, the clearer he became about the rarity and difficulty of crafting space items. Certainly, not every wizard could possess an iron ring. What was the identity of the deceased mysterious wizard? Why did he possess such an iron ring, and why did he chase after Gregory? What secrets were still hidden in all of this? What exactly is the situation with the so-called wizard world? All of this seems to require further exploration and research. Looking at the vague white light emerging from the east, Richard slowly exhaled. Meanwhile, somewhere in the world, In a huge secret chamber. The chamber is entirely composed of large black square stones, each measuring precisely 1 meter in length, width, and height, appearing orderly and precise. The chamber, nearly 10 meters in height and more than 20 meters in length and width, is inscribed with magic runes on the surface of the thousands of black square stones. Tens of thousands of magic runes form an independent basic unit, interconnected with each other to form a functioning whole, allowing the chamber to exert some mysterious effects. In the center of the chamber's floor, there is a carved pool, 2 meters in length and width, several dozen centimeters deep, filled with a clear transparent liquid. It looks like water but is slightly more viscous than water. At this moment, a person, or rather, a corpse is soaking in it. The chamber is eerily quiet, reminiscent of a tomb. Unknown how long this silence lasted, a faint rumbling sound began. At the moment the rumbling appeared, like lightning flashing in the sky or electricity flowing through a wire, all magic runes on the chamber's inner walls lit up under the influence of some mysterious force. The pool's clear liquid began boiling as if heated to high temperatures. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The magic runes on the chamber walls grew brighter, vibrating slightly, emitting a humming sound resembling machine operation. The pool's water boiled more fiercely, producing rolling steam that eventually reached a peak. Swish! In an instant, the noisy sounds ceased abruptly, the water surface returned to calm, the light from all magic runes retracted, and the chamber fell back into deathly stillness, with only large plumes of steam lingering in the air. Silence. No one knew how long this continued for, but deep within the lingering steam, atop the pool's surface, bubbles began rising, a second, then a third. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Splash, the water stirred, and the corpse soaking in the pool showed signs of life, barely moving an arm. Chapter 104. Whoosh, a corpse in the water of the secret chamber broke the surface and sat up. The corpse opened its mouth, gasping desperately and making choking, near-death sounds, followed by violent coughing and a runny nose, utterly disheveled. Cough, cough, damn, cough, cough. After a considerable time, the corpse finally subdued the coughing. With a whoosh, the mist was disturbed as the corpse stood up from the pool and walked out step by step. Water droplets, attached to its body, fell from its head to its body and rolled down, shattering with a pitter-patter on the ground. Tap, tap. Finally, a gaunt man emerged from the vapor, completely naked, frowning as he looked to the side. Near the door of the secret chamber, a wizard, completely enveloped in a black cloak, appeared silently and motionless like a ghost, quietly observing the naked man. Othello, the naked man called out the other's name. Suomen, the other also called out the naked man's name. I hate this soul-comforting pool, declared Suomen, the naked man, with annoyance. Having to go through this every time, isn't it irritating, he said, approaching Othello. Othello did not reply but simply motioned with his hand, conjuring a set of clothes out of thin air and tossing them to Suomen. Quickly dressing himself, Suomen was then handed a ring by Othello. The ring had a slightly greenish hue, resembling bronze. Suomen's eyes flickered, and, not taking the ring, he said, "You must be mistaken." "I am not mistaken. That's not my ring." "But, it is now your ring." "Yes, a brand new ring," Othello stated. "What do you mean?" Suomen's brows furrowed deeply. "Don't you understand yet?" "You've died again, Suomen," Othello said emotionlessly. "How is that possible?" Suomen, incredulous, protested, "I was just following the rules before the mission, depositing my spirit memory in the soul-comforting pool. I didn't even leave the door, how could I be dead again?" "Wait a minute." Suddenly, Suomen realized something, his voice sharply stopping as he turned to look toward the misty pool, his expression grew solemn, and his eyes shifted uneasily. After a long pause, Suomen looked back at Othello and couldn't help asking, "Did I, really die again? Just now, was that my resurrection?" "Yes," Othello nodded. "Damn," Suomen muttered, clenching his fists slightly. In the next moment, he touched his face and body, finally certain, "All right, I understand." Then, Suomen looked at Othello, pressing, "How did I die, exactly? Did the mission fail, was I killed by the target? Wasn't it just a giant dragon at the end, not strong enough to do this? I had studied magic specifically to counter dragons." "No," Othello shook his head, responding, "it shouldn't be what you're thinking. Although I don't know the specific details, prediction magic has confirmed that your mission target is indeed dead. Your mission was completed. Otherwise, the points you had before wouldn't be enough to cover the cost of a resurrection. How exactly did I die then? Killed by a sea monster on the way back. Suo Men voiced. Don't ask me about that, I'm just following procedures. You exceeded your return deadline by over a month, and once your death was confirmed through prediction magic, I began your resurrection. You're quite lucky actually, a body almost identical to your previous one was available. Because of this, using the latest spirit memory you deposited for the resurrection, you didn't notice anything amiss. Sounds like I should thank you then, for not finding a woman's corpse to resurrect me, Suo Men spoke with slight sarcasm. Othello shrugged, expressionless, whether you thank me or not doesn't matter, I would never let you use a woman's body for resurrection. You have that much decency. It's not decency, it's the rules. Rules? Since when? There are no gender restrictions, Kanai has even changed genders 3 times. It's not about gender restrictions, but rules regarding points. It seems you don't know, but I'll explain. Generally, the bodies used for women's resurrections are worth about half as much again as those used for men. Some beautiful women's bodies can even fetch 2 to 3 times more, and they also require appointments. With the points you had before the mission, including those earned from mission completion, that can only guarantee a resurrection using a level 1 male wizard's body. So, you wouldn't have ended up as a woman, whether you wanted to, or not. Okay, looking at the utterly serious Othello, Suo Men spoke somewhat helplessly, stepping toward the exit of the secret chamber. Othello, unbothered by Suo Men's dismissive attitude, spoke, Supervisor Thor is looking for you. Supervisor Thor is looking for me? What for? He probably wants to arrange some things for after your resurrection, he might even transfer you to another task area, like near the coast. Why? Probably orders from above, they might be planning something. Orders from above? Planning something? Suo Men's eyes gleamed, the golden ring, them. Could be the colorful rings for all I know, Othello commented. No way, there are only a few colorful rings, they're high and mighty, why would they bother with such trivial matters? Suo Men was skeptical. That's hard to say, Othello commented, it has been calm for many years, maybe those great lords of the colorful rings are preparing to do something to show off their power. I hardly believe those big shots could suddenly become so capable. Before, even a simple cleanup of an area took forever to negotiate, now they want to act so quickly? Who spurred them on? Perhaps it's someone above them, Othello mentioned lightly. A name almost slipped out, but after just one syllable, Suo Men's face changed color as he quickly held back, as if uttering it would invite great calamity. Phew, taking a deep breath to calm himself, Suo Men looked at Othello and said displeased, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You clearly know the rules. Of course, I know the rules, which is why I never say their names, not even one letter. Suo Men huffed coldly, his face showing he no longer wanted to interact with Othello, turned and walked out of the secret chamber, heading toward the side. I better go find Supervisor Thor and see what's really going on. Watching Suo Men's retreating figure vanish, Othello watched calmly for a while before turning and walking out of the secret chamber in the opposite direction. The secret chamber grew quiet once again, as quiet as death. Chapter 105. The perspective returned to the inn. On the horizon, the eastern skyline was already showing the first light of the dawn, heralding the arrival of a new day. Those ready to set off early were packing in their rooms, settling their accounts with the innkeeper, then hastily departing. Inside one of the rooms, Danis from the mercenary team stood ready, fully dressed. And on the bed lay Zack, also from the mercenary team, his body wrapped in bandages, only his eyes visible, lifelessly staring at the ceiling. Danis's eyes flickered as she spoke, I am sorry, Zack, Uncle Mura and I are leaving. Your injuries are too severe, so you must stay behind, but I have asked the innkeeper to find someone to take care of you. It's a very hard-working lad from the inn, he will handle everything for you. As long as you don't give up hope, you will surely recover quickly, and then you can return to our team and continue earning mercenary fees with me and Uncle Mura. Zack remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing, as if he had no interest in these matters. He continued to gaze at the ceiling, motionless. Were it not for the occasional blink, one might have suspected him to be a corpse. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat oppressive. Danis bit her lip, unable to resist speaking up again. I am really, truly sorry. I know you care for me, and it's because of me that you ended up like this. But I really can't stay with you. Goodbye. Danis stepped forward, hugged Zach's head, kissed his forehead, and quickly turned to leave the room. In the room, Zach's eyes flickered, his lips parted slightly, and in a barely audible whisper, he said, I forgive you. Danis did not hear this sentence, she had already disappeared outside the door. Tap, 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 Danis walked down the hallway, stopping as she passed by a room, turning her head to glance inside where Cole, in a condition even worse than Zach's, lay on the bed. Tap, Danis stepped inside. Seeing Danis appear, Cole immediately widened his eyes and shouted, overtaken by excitement, You can't do this. Danis, listen to me, you can't leave me in this dirty, stinky inn, they'll kill me. They won't, Cole. Uncle Mura is going to pay the innkeeper your share of the earnings for your care. You don't need to worry about your safety, Danis said, her tone somewhat harsh. No. No. Cole became even more agitated, you don't understand. It's precisely because they've been given money, they will surely kill me to keep it for themselves. I don't want to die, please, Danis, take me with you, take me with you. Cole, calm down, Danis said coldly, her face devoid of any emotion, you should be very clear that with your injuries, it's impossible for you to leave with me and Uncle Mura. Staying and healing in the inn is your only choice. It's your own fault for being so foolish. Cole found himself at a loss for words. Danis did not want to argue anymore and turned towards the door to leave. In a somewhat desperate shout, Cole cried, No. Come back to me, come back. Even if I did something foolish in a moment of confusion, you still can't leave me here. I want to see Uncle Mura, I want to talk to him. Come back. Cole struggled violently, trying to move towards the edge of the bed, and shouted for what seemed like an eternity, with no response. His voice suddenly took on a venomous tone, Danis, I curse you, I curse that you'll die a terrible death. It's all your fault that I ended up like this, otherwise. Suddenly, footsteps were heard again outside the door. Tap tap tap. Cole's eyes flickered, newfound hope igniting as he ceased cursing and poked his head out to ask, Danis? Is that you coming back? Tap tap tap, the footsteps drew nearer, and then a figure about 1.2 meters tall, curiously peeked into the room. In the next moment Pandora and Cole locked eyes. The room fell suddenly silent, and Cole, who was already leaning over the bed's edge, fell uncontrollably to the ground with a thump, crashing down heavily, eliciting an involuntary scream from him. But Cole wasn't in the mood to cry out from pain, he just shouted once and then clamped his mouth shut, as a massive wave of fear enveloped him. With eyes wide open, staring at Pandora, Cole's pupils involuntarily contracted, his body trembled, much like a helpless child cornered by a brute, pleading, You stay back, stay away. I was wrong, I truly was. Please don't come any closer, I'll hit myself. Pandora, however, paid him no heed, slowly stepping forward to attempt a closer approach. Big squirrel. Cole screamed in sheer terror, I'm not a squirrel, I really am not, please let me go, I was wrong. Don't come closer, stay away. At this time, another set of footsteps approached from outside in the corridor, and Richard appeared in Cole's line of sight. Casting a perplexed glance at Pandora, Richard inquired, What's going on? SHHH. Let's go, we're pressed for time, said Richard, without further interrogation. Oh, responded Pandora somewhat reluctantly, casting another glance at Cole before turning to leave with Richard. Cole exhaled deeply, feeling like he had just snatched back his life, then immense pain surged through every part of his body, submerging his senses. Outside the inn, Richard led Pandora, glancing sideways at Danis and Mura who were about to depart, he said nothing further and turned to walk ahead. Half a day later, Richard arrived with Pandora before a majestic city, eyes twinkling slightly as they beheld the royal capital of Jade Kingdom named Quijan City. It was a typical medieval city, with towering walls reaching over 10 meters high and a broad moat. In the era of cold weapons, it could serve as a solid fortress, a meat grinder for enemy soldiers, impenetrable even if the enemy threw multiple times their numbers at it. However, probably due to prolonged peace, the maintenance of the walls was not up to par. Despite their grandeur, they were visibly damaged. Many places were cracked enough for a thumb to pass through, and moss and lichens had overgrown the corners, resembling heaps of vomit. The moat reeked, even in winter, with the smell of feces and dirty water. No wonder, since medieval cities often lacked sufficient drainage systems. Much of the waste and sewage was dumped directly onto the streets or into the moat. Hence, some historians on modern Earth jokingly call medieval cities built on mountains of dung. Yet, this didn't stop people from yearning for the city. Even now, Quijin City, filthy and chaotic, with sewage running through it, the city's thriving commerce and the palace within still drew countless people to it like moths to a flame. Richard pursed his lips, leading Pandora through the city gate. Chapter 106. After entering the city, Richard saw that the roads of Quijin City were very wide, with the main road being more than 10 meters across, paved with even bluestone slabs. However, possibly due to the long construction time, most of the bluestone slabs were damaged, some places were covered in cracks, while others were potholed, filled with black sewage. Pedestrians moved carefully among them, avoiding the difficult areas. Occasionally, horse riders galloped by, their hooves splashing the sewage around, causing pedestrians to curse and dodge. The air was somewhat murky and the smell was unpleasant, but other than that, everything else was bearable. Along the broad road, the buildings on either side were 2 or 3 stories high, filled with continuous shops. Shop assistants stood at the entrances with smiling faces, enthusiastically attracting customers, while inside the shops, there was haggling between customers and owners. From time to time, the taverns were noisy with laughter, and the blacksmith's shops clanged as weapons and farming tools were forged and displayed for sale. Pandora, carrying a suitcase, looked around with wide eyes, feeling somewhat disgusted by the poor environment, thinking it paled in comparison to the freshness, cleanliness, and nature of the forest. Yet, she was curious about the bustling scene, something never seen in the forest. Richard pulled Pandora along as they walked, eventually entering a decent-looking inn. As expected, the first floor of the inn was a tavern, noisy with quite a few people holding beer mugs, drinking and joking. Richard did not pay much attention to this and walked straight to the counter. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged innkeeper, chubby like a beach ball. When not smiling, his face bore a hint of cunning, and when he did smile, his eyes all but disappeared and his lips curled up to his nose, instinctively making one want to guard their wallet. He, what do you need, guest? Staying, or something else? The innkeeper greeted Richard proactively without waiting for him to speak. If staying, we have rooms at various prices, available for short or long stays. We also offer other services, like finding you relaxing company or people to solve difficult problems. Richard raised his eyebrows, already knowing the role the innkeeper behind the counter played, a fixer, or a medieval middleman. They utilized the advantage of inns and taverns, meeting all sorts of people to broker deals and earn commissions. In fact, many medieval innkeepers and other shop owners often juggled this profession, which explained why craftsmen and mercenaries liked to gather in such places. The so-called mercenary guilds or thief guilds, in a world akin to medieval times, couldn't possibly exist in reality. Even if they did, they would be enormously different from how they are depicted in some novels. According to those descriptions, guilds capable of coordinating multiple cities or even half a continent could easily establish their own countries rather than settling for commissions and service fees. Furthermore, any sensible ruler would never allow such guild organizations to exist. Thus, in a world similar to medieval times, taverns and inns were, in a sense, guild halls where people could find jobs or hire someone by interacting with the innkeeper. However, Richard was currently just looking for a temporary place to stay. Looking at the innkeeper, Richard spoke, "Just a room will do for now, I have no other needs." "Ah, okay." The innkeeper responded to Richard's words without being upset about not earning extra money, still wearing a smile but with much more efficiency. Quickly, he extended his hand and crisply said, "The best room costs 1 silver coin a day, which is 100 copper coins, and the worst room costs 5 copper coins a day. We also have rooms for 10 copper coins, 15 copper coins, 20 copper coins, and 50 copper coins, so you see." "The best," Richard said, handing over a silver coin. "All right, I'll go arrange that for you," the innkeeper said with a full-faced smile, gesturing to call an assistant, but his gaze swept over the silver coin in his palm, and his voice suddenly halted in his throat, his expression freezing for a few seconds as his brow slightly furrowed. The next moment, the innkeeper looked at Richard, his eyes flickering, still speaking politely but elongating his words. "This guest came from abroad, right? You're not from the Jade Kingdom. Correct. Well, it's like this. The room prices I mentioned were for silver coins circulated in the Jade Kingdom, but the one you gave me seems to be from another country. Don't get me wrong, I'm not implying anything else. Perhaps your silver coin might be more valuable than the Jade Kingdom's, but, here in Qijan City, not outside, nor other places in the Jade Kingdom, some foreign currencies are not quite accepted, and I wouldn't wish to take advantage unknowingly. Richard nodded in understanding, not upset, as he had no reason to be. After all, just like not the entire world speaks the same language, not the entire world uses the same currency. Indeed, using the same language, currency, and system of measurement facilitates communication. The same culture and political system even more so aid joint development between each other. But reality is, after all, reality. Prepared for the lack of universal currency, when he left the Blue Lion Kingdom, Richard had carried only a small part of his gold and silver coins, and more luxury items like gemstones. His plan was to sell the gemstones upon arriving in unfamiliar lands to exchange for local currency. However, now considering the various types of currency he had received from the mysterious wizard's iron ring, he might not need to use gemstones. Looking at the innkeeper, Richard lightly touched the iron ring on his hand, activated it with mana, and flipped his hand to produce another type of silver coin. Is this the official circulating silver coin of the Jade Kingdom? The innkeeper shook his head. No. How about this one? Richard took out another coin. Not this one either. This one? Still not. It was only after Richard tried the sixth type that he finally found the genuine circulating silver coin of the Jade Kingdom, which he handed over to the innkeeper. Seeing the innkeeper finally accept it, Richard's eyes twinkled and he asked, besides silver coins, can gold coins also be used? Of course, as long as it's a currency circulated in the Jade Kingdom, as long as you have it. But, the innkeeper hesitated before adding, but, if you're staying for a short time, if you give me a gold coin, I would need to give you a lot of silver coins in return, which isn't convenient. So, I'd suggest it's best to use silver coins to pay. Chapter 107. After hearing the innkeeper's words, Richard nodded, thought for a moment, and then asked, in the Jade Kingdom, is the exchange ratio between gold coins and silver coins fixed? What is the rate? Yes, the exchange ratio is fixed, the innkeeper said, making a very frightened face. A standard gold coin can be exchanged for 20 silver coins. The officials don't allow people to change this casually, or else you'd end up in prison. Then, he quickly glanced around, and after ensuring that there were no suspicious persons nearby, he leaned closer to Richard and whispered, of course, on the black market, the price of gold coins is actually higher. They can be exchanged for more than 30 silver coins, sometimes even close to 40. That's why many people don't like paying with gold coins. I wouldn't want to take your gold coins either, as I'm afraid you'd be at a loss. As he spoke, the innkeeper's eyes shone brightly, seizing every opportunity to promote business, and added, if you, the guest, have many gold coins, I can recommend a place where you can exchange them for silver coins. It's safe and the price is fair. Richard nodded and did not respond to the innkeeper's offer, but he understood the currency system that the Jade Kingdom was following. According to the innkeeper, the Jade Kingdom was applying the gold and silver bimetallic system. This system usually arose due to the backwardness in science and technology and insufficient gold mining output, requiring silver to supplement the currency market. Thus, both gold and silver were used as primary materials for minting coins. Gold coins and silver coins both possessed unlimited legal tender power, and could be freely minted, circulated, exchanged, exported, and imported. This was the most common system in the medieval period. Generally speaking, under this gold and silver bimetallic system, there are several subordinate subsystems. For example, the parallel standard system, an item simultaneously has a gold coin price and a silver coin price, and the prices between gold and silver can fluctuate, leading to rapid changes in the item's price, which is not conducive to societal development. Another example is the dual standard system, which is what the Jade Kingdom currently practices. The exchange ratio between gold coins and silver coins is determined by official legislation or other compulsory measures, forbidding ordinary people from altering it, which helps stabilize commodity prices. The dual standard system is more superior to the parallel standard system, but it inevitably retains its backwardness, its significant drawback being the bad money drives out good phenomenon. This is due to the official fixed rate between gold coins and silver coins, which won't change for a long time. However, in the market, the prices between gold and silver often fluctuate. Discovering a new gold or silver mine could lead to the appreciation or depreciation of gold and silver. Under such circumstances, when the actual value of gold increases, people would melt down the more valuable gold coins, good money, into gold and then sell this gold to obtain silver coins, bad money, for usage. According to Jade Kingdom's regulations, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 20 silver coins, but melting gold into gold could fetch at least over 40 silver coins in price. Therefore, in the innkeeper's disclosure, the black market could offer close to 40 silver coins for 1 gold coin. Melting gold for silver is illegal, but those on the black market clearly aren't afraid. After all, just as on modern Earth, a philosopher named Marx said, capitalists will risk everything for a 50% profit, trample all laws for a 100% profit, and even risk hanging for a 300% profit. For profit, people on the black market bravely gather a large amount of gold coins to melt and sell, earning enormous profits. If Richard wished, he could do this too, and perhaps even do it better. Richard could amass a vast fortune within the bounds of personal safety and potentially crash the entire economy of the Jade Kingdom. After all, viewing a world similar to the medieval era with the eyes of the future, especially in economic terms, it's incredibly fragile, like a baby. Only with the development of a gold-only standard will there be some measure of safety. However, Richard did not wish to do so. He had not accumulated wealth in this way in the Blue Lion Kingdom either. In his view, as long as he could obtain enough wealth to meet his own needs, that was sufficient. It was truly unnecessary to devote excessive energy to this. Amassing great wealth does not bring progress, science and knowledge do. Indeed, earning a vast fortune could be used to establish a large organization, helping oneself develop technology and expand knowledge. However, the larger the organization, the more they wanted massive profits, which meant larger initial investments and maintenance costs, not to mention all the instability in between. Establishing an organization in the early stages of exploring the world could be, more often than not, a loss-making endeavor. If one really needed to establish an organization, it would be best to do so after achieving some results in world exploration. While Richard thought this, the innkeeper had already turned around and called out to a lad, "Lester, help this guest pick a room and take his luggage up." "Ah, yes," a young boy of about 12 or 13 with freckles and brown hair, dressed in grey linen, quickly ran over. He nodded to the innkeeper, signaling that he understood, immediately went to pick up the suitcase by Pandora's side. He heaved it with all his might, and then, he couldn't lift it. "Hey!" The freckled boy was startled and looked fearfully at the innkeeper, worried about being scolded. Finding that he wasn't noticed, he gathered all his strength and tried again to lift the suitcase. "Ah!" The boy's voice came from deep within his throat as his face turned red from strain, barely lifting the suitcase a sliver off the ground. At that moment, the freckled boy felt so aggrieved that he almost wanted to cry. Why was this suitcase so heavy? What he didn't know was that Richard, after obtaining the iron ring, had not opted to store everything within it. He had even taken some items out of the ring and transferred them into the suitcase. Richard never intended to use the iron ring solely as a spatial item. He was always ready to utilize its other developed functions: absolute defense of space transfer, absolute cutting of space scissors, absolute spatial precision. Moreover, carrying an empty suitcase or not carrying one but continuously taking a multitude of things out would easily arouse suspicion. It was better not to expose the capabilities of space items. Lastly, with Pandora accompanying him, a heavy suitcase wasn't actually a burden. Because of these reasons, Richard's suitcase was very heavy, and it would continue to be so. The freckled boy remained unaware of these facts and was deeply disheartened. Having exhausted all his strength and with no choice but to put the suitcase back on the ground, he felt utterly embarrassed, not daring to look at the innkeeper, Richard, or Pandora. Pandora, however, strangely glanced at the boy and gently picked up the suitcase, walking off to one side. The boy's eyes widened, and he hurriedly ran to lead the way. Richard seemed to remember something then, and turning to the innkeeper, he handed over a silver coin and a letter, saying, "There's something I need help with. Could you send someone to deliver a letter? It's within Ijan City, the address is on the envelope. Just deliver it, and the silver coin is for the trouble." "Sure, guest, that won't be a problem," the innkeeper immediately agreed after checking the address on the envelope and seeing it was nothing dangerous. Richard nodded, turned, and followed the lad upstairs to choose a room. Chapter 108. After a while. In a palace in Qijan City, Gro held a letter, his expression slightly excited. Though called a letter, it was actually just an envelope without any content inside, but this was enough. The empty envelope could convey sufficient information. Gro turned to look at the soldier who had delivered the letter and quickly asked, "When was this letter delivered?" "Just now," the soldier answered. "Prince, as per your orders, as soon as someone delivered a letter to your courtyard outside the palace, it was immediately brought to you without any delay." "Very good," Gro nodded in satisfaction and then pursued, "The person who delivered the letter, where did they send it from?" "Did you ask?" "It was sent from the Old Oak Inn on Boulevard." "Old Oak Inn?" Gro's eyes flickered, and after thinking for a moment, he made a decision and waved his hand at the soldier, "Go call some people, lead a team and follow me out of the palace to the Old Oak Inn." Yes, Prince." The soldier hurriedly ran out of the palace, took a few steps, thought of something, turned his head back and asked, Prince, how many people should I bring?" "Bring as many as we have." "Ah, is the other party that dangerous?" the soldier asked tentatively, slightly startled. "Should we bring more crossbows?" "What danger?" "This is because I want it to seem grand and formal." Gro shouted. The soldier shrank his neck, finally understanding that he had misunderstood Gro's intention, and hurriedly ran out. Tree-lined street. The street was bustling with pedestrians, among whom walked two mercenaries, a man and a woman. Mura walked ahead while Danis lagged half a step behind, talking. "I think it's best not to recruit the Mike brothers into the small team. Although because of Zack and Cole's incident, our team is severely short-staffed, and it's virtually impossible to take on missions, the Mike brothers' reputation is really not good at all," Danis voiced, frowning thoughtfully before adding, "Not just bad, but downright notorious." After hearing Danis's words, Mura was not very angry but nodded in agreement. "Indeed, their reputation is bad. Fighting, shirking, cheating, threatening sponsors, there are too many such incidents. But that's not all, most importantly, they both drink like it's their lifeline, often causing major chaos." "So, Uncle Mura, do you still insist on bringing them on?" Danis asked, puzzled. "It's a necessity," Mura sighed. "Our small team leader suddenly lost Zack and Cole, and it's tough to recruit qualified members quickly. If we don't want to go a long time without receiving missions, then the Mike brothers are our only option right now. In fact, it is because of the Mike brothers' bad reputation that others won't compete with us, which is a disadvantage but also an advantage." I know what you're going to say. You'd rather have fewer people than involve such scoundrels that could bring us trouble. But I have considered this. Although the Mike brothers have bad temperaments and characters, there's one thing they can't change, that they are desperate for money, otherwise they wouldn't be living in the worst rooms and drinking the worst liquor at the inn. Lacking money is their weakness, and we just need to grasp that. As long as we promise them a sufficiently high split of the bounty, they will obediently listen to us. I'll just keep a close eye on them, and they shouldn't cause any trouble. We'll cooperate with them for now, just to get through the immediate difficulties, and once we find the right team members, we can kick them out. They might get angry, but as long as we throw a hefty money bag in front of them, I guarantee they'll forget everything." After hearing Uncle Mura's lengthy explanation, Danis just shrugged, at a loss for words. At this point, Mura stopped walking and looked towards an inn on the side of the road, murmuring, "Old Oak Inn?" As the limping man said, "The Mike brothers seem to be staying on the second floor here. Let's go in." Okay." Danis followed Mura into the inn. Inside the Old Oak Inn, on the second floor, Richard sat in the room, pleased with the arrangements. This was the best room in the inn, ostensibly a single room but more accurately a space made by combining almost two rooms, extremely spacious. Of course, this squeezed the adjacent room, making it extremely cramped and narrow. Thus, the neighboring room's price was worlds apart. The cramped and narrow room cost only 5 Jade Kingdom copper coins per day, while the spacious room required a Jade Kingdom silver coin, which was 20 times more expensive. However, Richard could easily afford this price, and it seemed to be worth it now. At least, the bedding in this room didn't have the stench like the previous inns, but a faint scent of lavender. Pandora pounced on it, sniffed the bedding, happily rolled around, and then lay on the bed motionlessly, looking like a lazy pet cat sleeping, or perhaps, just spacing out. Richard didn't bother much, opened his suitcase, took out the Monroe chapter, and started flipping through it. On the way to Quijin City, he had thought of some things related to mana and spells, and wanted to find some relevant records in the book to confirm. At this time, since he had sent the message, it had been a while, and Richard was unsure whether Gro had received it, nor when he might come to meet. However, before the other party arrived, he didn't want to waste this time. With this thought, Richard's eyes fell on the pages of the Monroe chapter and began to read. But just a few lines into reading, a noisy disturbance suddenly came from the room next door, as if someone had gotten up from the bed and bumped into something, creating a clattering noise. This was followed by cursing and roaring, which lasted for a long time without stopping, and gradually another noise joined in, like an orchestra playing a symphony. It seemed like, without any impact, it would continue indefinitely. Richard slightly frowned, thought for a moment, walked close to the wall, and rhythmically tapped on it 3 times. Thump, thump, thump. The force was light, but the sound was clear, and the other party obviously heard it, as the roaring and cursing abruptly stopped. Richard's brows relaxed, and he turned to go back to the table to continue reading the Monroe chapter, but unexpectedly, the noise from the next room resumed after a brief pause, even louder than before. It seemed that the previous warning had not only failed to mediate much but had instead angered them further. Richard's brows furrowed deeply. At that moment, a thump sounded nearby, and Richard turned to see Pandora jumping off the bed. Pandora looked annoyed, as if her sleep had been disturbed. Walking up to the wall, facing the noise from the next room, she swung her fist and hammered the wall, her vigor not like that of hitting a wall but rather like punching a person. Thump! 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 Chapter 109. Richard figured the condition of the walls in the next room must be pretty similar, and if the neighbors weren't stupid, they should have stopped making noise by now. However, within a few seconds, Richard realized he was mistaken. The person in the next room was clearly not normal, either mentally deranged or drunk out of their mind. Despite Pandora's very persuasive wall-pounding warning, there was silence for less than 10 seconds, then the noise started up again, this time with swearing close to the wall. The wall muffled the words, and the person's slurred speech made it hard to discern exactly what was being said, but the tone was enough to tell they weren't compliments. Pandora's eyes widened in disbelief, and Richard remained expressionless. Pandora, no longer holding back, slammed her fist against the wall once more. With a crash, the punch went right through the wall, striking the person in the next room who was close to the wall. A painful yelp sounded as someone in the next room collapsed to the floor. That was followed quickly by the noises of struggling to get up, and then the steps of someone rushing out the door. Tap, tap, tap. Thud, thud, thud. The door was banged open abruptly, and Richard heard someone slurring outside, shouting, "What the? Who the hell are you? Come out here! Yeah, you! Come out here! How dare you? Hit my brother! How dare you? Hit me! I won't let you off! No! I won't let you off!" Pandora was taken aback now, her eyes wide, astonished at the courage of the neighbors, who were more formidable than the wildest boar in the forest. Richard just shook his head, knowing for sure they were completely drunk. In such a state, nothing they did would surprise him. As for their behavior, whether or not they got a lesson was pointless, since they weren't fully capable of rational action. Richard wanted to ignore the whole thing, but the constant banging on the door and the relentless shouting finally made him step out. With a creak, he opened the door and saw 2 burly men of similar appearance, in their 20s, with flushed faces and swaying, barely able to stand, yet they still looked fierce and were aggressive in their tone. "Hey kid, what are you doing hitting my brother? You've swollen up his eye!" one of them yelled. Richard looked at the other, whose eye socket was badly swollen. If it hadn't been for Pandora's punch being weakened by the wall, it wasn't just a swollen eye he'd be dealing with, it could have been a burst head. The man who was hit didn't have the sense to feel lucky to be alive. He just ranted, "Yeah, my brother's right. You dared to hit me, and you even made my eye swell up. Well, I won't let it go. You have to pay us." Slap. The older brother slapped the younger one on the head, chiding half out of frustration, "Why care about money? If you give us money, won't we just go buy more booze?" With effort, he tried to clarify, "Just get him to give us some liquor instead, we want the best, and we'll drink our fill." "No. That's not right," the younger brother countered. "We can't just drink, we also need to eat bread. So, we still need money." Fart. "With booze, why Do we need bread? I don't want to gnaw on that hard, sour black bread, I just want to drink. The two brothers immediately started arguing over the compensation, creating an unbearable racket, and didn't give a second thought to how Richard, the compensator, felt about it. Richard couldn't help but shake his head, thinking perhaps it would be better to call the innkeeper to handle the situation, or maybe it would be simpler to knock the two men out and dump them back in their room. Just then, footsteps came from the direction of the stairs. Richard turned to look and saw the mercenaries Danis and Uncle Mura coming up. As their eyes met, Danis stopped dead in her tracks, with a look of great surprise and a complex gaze fixed on the scene. Uncle Mura looked towards the arguing Mike brothers, taking steps to approach. After a couple of steps, he realized Danis wasn't following and turned back to see her expression, then turned to Richard, puzzled. His eyes twinkling, Uncle Mura caught on to something and took another glance at the Mike brothers. Instead of approaching, he stayed put, cautiously watching the situation unfold. He didn't think the Mike brothers would cause any trouble for him, but he had to be sure they hadn't already stirred up trouble he would then inherit, not wanting to walk into a mess. By then, the Mike brothers had noticed the appearance of Danis and Uncle Mura. Realizing they had an audience, they decided not to argue in front of others, making a joint decision to combine both demands. They wanted both liquor and money. "You're going to give us lots and lots of booze," the older of the Mike brothers shouted at Richard. "And lots of money," the younger of the Mike brothers shouted at Richard. "If you dare not give them to us, we'll beat you up real bad," they said in unison. Richard squinted his eyes, but the next moment, he turned his head to look inside the room, or more accurately, through the window of the room at the street outside. The Mike brothers were confused, and so were Danis and Mura, not knowing what Richard was up to. In the next moment, the sound of a large group of people approaching became clear in the street outside. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. The sounds of horses' hooves, footsteps, and shouting. "This is the place, be careful, Your Highness. Stand aside if it's none of your business, the prince has matters to attend to, no one should come close. Innkeeper, tell me, did someone ask you to send a message just now? Which room is he on the second floor? Good. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop." Many footsteps arose from the stairs. Danis and Mura looked back and saw 20 or 30 fully armed soldiers rushing up. They quickly moved to the side, pressing against the wall to make way. The soldiers rushing up didn't pay any attention to the two of them, moving forward swiftly and vigilantly checking the rooms on both sides of the hallway, to prevent any unfortunate soul from bursting out and causing harm to the prince following behind. Clip-clop. Prince Gro was the last to walk up the stairs. He immediately saw Richard and quickly spoke, "Lord Richard, you really came?" Richard replied indifferently, slightly surprised by Gro's hasty arrival, but it wasn't out of the expected range. Clip-clop, clip-clop, Gro approached quickly. Many soldiers, acting as guards for Gro, surged towards Richard's vicinity, then shoved the intoxicated Mike brothers aside. The Mike brothers were angry. Facing the many soldiers, they yelled out, "What are you doing? Looking for trouble? Do you want a beating? We still need to be compensated by that kid for our money and booze, you guys. You guys move aside." All the soldiers were momentarily stunned, somewhat shocked by the brothers' audacity. Before Gro could express any displeasure, a soldier, acting instinctively, slapped one of the brothers across the face, knocking them both to the ground with a swift, clean hit. After a flurry of punches and kicks, they dragged the brothers into a nearby room for a more thorough beating. Prince Gro looked at the two brothers with some curiosity, then turned to Richard and asked, "Those two? It's nothing, I don't know them." "Just let your soldiers handle it, let's go inside the room and talk," Richard said. Okay." Gro, after hearing what Richard had said, didn't pursue the matter and followed Richard into the room. At the stairwell, Danis and Mura, who had pressed themselves against the wall, exchanged a look. Danis asked, "Uncle Mura, are you sure you still want to recruit the Mike brothers for the team?" About that. Let me think a bit more," Mura said aloud, but decisively headed downstairs. "It's true that the Mike brothers would be suitable, but they've just crossed someone who is clearly no ordinary person. Maybe that person doesn't care, but being connected with the Prince of Quijan City and even referred to as your lordship, if one day they take a dislike to the Mike brothers and want to deal with them, dragging us into it wouldn't be good. In that case, it might be better to look for someone else." The limper should have some other mercenary information, follow me to ask around some more. Okay. Chapter 110. In the room, Gro and Richard talked. Gro looked at Richard with slight excitement. Lord Richard, I really didn't expect you to actually come to Quijin City. I said I would come, Richard replied. According to what you said, this place has access to wizards from the continent, some talented people who can take a ship to the continent in search of a way out, right? Indeed, Gro spoke, although Quijin City isn't a coastal city, the largest river of the kingdom, the Jade River, passes right by. So, some people from the continent, mostly wizards from wizard organizations, would first travel by large ships to the estuary, and then transfer to smaller boats to travel up the Jade River into the heart of the kingdom. They test children or young people in the large cities along the way, and those who qualify are allowed to board the ships, returning with them to the large ships at the estuary, and together head to the continent. That is exactly why I came, Richard said, then asked, how often do the wizards usually come? It doesn't seem to be set in stone, Gro thought for a moment. Sometimes it's once a year, sometimes once every year and a half, and sometimes 2 full years go by. Richard's eyes flashed. Then how long ago was the most recent visit? It seems, Gro hesitated for a moment, thought carefully, and then replied, about 9 months ago. So, that means I could meet the wizards from the continent as soon as 3 months from now, or, at the latest, after a year. Richard murmured. Gro spread his hands. It seems that way. All right then, Richard said, showing slight resignation but without many options. In that case, I will settle down in Quijin City, and if you hear any news about wizards, please let me know. Ideally, I hope to successfully pass the wizards' tests and go with them to the continent. Are you sure you want to go to the continent? Gro asked, frowning heavily. I've heard that the continent is very chaotic, full of various wizard battles, and ordinary wizard apprentices can only become cannon fodder, with no safety guaranteed at all. Moreover, if you pass the test and follow the large ship to the continent, you'll have to join their wizard organization, and you'll lose your freedom. Not knowing exactly what kind of organization they are, you can't predict what you might have to go through. Richard laughed lightly. Don't be so pessimistic. I don't necessarily have to join any wizard organization. I just want to take this opportunity to go to the continent and learn about the real wizard world, to see the true face of the current world. Oh, okay then, Gro replied. I'll try to keep an eye out for more information about the wizards for you. Good, Richard nodded, then took a potion bottle from his breast pocket and handed it to Gro. This is ether, the same kind that I gave you before, which helps with meditation. I think you must have nearly finished the last bottle, so you can continue to use this one as thanks for gathering information for me. However, be careful not to use it too frequently, as it could potentially become addictive. Of course, it's still best if you could learn to meditate independently with the help of the ether. Got it, Gro said, taking the potion bottle, showing little reaction on his face. Richard frowned slightly and looked at Gro. You seem a bit off. What's off? Gro's eyes flickered. At least, you're different from when you were in the forest, said Richard. Back then, you really wanted to become a wizard, and you couldn't wait to try the ether potion I gave you. But this time, when I gave you another bottle, you don't have that same excitement. Richard analyzed. If something like this happens, either my potion is useless, which I know isn't the case because I'm very aware of its effects, or there is some issue with you personally that has greatly reduced your drive to become a wizard. Well, Gro looked at Richard, hesitated, then finally let out a sigh. All right, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Initially, I wanted to become a wizard because I was worried my older brother would kill me, and I wanted to protect myself. But now I've realized, just like you told me before, my brother doesn't want to kill me. He was just tempering my character, preparing to let me take over a remote and barren territory to exile me there. Then, I discovered that my talent for wizardry isn't very good, almost non-existent even. Despite having your potion, meditating is still quite difficult. He paused briefly, and Gro spoke with an air of disenchantment. Besides, I once had a conversation with my teacher that made me feel there's really no need to become a wizard. It's better to just muddle along until death. What did you talk about with your teacher? Actually it wasn't much of a conversation, it was mostly him talking, Gro said, his face clouded with the memory, his eyes full of pain. My teacher said that life is meaningless for many people, like me. Living only to die. Wanting to become something like a wizard is just making trouble for oneself, better to live a simple life and be done with it. It took some time before Gro finished speaking, and Lord Richard could see that Gro had been greatly influenced by what he called his teacher's teachings. It's no wonder, without having established a well-rounded worldview, perspective on life, and value system, hearing such words can easily lead to a negative mentality. After Gro finished speaking, he looked at Richard, unable to hold back, his eyes filled with a hint of faint hope. I admit some of what my teacher said makes sense, but it still feels somewhat off. Lord Richard, what do you think? I think, Richard spoke up, nodding his head, actually, what your teacher said is quite correct. Gro was dumbfounded, feeling as though his last hope had also collapsed. You can't be serious, you. Many people's lives are indeed meaningless, Richard said indifferently. Most people live ordinary lives, blunderingly existing, then die. Unless someone is truly exceptional, possessing wisdom, talent or determination not found in ordinary people, along with a stroke of luck, and a certain strength or background, then they can accomplish great things that otherwise would not have been possible, and have an impact on many people, making their life meaningful. To live a meaningful life is very difficult, just like how many people struggle to accept their own mediocrity. People often spend the majority of their life before they come to terms with this reality in their old age, and then settle down. Your teacher obviously understands this. He taught you what you might otherwise not have realized until decades later, allowing you to see through the life you have ahead, to feel disheartened and uninterested in everything, which is quite normal. Gro was utterly despondent. So, does that mean my life truly has no meaning? Then, is it right for me to muddle along without making an effort to become a wizard apprentice? Not necessarily, Richard spoke. Gro's eyes brightened slightly. Life is hard to find meaning in, because meaning is often attributed by others' evaluations, but, life can be interesting. Interest is the true feeling in one's heart. A person has many troubles in life, faces many constraints. But within certain limits, there is still a choice to be made, such as what profession to pursue, how to do something well. For this, you can choose the one you like most, or the one that interests you. It might make no difference or meaning in the eyes of others, but you know very well that it's not the same. So you're saying, Gro's eyes shone brightly, my teacher might be right, but he's not comprehensive. My life may be meaningless, but it can still be interesting. In that case, it's better for me to try to become a wizard after all, right? Gro looked towards Richard. Richard spoke calmly, actually, becoming a wizard is not the only choice, you can find more pleasure from other aspects of life. Like poetry, like wine, and women. That's. Although last time we parted I wished you well in becoming a wizard. Considering the frankly limited wizard talent you confessed to just now, in my view, becoming a wizard may not be the best choice for you, Richard said calmly, but in the end, living doesn't have to be meaningful or interesting, what's most important is to be rational, and not to obsess over things needlessly. Otherwise, in the search for that sliver of meaning or interest, life can be very bitter and exhausting. Gro looked at Richard, suddenly finding himself speechless. Hey, are you trying to encourage me or are you crushing me? Although, my wizard talent is really rather poor, did you have to spell it out so clearly? Chapter 111. It was night. The night spread like a great curtain over the countryside, silencing everything so profoundly that not even the chirp of insects could be heard, as if the world were plunged into eternal slumber. Yet, glancing downwards, in many places, one would find pockets of liveliness, as though they were the muttered dreams of a sleeping earth. Winter was coming, but the world kept turning. Over the plains, a large river rushed forth, its waters swirling with broken ice, making a gurgle, gurgle sound. Creak, creak, wooden boats carefully navigated the river, dodging ice floes and hidden rocks before reaching the docks. The poor laborers at the docks, dressed in thin garments, surged onto the wooden ships under the glow of lanterns, laboriously moving goods out of the holds, transferring them piece by piece onto waiting carriages. Soon, the laborers were drenched in sweat, and over a dozen carriages were loaded. Accompanied by the coachman's shout and the loud crack of a whip through the air, the horses raced forward, pulling the carriages filled with goods towards the distant city silhouette. Quickly, the carriages reached the city gates, and after inspection by the soldiers, they sped into the city. Somewhere in Quijan City, a row of storeroom doors stood open, waiting for the succession of carriages to enter and unload their wares. When daylight broke, these goods would swiftly flow into the shops all around Quijin City, sold to those in need, earning their owners a vast amount of gold coins and silver coins. In other places, in many corners within and outside Quijin City, countless people were also busy, engaged in various activities for sustenance, profit, or other pursuits. In a dead end within the city, a group of individuals panted heavily as they exchanged blows, fighting over the territory for collecting protection money. In front of a closed physician's clinic on a street, several people urgently pounded on the door, awakening the physician to treat a noble who had suddenly fallen ill. In a pleasure den at the city center, where lanterns glowed and wine flowed, nobles threw large sums of money, enticing the yielding bodies into alluring cries. Beside the plains farmlands, in a thatched cottage with light filtering through, 3 thieves counted their daytime earnings, dividing the loot based on their contribution. By the riverbank, accompanied by a scream, a body was pushed into the water, a murder silenced. Quijin City was unlike other cities in the kingdom or Blue Lion City of the Blue Lion Kingdom. Thanks to the Jade River flowing through it, the city harbored an unusual prosperity and a more vibrant nightlife. After all, in an era akin to the medieval, rivers were the true thoroughfares. A wide and boundless river was even more important than a modern highway on Earth. Inside and outside Quijin City, life bustled and clamored, while a pair of eyes watched everything from high above. Richard had separated from his body in meditation, an ethereal tether connected his physical form, with his spiritual body floating hundreds of meters above Quijin City, overlooking everything with an odd tranquility. Indeed, anyone viewing the world from this perspective would feel detached, unaffected by emotions, and unusually calm, hence the term God's eye view. Richard reviewed the scenes below swiftly, recalling the recent events. This was his 7th day in Quijin City. He had met with Gro and provided some counseling before Gro left with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Richard had rented a small courtyard in Quijin City, setting up residence with Pandora as they continued their research and awaited the arrival of the continent wizard. Everything had proceeded meticulously as planned. This was not his first out-of-body experience, and he knew the layout of Quijin City like the back of his hand. In the process, he had indeed observed some intriguing nocturnal scenes, such as a married noblewoman caught cheating with her lover, or a gang leader killed by a low-ranking member of a rival faction during gang warfare. Glancing around the sky, Richard looked toward a certain direction in Quijin City and saw a vast expanse of buildings, where the palace stood. Although many parts of the palace had dimmed, some were brightly lit. The new king, Gro's eldest brother, who had ascended the throne not long ago, was extremely diligent, working through the night on state affairs every day. Ministers and nobles were summoned into the palace night after night for consultations. As a result, the palace's kitchen, stables, and reception hall were all brightly lit, with silhouettes of people and the passage of vehicles constantly seen on the cobblestone roadways. What could Gro be doing now? Richard suddenly wondered. Since Gro had left with the ether, he should have attempted meditation numerous times by now, but Richard never encountered Gro's astral projection. Could Gro's wizard talent be so poor? Contemplating this, Richard directed his consciousness swiftly above the palace, then made his way familiarly to the palace where Gro was. Halting above Gro's palace for a while and observing no movement below, Richard guided his consciousness through the roof and descended into Gro's bedroom. Gro's bedroom was large and empty. Possibly to ensure that meditation wasn't disrupted, there wasn't a maid or guard in sight, just Gro himself, lying stiffly on the bed. Richard drew closer and noticed a bottle of ether by the bedside, while Gro lay motionless on the bed, akin to a corpse. Deep within Gro's flesh, his consciousness vibrated incessantly, struggling to break free from the physical confines. But the restraints from the body were so strong that despite Gro's continuous efforts, he couldn't make a breakthrough, and each attempt ended in failure. Gradually, sweat beaded on Gro's forehead, revealing a clear expression of irritability and fatigue. After observing this, Richard estimated that, if things progressed normally, Gro would exhaust the strength of his consciousness after a few more attempts and then fall into a deep sleep, not to wake until the next morning. From this, Richard concluded 2 things. First, Gro hadn't given up the hope of becoming a wizard. It could be due to an unwillingness to concede or for some other reasons, but he was still trying. Second, Gro indeed had no significant wizard talent, or else astral projecting wouldn't have been this difficult. Shaking his head, Richard was about to leave and deal with other matters. However, glancing again at Gro's struggle, he decided to do a good deed and help him out. Richard maneuvered his consciousness closer to Gro and reached out his hand, touching Gro's body. Gro's body seemed to sense something, tensing warily, his muscles contracted involuntarily, and his consciousness flinched. Richard ignored these reactions, his hand directly penetrating into Gro's body, grabbed Gro's consciousness, and burst forth spiritual power, pulling Gro's consciousness out of his body. It felt to Richard like he was pulling someone out of a swamp, filled with resistance, but fortunately, he succeeded in the end. With a pop, Gro's consciousness left his body, floating in midair, connected to the physical body by a transparent tether at the back of his neck. Richard internally relaxed, looked at Gro's consciousness, ready to greet him, but then he realized that Gro's consciousness, floating midair, didn't respond at all, as if dead. This. Chapter 112. Looking at Gro's consciousness that seemed dead, Richard quickly recalled the content from the Monroe chapter and found no record of a consciousness dying after being pulled out. He looked down at Gro's physical body again and saw that the heart and breathing had no noticeable changes, maintaining an ordinary state, which puzzled Richard. Logically, Gro's current condition should be normal. After all, when he himself was in the forest, his consciousness had been attacked by the crystal skull, and his physical heart had almost exploded with the rapid beating, nothing like Gro's current smooth rhythm. Could it be, this was Gro's normal state when projecting out of body? Richard couldn't help but speculate, and then he realized that this seemed to be the only explanation. But why would this be? Richard looked towards Gro's consciousness and saw that it was like a kite at that moment, floating around the room around Gro's physical body, bound by an invisible string at the neck, being drawn back after drifting a certain distance. The length of the transparent string seemed fixed, unable to stretch or retract. During this process, various colored light points flew in from outside, entering Gro's consciousness like fireflies, then coursing through the transparent string into the physical body and dissipating. Gro was continuously engaging in this process, constantly absorbing light points, constantly losing light points, obviously meditating. This illustrated that Gro was consciously controlling it, just unable to sense the outside world, unable to move freely. Was this because Gro's wizard talent was too low, leading to this special situation? Could it be that due to his low talent, Gro's perception of the external world through his consciousness was greatly limited, and aside from absorbing free energy elements, he could do nothing else? This was indeed, well, unexpected. Richard thought. Originally, he had prepared to greet Gro's consciousness, but now it seemed unnecessary. In the future, it would be best not to mention this matter either. Otherwise, letting Gro know that his wizard talent was poor to such an extent, who knew what he would think. Shaking his head slightly, Richard controlled his consciousness to swiftly leave Gro's bedroom, leave the palace, and ascend further into the sky. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. Eventually, Richard ascended nearly 1,000 meters into the sky, with Quijan City below turning into a dim shadow, surrounded by a blanket of silence. Richard prepared to begin the real task, which was also the main purpose of projecting from the body tonight, studying the true nature of mana. Looking up, the starry sky was brilliant, with countless stars twinkling like searchlights affixed to the backdrop of the universe, seemingly within reach yet actually unattainable. Richard knew that what was seen was not the stars themselves, but the light they emitted, light that had traveled for tens of thousands, or millions of years. Floating around were numerous light points of various colors, like swarms of fireflies or seas of light. These were free energy elements, the same as those Gro was absorbing in the palace. Richard thought. The difference was that Gro's consciousness was trapped around his physical body, first needing to find a way to draw energy elements from afar to his spiritual body before absorbing them. Richard, on the other hand, could control his consciousness to directly reach densely packed areas of light, quickly absorbing them. These energy elements were obviously very important. Only by successfully absorbing these energy elements into one's body, storing and melting them into mana within the magic origin, could they be used to cast spells, unleashing astonishing destructive power. And now, Richard wanted to understand what exactly mana was, what the energy elements that could be melted into mana were. Like many novels that describe magic elements and heaven and earth yuan qi, or the rumored true qi and inner strength, they all have high energy reactions and tremendous power. But how is that actually achieved? We must know that energy is conserved. Energy neither comes from nothing nor disappears into nothing, it can only be transferred from one object to another, and one form of energy can be transformed into another. This is the law concluded from the lifetime research of scientists such as Mayer, Joule, and Helmholtz. If someone were to say that this is meaningless and can easily be overturned, they would definitely be slapped to death by the coffins of these scientists. Energy conservation cannot be violated, at least not under the existing scientific system. If energy elements and mana can burst forth with great power, that means they must already possess this energy. The power of spells isn't generated from nothing but is released in some way through the existing power. Just as explosives can unleash a powerful force due to their special structure containing a strong internal energy released rapidly when ignited. Then what about energy elements and mana? Are they another kind of explosive? Richard pondered these thoughts as he spread his consciousness in the sky, drawing in large amounts of free energy elements, letting them pass through the transparent strip behind his neck into his body, and storing them in the magic origin. During this process, Richard seriously felt the changes in the energy elements, experiencing the reactions within his body. Moments later, Richard looked around at the environment. As he absorbed a large number of free energy elements, his surroundings were a bit empty. However, the free energy elements from afar were slowly moving over to replenish them. Occasionally in the void, various colored specks of light would emerge from thin air to replace the taken free energy elements. Richard raised his head to gaze at the many brilliant stars in the starry sky, wondering if it was an illusion that, as the light points formed, the stars seemed to flicker. In that case, the night was still deep. In a yard somewhere in Quijan City, it was exceptionally quiet. Inside the bedroom of the yard, Richard sat cross-legged on the bed and opened his eyes. Then he stood up and walked out of the room. In the living room outside, Pandora was leaning against a wooden chair, with her eyes half closed, not knowing whether she was sleeping or daydreaming. Richard's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but think that according to biological taxonomy, giant dragons should be closely related to lizards, belonging to the reptile class. Reptile activities generally can be categorized into diurnal, nocturnal, and crepuscular. However, Pandora's behavior didn't fit with reptiles at all, more like a mammal. Not a human among mammals, but a cat among mammals. Most of the time in a day, Pandora would quietly daydream or sleep, not causing any disturbances, which was quite convenient for Richard. Even though Pandora had considerable combat power, if she acted like a haughty young lady, Richard would really have to find a way to send her away. He initially didn't want to take her with him, due to this concern, but later, because of Gregory's death, he ended up taking her along. Now, it seemed that she was very well behaved and caused no trouble at all. Should he buy her a nicer set of bedding or animal skins, to make her more comfortable while she daydreamed or slept? Richard pondered and decided to note this down for the time being and to implement it when the opportunity arose. Then he tiptoed into the study next to the bedroom. Chapter 113. The study was not very large, smaller than one found in an ancient castle, but it was well equipped: a desk, wooden chairs, bookshelves, a wooden rack, an oil lamp. Richard lit the oil lamp, illuminating everything in the study. He took down several papyrus scrolls from the bookshelf and spread them on the table, then took a quill and an ink bottle from the rack and set them on the desk. Bathed in the light of the oil lamp, Richard looked at a papyrus scroll opened on the desk. It was a compilation of some research speculation about mana from a few days ago, filled with dense text. His gaze lingering on it, Richard softly read aloud. What is the essence of mana? What is the essence of free energy elements? Since they can be used to release spells, thereby causing some kind of change, does that not suggest that they are a substance, a special kind of substance, a substance not yet discovered on modern Earth? In other words, might free energy elements be chemical elements, perhaps special chemical elements yet undiscovered on modern Earth? As is well known, all matter is composed of elements. Hydrogen and oxygen elements make up water molecules, which in turn account for more than half of the body's composition. The rest is similar, with many elements constituting everything in the material world. There is continuous exploration of elements on modern Earth. In 1789, French noble Antoine Lavoisier published a list including 33 chemical elements, an initial exploration. Later in 1869, Russian chemistry professor Dmitry Mendeleev published a periodic table that included 63 elements, laying the foundation for the development of chemical elements. Afterward, chemical elements were continuously added to the periodic table, from the initial 63 to eventually cover a massive family of 118 chemical elements. However, this does not mean there is a comprehensive understanding of these 118 elements. Among these 118 chemical elements, only elements 1 through 98 exist in nature, 84 are primordial nuclides, with another 14 appearing within decay chains of primordial elements. Starting from element 99, einsteinium, through to element 118, oganesson, these 20 elements do not exist in nature under normal circumstances and can only be obtained through artificial synthesis. Even if they are synthesized, they vanish quickly. This is due to their high radioactivity, which causes them to rapidly decay into other elements, making study and preservation extremely difficult. For example, einsteinium, element 99, was discovered in the residue of the first hydrogen bomb explosion in 1952 on modern Earth and was named after physicist Albert Einstein. Its half-life is 20.47 days, and its isotope einsteinium-253 loses 3% of its mass daily, rapidly decaying into berkelium and californium, making it tremendously difficult to preserve or study further. Because in the second before it is placed in a machine, it is einsteinium, but by the second it is removed, it has already become berkelium and californium. Similarly, the element oganesson, element 118, was confirmed to be discovered in December 2015 on modern Earth, with the decay time measured in milliseconds. Compared to einsteinium, oganesson doesn't even have time to be placed in a machine and is virtually unobservable. The minimum time for the human eye to recognize an object is 0.04 seconds. Before one can react, oganesson has already decayed numerous times. For oganesson, scientists can only use a series of data to indirectly prove it was synthesized, only able to say, look, oganesson once existed here, rather than, look, this is oganesson. Thus, for most elements following element 99, einsteinium, it is currently impossible to observe or study them on a macroscopic scale on modern Earth. And for elements beyond 118, like oganesson, they also cannot be synthesized due to technical issues. But the inability to observe or study on a macroscopic scale does not mean the elements do not have properties, nor does the technological inability to synthesize mean the elements do not exist. In fact, regardless of the level of technology, the elements are there. Just like Uranus and Neptune, they were undiscovered for thousands of years due to the lack of astronomical capabilities, but they were indeed there. From this, can we boldly speculate that free energy elements are special elements that exist beyond element 118, oganesson, on modern Earth? This speculation is highly plausible. In fact, according to modern Earth's research on super-heavy elements, a common conclusion is, as the atomic number increases, the super-heavy elements discovered in the future will undergo some magical changes. According to Bohr's model calculations, Vzac ZC/137. 036. Z is the atomic number, c is the speed of light, alpha is the fine structure constant, and v is the velocity of the electrons within the element. In this model, once the atomic number exceeds 137, the velocity of electrons within the element surpasses the speed of light, starting to exhibit relativistic effects. Based on Dirac's equation calculation, EMC21Z2A2. When the atomic number exceeds 137, Dirac's ground state wave function will become oscillatory, with no gap between positive and negative energy states, resulting in a situation similar to the Klein paradox. This means relativistic particles can easily traverse high and wide potential barriers with a success rate of 100%, leading to the occurrence of peculiar phenomena like massless Dirac quasi-particles in Graphene. In summary, higher-numbered elements theoretically exist and would possess a series of magical properties. Additionally, according to the super-heavy nuclear stability island theory on modern Earth, around a certain higher-numbered element, the atomic nucleus will possess a higher stability, and it is possible that a stable island composed of hundreds of super-heavy element nuclei exists. The super-heavy elements within stable island could be delayed, leading to the elements existing in the environment for much longer, several hours or even several days, thus providing value for storage, research, and use. All these are completely consistent with free energy elements. Phew, Richard exhaled lightly after reading the scroll content he had recorded a few days earlier, set it aside, brought a blank scroll forward, grasped the quill, paused to think, then continued writing. Shasha. In conclusion, a hypothetical deduction can be made: free energy elements are higher-numbered super-heavy elements not yet discovered on Earth. Under this hypothetical deduction, casting a spell could be likened to a chemical reaction. Just as some ordinary elements, when combined, react with each other in specific ways, such as sodium exploding when combined with water. Similarly, when some free energy elements come into contact, specific phenomena occur, whether explosions, freezing, or acid erosion, the so-called spell effects. Richard's hand holding the quill paused slightly, contemplating, his eyes shone brightly. After a moment, he resumed writing. Chapter 114. Though the hypothetical deduction explains the mechanism of spell creation, it cannot explain the most fundamental source of energy, that is, the issue of energy conservation. Energy neither arises from nothing nor vanishes into nothingness, it can only transfer from one object to another, and energy can be converted between different forms. If the effects, power, and energy of spells originate from mana and free energy elements, where does the energy within these free energy elements come from? As high-sequence super-heavy elements, they might have significantly prolonged decay times due to the stable island, but it is impossible for them to exist stably for hundreds or thousands of years like iron or carbon. If they were present in nature from the beginning, they should have completely decayed and disappeared by now. However, during the process of out-of-body meditation, I could see that there are many free energy elements, and they seem to generate from nothing. But generating from nothing isn't without reason. The appearance of a new element can be through two paths, either through the fusion of low-sequence elements or the decay of high-sequence elements. For free energy elements, the latter can be mostly ruled out, because high-sequence elements have shorter existences. To continuously produce free energy elements, a constant supply of even higher sequence elements to decay is required. So, how are these higher sequence elements produced? They still need the fusion of low sequence elements. Therefore, free energy elements are produced by the fusion of low sequence elements. The specifics of the fusion is unknown at this time, but it should be different from the uncontrollable nuclear fusion of Earth's hydrogen bombs in modern times. It must be a milder, more natural form. Nevertheless, one fact remains unchanged: the process of producing high-sequence super-heavy elements from low-sequence ones requires the absorption of energy, or rather, the utilization of external energy to meet the conditions necessary for fusion. Just like on modern Earth, to detonate a hydrogen bomb through uncontrollable nuclear fusion, it is necessary to place nearly an atomic bomb within it. Only an atomic bomb explosion can create an environment for nuclear fusion to ignite the hydrogen bomb. This is also why the technology for hydrogen bombs must be developed after the technology for atomic bombs. So, the question arises, where does the energy absorbed for the generation of free energy elements from low-sequence elements through an unknown fusion process come from? One guess is radiation. Just as high-sequence elements decay into low-sequence elements with a high radiative response, releasing energy, fusion, as a sort of reverse decay from low-sequence to high-sequence elements, also requires energy absorption through radiation. Where does this radiation come from? Radiation comes from everywhere. In fact, radiation, as a form of energy, contrary to common belief, is not rare at all. Radiation can be found in every corner of a world: its land, mountains, rivers, caves, etc. Associated with radioactive nuclides such as uranium series elements, actinides, thorium series elements. Even within human bodies, there are radioactive nuclides like 40K. Of course, the most important source of radiation comes from the cosmos, from stars. Just as the energy on modern Earth comes from the Sun, the energy in this world also originates from the Sunday. However, unlike Earth, according to meditative out-of-body observations, not only is the Sun acting alone, but numerous constant stars surrounding the planet seem capable of projecting radiation here. Could this be the true meaning of star body projection? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But there is a high probability that it is the projection of these stellar energies that provides low-sequence elements with the conditions to form free energy elements, thus continuously producing free energy elements. After being assimilated, the free energy elements react swiftly during the release of a spell. While displaying special states, spell effects, they rapidly decay back into ordinary low-sequence elements and release energy, which is the energy of star body projection. The transformed ordinary elements will one day accumulate enough star-projected energy to turn back into free energy elements, then be consumed again and revert to ordinary elements. This is a cycle of the elements and also a cycle of energy and matter. In short, spell energy fundamentally comes from star body projection, from the energy projected by numerous special stars in the cosmos of this world. In other words, wizards are merely using energy from distant stars to cast spells. This stellar energy obviously isn't inexhaustible, just as the Sun has a lifespan of only about 10 billion years. These stars capable of star body projection may exist for a considerable length of time, but they will inevitably end their lives and stop the process of star body projection. When that time comes, free energy elements will no longer be produced and will disappear completely from the world. The era of wizardry will end, and the age of no magic will descend, becoming like modern Earth. Shay, shay. The quill paused, and Richard stood up. His eyes twinkled as he stepped out of the study, walked into the courtyard outside, and looked up at the night sky. In the naked eye state, he could only see the ordinary expanse of stars that appeared no different from modern Earth. In reality, it was very possible that this starry sky would eventually become identical to that of modern Earth. In some sense, the current world was really quite similar to Earth. Richard was thinking. Back in the forest, when he had pointed out the polar star to Pandora using the stars to judge, he had determined that the current world should actually be around the year 2100 on modern Earth, in the future. But he should also have considered that the position of the polar star is cyclical, repeating every Platonic year in astrology, every 25,800 years. Perhaps the current world was the year 2100 on modern Earth, but it could also be a point in time 25,800 years ago. More likely, not just one Platonic year, but 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 Platonic years ago. In fact, even 10,000 Platonic years, at just over 200 million years, is nothing compared to the age of the entire planet and the universe. According to research on modern Earth, the entire universe has a lifespan of 13.7 billion years, the Milky Way formed roughly 12 billion years ago, the Solar System 5 billion years ago, and the Earth 4.6 billion years ago. Comparing to the Earth's 4.6 billion years, the length of 25,800 years is truly minuscule, barely worth mentioning even for the duration of a species or civilization. Consider this: if Earth's 4.6 billion years were a single 24-hour day, then for the first 4 hours, there would be no life on Earth, only afterwards did the simplest single-celled organisms appear. At 6 a.m., the most primitive algae appeared in the primordial oceans, and throughout the day, into the evening, they performed their lonely act. By 8 p.m., mollusks began to appear in the water. Then, over the next 3 hours, arthropods, fish, vertebrates, amphibians, and reptiles emerged. Then, at 11:30 p.m., the dinosaurs made their belated appearance, only to be exterminated 10 minutes later by a massive asteroid from outer space or some other cause. After the dinosaurs, mammals and birds diverged, and in the last 10 minutes of the day, the ancestors of primates appeared. Within the last 2 minutes, the brains of some primates tripled in size, becoming humans. At the very end, in the last 20 seconds of the day, the true recorded history of humanity began. 1 million years, and the so-called genuine recorded civilization of humanity occupied merely 0.1 seconds of this 24-hour day, 5,000 years. The cosmic, planetary, and stellar lifespans are too long, the existence of a species or a civilization is almost negligible. After all, even if they existed for 2 Platonic years, 10 times the duration of recorded human civilization, 50,000 years on the 24-hour clock of the planet, it would only be the second hand ticking once. So, could it be that a true wizarding civilization once existed on modern Earth, one that lasted longer than human civilization, but they lived in some gap in time, like a point between the age of dinosaurs and human civilization, where they existed, developed, were destroyed, and left no trace? But now he had suddenly found himself in the midst of it all. Richard continued to think. Why, exactly? When something resembling transmigration occurred, when the impossible became reality, when the system of science was challenged, when the logical world had its gaps, one must ask why. So, why indeed? He really wanted to find the answer. So he could only research and analyze bit by bit, trying to understand the principles of the current world, and then go on to explore this most fundamental secret. Maybe he was living inside a box, maybe he was living inside a book, who knew? After a while, Richard withdrew his gaze, turned around, and walked back into the house. Chapter 115. In the living room inside the house, Pandora was still curled up in a wooden chair, looking a bit cold. Richard's eyes flickered, and he found a blanket to cover Pandora. No sooner had he draped it over her than Pandora opened her eyes and looked over. What's the matter? Hot. Pandora, clearly disgusted, threw off the blanket, twisted her body, and continued to curl up on the wooden chair, closing her eyes once again. Richard shook his head, turning away with a somewhat strange expression, and walked into the study. Settling behind the desk, his gaze returned to the half-finished papyrus scroll in front of him. Picking up the quill and dipping it in ink, Richard prepared to finish writing the last few words. SSSHHH. Having explained the origin of energy through the projection of stars, the issue at hand was the relationship between mana and free energy elements. According to the methods described in the Monroe chapter, after absorbing free energy elements, one needed to melt and transform them into mana before they could be used to release spells. Why, then, was this necessary? Since free energy elements were a special type of super-heavy elements that could cause unique phenomena, spell effects, when combined, why should they be transformed into mana? A reasonable explanation would be for safety. Exactly because the combination of free energy elements could trigger special reactions, transforming them into stable components, mana was crucial to prevent premature reactions in the magic origin. Otherwise, inside a wizard's magic origin, an assortment of free energy elements could potentially explode, freeze, or corrode at any moment, rendering the magic origin like an unstable bomb. Mana must also be a high-order element, and it should be the most stable element within the stable island, with the longest decay period. By melting free energy elements and converting them into the singular stable element that is mana, one can prevent reactions within the magic origin and ensure that mana doesn't vanish into thin air due to decay over a long period of time. This method is evidently the safest. Furthermore, it standardizes the process. When releasing a spell, one only needs to figure out a way to manipulate this singular element, mana, to operate within the body, letting it transition into a special state to transform into other energy elements and initiate reactions, thereby manifesting a specific spell effect and unleashing power. It's for this reason that a spell can be recorded and repetitively learned by others, forming the most fundamental mechanism of the wizard magic system. SSSHHH, Richard paused with his quill, narrowing his eyes as he continued writing. Of course, all this is currently a hypothetical conjecture, akin to castles in the sky or sand castles, lacking strong evidence to support it. One must prove a most crucial, fundamental part to turn the entire hypothetical conjecture into reality. That is, to prove that free energy elements and mana are indeed a type of high-order super-heavy elements that truly exist and are not figments of imagination. The issue now is how to prove it. How to prove it? Richard stopped his quill and pondered. Proving, detecting, and discerning elements fall into the realm of analytical chemistry. Modern Earth has an entire set of complete sciences to do this, with many subcategories, such as spectroscopy, mass spectrometry, photometry and colorimetry, chromatography and electrophoresis, crystallography, microscopy, electrochemical analysis, etc. Specifically for studying elements, spectroscopy is quite suitable as it involves examining elements through the light, sound, or particles they emit, absorb, or scatter. A common method used is the flame test. The flame test is fairly simple to conduct, only requiring a platinum wire, an alcohol lamp, some dilute salt acid. Yet, considering some special circumstances, it would be best to also use cobalt blue glass. Cobalt blue glass might not be easy to come by and might necessitate personally obtaining the raw materials and crafting it, which could take some time. Richard stepped out of the study and saw Pandora still on the chair in the living room. The blanket he had earlier discarded had been picked up again, half was placed under her, half covered her body, and her legs extended out of the chair, dangling in mid-air. Shaking his head, Richard walked into the adjacent room, preparing to refine the manufacturing process for cobalt blue glass. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. Lord Richard stood in the courtyard, taking a deep breath of the biting winter air, feeling the chill fill his lungs and spread through his entire body, revitalizing his spirit. By now, he had a complete plan for the making of cobalt blue glass. Cobalt blue glass, in the end, is a type of special glass made by adding cobalt blue during the glass making process. In the current world, similar to the medieval era, the production of glass was fairly advanced. Although bulletproof glass and tempered glass were not yet invented, like those on modern Earth, the making of common types of glass and executing intricate shaping and carving were already possible. The glass was not a worry, only the cobalt blue needed resolving. Cobalt blue is a special kind of blue pigment, often used by painters for its high temperature resistance, light fastness, weather resistance, resistance to acids and bases, and its vivid color. However, due to its cobalt content, it is rather expensive, and because of technological limitations, it was not utilized until the 19th century on Earth. To obtain cobalt blue, for the time being, he would need to produce it himself, using raw materials like cobalt metal, aluminum oxide, and phosphoric acid. As for how to acquire these materials, how to synthesize cobalt blue, and then how to create the real cobalt blue glass, Richard had a complete plan. After all, cobalt blue glass really can't be considered a high-tech product, the production process isn't hard but slightly tedious. Should he find a temporary assistant to help out and save some time? Richard couldn't help but think. Turning his head towards the living room, he subconsciously glanced over at Pandora, who was still curled up in the chair, having wrapped the entire blanket around herself into a ball. To have Pandora act as a temporary assistant? Better not. As long as she didn't cause trouble, that would suffice. For the short term, he should not entertain that idea. Then whom to find? As Richard was pondering, all of a sudden, the sound of horse hooves approached from outside the courtyard, followed by a knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Richard looked at the courtyard door and called out, "Who is it?" "Lord Richard, it's me." From outside, Gro's voice came through, tinged with barely contained excitement, as if he had some good news. Richard's eyebrows lifted slightly as he walked out, opened the courtyard door, and let Gro in while his retinue of guards waited outside. "You're early today, what brings you here?" Richard asked Gro as they walked into the courtyard. Well, Gro subconsciously rubbed his hands together, slightly embarrassed. "After meeting with you the other day, I didn't give up trying to become a wizard. Instead, I continued meditating, wanting to prove myself. And so, last night, I suddenly discovered that I really do have talent." Gro couldn't help raising his voice, a bright light shining in his eyes. Richard's eyes flickered, not voicing anything, but inwardly he couldn't help but think, sure about having talent? After just one night, without his help, wouldn't the consciousness fail to separate from the body at all? Wait, could it be because? The next moment, Richard heard Gro speak excitedly, "You know, Lord Richard, my chances of successfully meditating weren't very high before. I normally had to try many times just to succeed once, and each success only allowed me to absorb a small amount of energy particles. But last night was different, it seemed like I suddenly understood something. After several failed attempts at meditation and astral projection, I suddenly felt a different kind of force acting on my consciousness, which allowed me to easily separate from my body. Once separated, my consciousness felt like it could go much farther from my body and absorb more energy particles. Just one time was equivalent to many of my previous attempts combined. To put it this way, the training I received last night was almost equal to all of my previous meditation sessions combined. So, does this mean I've suddenly broken through some kind of barrier? That I actually possess a powerful wizard's talent and potential, which just hadn't been unearthed before. And now that it's been uncovered, if I continue meditating, will I progress by leaps and bounds and easily become a real wizard? So, you came to see me so early for this?" Richard looked at Gro, asking calmly, his gaze slightly odd. "Yes, exactly because of this," Gro replied. "Regarding my earlier conjecture, I'm not entirely certain, it's just a guess. Considering that in the entire Jade Kingdom, I only know you, a wizard apprentice who is far more experienced than I am, I had no choice but to come and ask you, hoping I have not disturbed you. By the way, Lord Richard, what do you think, what's really going on with me?" That, Richard looked at Gro, who was full of hope, and couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. After all, should he tell him the truth? Chapter 116. After pondering for a moment, Richard thought it best to clarify the matter indirectly, trying not to crush Gro's spirits too much, but also not to let the other continue under a misunderstanding. "I think it's possible that your talent really has awakened," Richard said to Gro. Gro's eyes brightened. "But..." Gro's eyelids twitched at once. "In all things, it's the but that's feared." Sure enough, the next moment Richard spoke, "But I feel the likelihood is still a bit low. If your talent truly had awakened, there should have been a series of indications in your normal life. You should have noticed them long ago, rather than experiencing such a sudden, dramatic change." "So what's this about me then?" Gro inquired tentatively. "I think it might be due to external environmental factors," Richard spoke up. "External environmental factors?" "Yes," Richard nodded, "perhaps it's because some stars were moving, and last night they were in just the right position, more conducive to an out-of-body meditation. Plus, last night was the end of the month, with no moon and other various reasons, a fortunate coincidence that ultimately led to your unprecedentedly successful meditation." Gro understood, yet he didn't. In his mind, Richard provided a reason which led to his successful meditation last night. But what the internal principles of that reason were, he genuinely didn't comprehend. However, he managed to grasp one thing and looked at Richard with a furrowed brow, asking, "Lord Richard, does this mean that yesterday was a special case, and I'll revert back to how I was?" "I'm afraid so," Richard said, adding in his mind, "unless I reach out to help with the out-of-body experience every day." "In that case, am I not?" Gro's mood suddenly fell. Richard's eyes flickered, and he thought of something. He spoke up, however, "I can help you." Gro looked hopeful. "How?" Reaching into his chest, Richard pulled out a small glass bottle, in fact taken from the iron ring. Inside the bottle was a small amount of transparent liquid that sparkled in the morning sunlight, making it look like it had gold flowing through it. "This is a special meditation potion, even more precious than the ether I gave you before. You can call it, deionized water, also known as dihydrogen monoxide." "Deionized water? Dihydrogen monoxide?" "That's right. This bottle contains enough for 3 uses, and each time after using it, you can be guaranteed that the effects of your out-of-body experience will be as successful as last night. And compared to ether, this potion has the advantage of no side effects. No matter how many times you use it, it won't harm your body or cause addiction. However, it does have a downside, it only has a short shelf life, just 3 days. So, after you get it, you need to use it quickly, or it will become ineffective." Gro grew excited. "Really? Is there really such a mystical potion?" "Of course not. Of course, there is no such mystical potion," Richard thought to himself. The so-called deionized water, the so-called dihydrogen monoxide, could only deceive someone from the medieval period like Gro, who had absolutely no knowledge of chemistry. Placed on modern Earth, it probably wouldn't even fool a middle school student. Deionized water is water from which ionic impurities have been removed, making it slightly purer than distilled water. Its chemical formula is H2O, that is, dihydrogen monoxide. Simply put, deionized water is highly pure water. This type of water, when consumed, tastes noticeably different from regular water. Generally speaking, normal water contains sodium ions hydrated with several water molecules and potassium ions hydrated with several water molecules, which impart a slight sweetness. But deionized water has no ions at all, so it tastes like the taste of water itself. And what does water taste like? It tastes like nothing at all. If someone drinks too much water with various flavors, beverages, or alcohol and then drinks deionized water, their taste buds may be tricked by an illusion, causing a faint, stimulating sensation. This is because the deionized water is cleansing the residual ions from their mouth, seemingly posing as some sort of mysterious potion. Of course, besides this, deionized water has no other functions. The reason Richard indicated that deionized water had magical effects was simply because he planned to help Gro with something when night fell and he left his body. Of course, this help wasn't offered for free. Richard didn't have the habit of helping others altruistically, he was thinking of an equal exchange. He would help with 3 out-of-body experiences in exchange for something he wanted. Richard extended his hand and handed the deionized water to an excited Gro, saying, "You can take this potion, but of course you understand." I understand," Gro indeed understood, quickly responding, "Lord Richard, just tell me what you need me to do." Seeing how cooperative Gro was, Richard didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "The thing I need you to help me with isn't difficult, just a bit tedious. I want to make some things, but need some raw materials before I can start. If I went to collect them myself, it would waste a lot of time, so I'd like you to accompany me to a few places. With your status as a prince, I could get things done and make what I need in just 1 day." "Okay, no problem," Gro agreed without hesitation. "Then let's set off," Richard said, without standing on ceremony. "Right," Gro hastened towards the door. Richard followed him out. Gro had a guard dismount and offered the horse to Richard, then he accompanied Richard to their first destination, a place just outside the city, moving swiftly. On the plains, outside the walls of Quijan city, a barren, low-lying, and continuous range of hills protruded abruptly, like an ugly pustule on the skin of the earth. Within this range, there was a mine. As soon as dawn broke, shouts and the sound of whipping could be heard. A devilishly menacing overseer with a scowling face held a stick and wielded a whip. He burst into the tents and straw huts chilled by the cold wind and swung unceremoniously at the miners on their bunks, shouting discontentedly, "Get up, all of you! You lazy pigs, haven't you seen the sun on your asses? Get to work, or there's no lunch for you today. Move it. No dawdling. That one there, be quick about it. Ilaric, old Marlin, don't give me that look. If you don't like it, then don't come work in this mine. 5 silver coins a month, you think that's easy money? Hurry up, everyone move faster. If Lord Orc gets up and sees you haven't started working, he'll dock your pay, and you'll all have something to cry about. Amid the clamor, the miners, some numb, some angry, some efficient, and some slow, got up, dressed in their tattered clothes, picked up tools, and walked towards the mining areas of the quarry. This was an open-pit iron mine, meaning there was no need to bend over in mining tunnels to extract the ores, posing less danger. However, the workload was substantial. Miners needed to wield shovels and hammers with bare hands to chip off the ore, then sort it by quality. The good portions were piled up, waiting to be transported away, while the bad portions were discarded. In front of the cliff-like walls of the mining area, 2 piles of rubble were heaped. One was a brownish-red iron ore, and the other was a mound of discarded rocks of various colors, looking like 2 small mountains. Chapter 117. Clang clang clang, the sound of hammering rose in the mining camp, where miners labored vigorously, while several overseers watched maliciously from the side, ready to mercilessly whip anyone who slacked off. Old Marlin, dripping with sweat, knocked off a chunk of iron ore and struggled to carry it aside. If he moved too slowly, he immediately received a lash. Crack! Old Marlin turned his head to see an overseer, cursing and barking, named Ross, shouting, "Old Marlin, can't you move any faster? If everyone worked like you, this mining camp would have shut down long ago." Old Marlin glanced at him but ignored the comment. He had been working here for many years and was one of the most senior miners. He wasn't afraid of the overseers, he did as much work as he was paid for. With a thud, he dumped the ore onto the pile and, without looking at Ross, turned and went back to the wall of the mine to continue mining in silence. Ross felt slighted but dared not vent his anger. He understood that he was just a lowly overseer, supervising miners, not slaves, and he had little real power. If he truly angered the miners and caused them to strike, he'd be the first to be fired by the mine owner. Mine owner Orc wasn't a fool, he was a shrewd businessman and knew who the real money-making tools were. The whole mining camp could function without anyone except the miners. Ross glared coldly at Old Marlin and swung his whip threateningly before turning to look elsewhere. Suddenly, Ross's eyebrows shot up as he saw dust rising on the road outside the mining camp, followed by the clip-clop of a large group of cavalry galloping toward them. "What's this?" Ross was stunned. As the cavalry approached, he saw their full armor and his legs weakened, almost causing him to fall over. Could they be here to seize the mining camp? Soon, Ross saw among the many soldiers a young noble dressed extravagantly and realized that the soldiers were merely there to protect him. But why would a noble come to a place like the mining camp? Ross didn't understand, but he wisely ran toward the 2-story wooden building in the distance, at the center of the mining camp, to call for mine owner Orc. In Ross's view, since a noble had arrived, it would be best to let the mine owner, who was also a noble of some sort, although he had forgotten what rank, deal with the situation. Thinking this, Ross rushed into the 2-story wooden building and into the bedroom. A fire blazed in the bedroom's fireplace, the room sweltering with heat, and 2 gray-haired bodies were rolling about on the large wooden bed. A woman moaned continuously, while a man grunted like a boar. Grunt, grunt. Ross froze. The man on the bed also realized something was wrong, stopped his movements, and turned his head toward the door to shout at Ross, "Get out!" "Yes, yes, yes." Ross scrambled out but then remembered something, turned his head back and said, "Lord Orc, someone's come, seems to be a high-ranking noble." "Get out," shouted Lord Orc, who was in the middle of an intimate moment, "no matter what noble, tell them to get out." Yes, yes, yes. I'm telling them to get out right now." Winter, mining camp. Desolation, an oppressive silence. In the vast mining area, the ding-ding-dang-dang sound of striking had stopped. Numerous miners had ceased their work and looked in unison toward one side. Not far from them, on an open space, stood a fully armed cavalry unit, shielding 2 young men who appeared to be nobles. One was lavishly adorned, while the other seemed comparatively plain. And in front of the troop stood the mine's owner Orc. The mine owner, who was usually insufferable before the miners, was now trembling, his face burning from a whip strike. He still forced a smile, craning his neck, which had grown sore, but he continued to grin and said to one of the men amidst the cavalry, "It is the prince. Welcome to my mining area." At the same time, Orc cursed the overseer Ross in his heart, considering him as dumb as a pig. Welcoming me. Prince Gello, with a cold expression, spoke, "Just now, your subordinate was conveying your words, telling me to get lost, quite bold of you." Orc trembled all over at this, nearly collapsing to the ground. Over 40 years old, although not overweight, his body was on the decline. He was already weak after strenuous exercise early in the morning, and having rushed over from the second floor of the wooden building after hearing Ross's second message, he was completely out of breath and felt limp all over. However, Orc still managed not to fall over. Hearing Prince Gello's words, he quickly explained, Prince Gello, it's all my fault. I failed to make myself clear to that damned subordinate. I only wanted him to leave, how dare I tell the prince to leave? I can't welcome you quickly enough." "Oh, you recognize me?" Prince Gello's eyes flashed as he inquired. Previously, when he sent the overseer to pass the message, he only revealed his identity as a prince, without mentioning his name. "Your humble servant, recognizes Prince Gello." Orc said with a swollen face, trying to bridge a connection, "I saw Prince Gello once at the ennoblement ceremony." "At the ennoblement ceremony?" Prince Gello was taken aback, asking, "So, you are a noble? What rank?" "Indeed, I am a noble," Orc said, feigning a smile. "My rank is that of the lowest, a lord." "A lord? Where is your estate? How large?" "Your servant has no estates," Orc said with slight embarrassment, "only this mining area." "Hat." Prince Gello understood and spoke, "Then I guess, you bought your title of lord, didn't you?" Well, Orc laughed awkwardly yet politely, "Indeed. I did." "No wonder." Prince Gello spoke, then with an implicit threat, "Then Orc, you should know the laws of the Jade Kingdom, right? Titles are the property of the royal family, granted based on contributions to the royal family, but they can also be revoked at any time. This." With a thump, Orc truly fell to the ground this time, kneeling and kowtowing in a panic, Prince Gello, your servant is truly wrong, I accidentally offended you, please don't strip me of my title. Other than that, whatever punishment you decree, I accept fully." "At least you know your place," Prince Gello said, nodding with some satisfaction, feeling that his intimidation had been effective. Turning his head to glance at Richard beside him, Prince Gello then addressed Orc, "Well, I won't be too harsh on you. Beside me is Lord Richard, and he has some needs in your mine. He will propose some matters shortly, you must do your utmost to satisfy him, understand?" Yes. Orc nodded repeatedly, struggling to stand up while eyeing Richard beside Prince Gello, filled with bewilderment. In fact, from the moment he had seen Richard, he had been puzzled. He was quite familiar with the upper-class nobles and members of the royal family of the Jade Kingdom. Maybe those nobles and royal family members didn't recognize him, but he could effortlessly name and describe every one of them, which was a basic skill for any small noble. Yet Richard, standing by the prince, was someone he had never met, certainly not a part of the nobility or the royal family of the Jade Kingdom. And still, it seemed that Prince Gello was treating him with great respect. This truly baffled him. Richard, unaware of Orc's thoughts, dismounted, utilized the spell Wind Light Spirit to lighten his descent, landing without a sound, and quickly approached Orc. Although Prince Gello's previous behavior certainly fit the stereotype of a spoiled, bully young noble, Richard didn't resist it because this was exactly what he needed. Such an attitude would allow him to easily achieve some goals. Otherwise, coming by himself would have inevitably led to lengthy discussions with this mine owner called Orc, and perhaps even obstinate resistance. Using force might have subdued the man, but it would have been troublesome. After all, he was only in search of the raw materials for making cobalt blue glass. Given these circumstances. Chapter 118. Richard looked at the mine owner Orc and noticed the muscles on his face were slightly tense. He spoke up, "Don't be nervous, the thing I am requesting is actually quite simple. That is to help me find a few pieces of ore." "A few pieces of ore?" Orc was taken aback, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. This request wasn't difficult, on the contrary, it was far too simple. Orc couldn't suppress the urge to say, if it was just a matter of finding a few pieces of ore, was there really a need for such a big scene, even bringing the prince? Nevertheless, this put Orc's mind at ease. There was a shortage of everything in this mine, but certainly not of ore. Large, fine pieces of iron ore were piled up like mountains. There was as much as one could want, just take whatever you could carry. Richard alone, how many pounds of ore could he carry? Even if it wasn't just Richard but Gro and all the guards combined, with horses included in the transport of the iron ore, Orc doubted that they could move the daily output of his mine. With this thought, Orc looked towards Richard and spoke out, Lord Richard, are you sure you are just looking for a few pieces of ore? Yes, Richard nodded and responded. That's easy, right this way, please. As Orc said this, he led Richard towards a pile of freshly mined iron ore. These are newly extracted ores. As long as you fancy them, feel free to take any. But I do not want this kind of ore, I do not want iron ore, Richard said indifferently. Ah! Upon hearing this, Orc blinked, growing somewhat wary. His mine was an iron mine. If someone came here not seeking iron ore, what else could they be after? Gold ore? Silver ore? He pondered, had he assumed their intentions were too simple? Could it be that they had come with ulterior motives to swallow up his mine? That was highly possible, extremely possible. Orc thought to himself, yet his expression remained unchanged as he leaned closer to Richard, the respectable lord. All I have here is iron ore. If what you seek isn't iron ore, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. Perhaps, you should take a look somewhere else. No need. Richard shook his head and said quietly, I am aware that this is an iron mine, but beyond extracting iron ore, there definitely are other associated ores. Of course, most of the time, they are considered waste ore. What I want is one type of that waste ore. It's called cobalt ore. It should have a bluish-gray appearance, looks quite similar to ordinary rocks but is very hard. Its fracture spots present a silvery white color, with a metallic luster. Find it for me, the more the better. Oh, I see, Orc's heart relaxed once more. He had been unnecessarily worried. All this fuss, and the sought-after material turned out to be less valuable than iron ore. It was waste ore that wasn't even worth a copper coin. There was more waste ore than iron ore. If nobody wanted it, he would have to spend extra effort disposing of it. Since that was the case, Orc turned and shouted at a few overseers standing not far away, did you all hear Lord Richard's instructions? Immediately go to the pile of waste ore, and find me the ore that meets the criteria, no, the cobalt ore. Hurry! Whoever finds it last will get only half their salary this month. Upon hearing this, the overseers, as if shot in the buttocks by an arrow, hurried to the pile of waste ore, frantically searching, fearful of falling behind the others. But 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Soon half an hour had passed, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. The mining area was somewhat quiet, the huffing and puffing of the overseers was distinctly audible. Huff, huff, the overseers almost turned the pile of waste ore upside down. They caught their breaths and looked at each other, realizing that their prior worries about salary deductions were needless because they didn't find any of the specified ore at all. The men looked at each other in dismay, and Orc suddenly felt rather uncomfortable. They couldn't find it. They actually couldn't find it. That was troublesome. Looking for a specific type of waste ore was supposed to be a very simple request. And if a request was very simple, even so simple that it seemed ridiculous, yet still couldn't be completed, then the outcome would certainly not be pleasant. Orc thought of this and shouted at the supervisors, you useless bunch, get back to searching. If you can't find it, all of you can get lost today. And don't even think about getting paid, not a single copper coin. This. The supervisors stiffened and had no choice but to get busy again, really prepared to turn over the mining waste. Ross, with effort, tossed a piece of pitch-black waste rock to one side and was about to continue searching when he suddenly heard footsteps nearby. Turning his head, he saw old Marlin, the miner, walking over. What do you want, old Marlin? Get lost and don't cause any trouble. Ross was already pretty heated and snapped irritably. Who knew old Marlin would just smirk at him, a look of disdain on his face as he walked past him towards Orc. Orc frowned, staring at old Marlin, ready to see what he was going to do. Unexpectedly, old Marlin walked past him as well and came to a stop in front of Richard. That. Lord Richard, old Marlin bowed and spoke with utmost respect, I know where to find the ore you're looking for. You know. Richard hadn't even spoken when Supervisor Ross shouted out, "You knew and you didn't say it sooner, making me busy here for half a day? Are you looking to die?" Ross's words were cut midway and there was no more, because he noticed that mine owner Orc was staring intently at him. And the reason Orc was doing so was because Gro was casting an unfriendly glance his way. And Gro acted this way because Richard was slightly frowning. Gulp, Ross swallowed hard, his body went limp, and he dared not speak another word. Orc slowly exhaled. Gro's expression returned to normal. Richard's eyebrows relaxed as he looked towards old Marlin, saying, "Tell me, where is it?" "Yes, yes, yes, Lord Richard, I'll take you there." Old Marlin was very understanding and not verbose at all, rapidly leading the way while explaining, "Lord Richard, the ore you are looking for is indeed produced here in the mine, but it's rather rare. We usually call it devil stone, because prolonged contact with it makes you feel unwell. When it's mined, we throw it far away, so it's not found here." Richard nodded, having heard what old Marlin said, he was 70% certain it was correct. Some cobalt ore indeed had toxicity, because arsenic, the main component of arsenic, was occasionally mixed in the cobalt ore. In fact, in the history of modern Earth, a mineralogist had named a cobalt ore, which translated means demon, quite similar to devil. Thinking this, old Marlin had already led Richard to a remote corner of the mine. Pointing at a few pieces of ore on the ground, he said, "Look, Lord Richard, those are the ones." "Aha!" Richard nodded in response and stepped forward to take a closer look. Old Marlin, however, was more than eager, getting ahead of him, and quickly said, "Lord Richard, let me do it." And with that, old Marlin picked up the ore, wiped the surface dirt with his clothes, and held it out in front of Richard. At that moment, behind Richard, Ross, Orc, Gro, and a group of others were standing, all watching Richard's reaction, all rather tense. The next moment, they heard Richard say, "Yes, that's it." Phew, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Ross felt his job might still be secure, Orc thought his mine might not face disaster after all, and Gro felt the miraculous dihydrogen monoxide potion he had hardly obtained might not have to be returned to Richard. Everything seemed to be all smiles, but old Marlin, standing to one side, had a somewhat strange glint in his eyes. Chapter 119. The atmosphere of great joy persisted as Gro instructed his subordinates, "Go find some boxes, pack up these ores, and bring them back." "Yes." The guard responded and went to do as told. Richard looked toward old Marlin and said, "Thank you for your effort." Old Marlin's eyes flashed strangely for a moment before he quickly put on a nervous look and hurriedly said, "It's nothing, it's nothing. It is my honor to be of help to Lord Richard." Before Richard could speak, Gro had already turned to the mine owner Orc, pointing at old Marlin and said, "This man has done well, helping Lord Richard. Reward him with 10 gold coins as a penalty for your earlier rudeness." This. Let's go." Richard saw that the guard had already packed the relatively small cobalt ores into boxes and spoke without further ado. "Okay." Gro, knowing that Richard's time was precious and wanting to settle matters within a day, waved his hand and immediately led the guards to mount their horses and rushed out of the mine, departing like the wind. Inside the mine, Orc looked in the direction where Gro and his men had left, his expression slightly twisted, hesitating whether or not to follow Gro's earlier order. At that moment, old Marlin directly approached him, his eyes twinkling as he said, "Mine owner, don't forget my 10 gold coins." It was the prince himself who said it. "What if I don't give them to you?" Orc narrowed his eyes menacingly as he looked at old Marlin. While the 10 gold coins pained him a little, he could afford it. However, old Marlin's attitude greatly displeased him, and he felt the urge to teach him a lesson and remind him who really owned this mine. Who knew that old Marlin wouldn't fall for it and scoffed, "You don't have to give them to me if you don't want to. I'll find a chance to tell Prince Gello. By then, when the prince learns you've deceived him, it certainly won't be as simple as a few gold coins." "You?" Orc glared and thought before coldly saying, "What can you do with these 10 gold coins? Do you still want to keep working here, aren't you afraid?" "What are you saying?" Old Marlin interjected, "With 10 gold coins plus all the money I've saved from years of hard work, it'll be a significant amount. Why would I want to keep working here? Of course, I'm leaving. Hurry up, give me the gold coins. I'm in a rush." Orc was completely at a loss for words. After a while, Orc stood in the mine, watching old Marlin leave with a small bundle in a carefree manner, feeling very irritated. Meanwhile, a bunch of miners watched old Marlin depart, talking amongst themselves. I didn't think old Marlin would leave, I thought he'd continue working. I thought the same, considering he had been here for so many years, even before I arrived. Just up and leaving without any sentimental attachments. Yes, he was here before I arrived too, even taught me how to mine directly. Old Marlin taught me too, he had been here long before me. It seems he had been working here since the last mine owner's time. I heard he's been here since the mine first opened. Orc was taken aback and turned to look at the miners discussing, feeling something was off. Old Marlin has been here since the mine opened? How many years would that be? All the miners suddenly became unclear as well. Orc then realized that old Marlin seemed mysterious. Although just an ordinary miner, not a single person clearly knew how many years he had worked in the mine, how old he was, where he came from, or why he came here to work as a miner. Orc blinked, somewhat curious, but then thought again and quickly dismissed thoughts of old Marlin. No matter how mysterious, what could it change? He was still just a miner. Gone is gone, as long as there were others to do the work. It's a pity about those 10 gold coins. Should I send some supervisors to chase after and retrieve them? Never mind, it's better not to invite trouble. Let's just endure it, have the remaining miners work harder. It won't take long to earn them back. Thinking this, Orc turned his head toward the miners and shouted, "Don't just stand there staring, get to work. Quickly. Remember, with old Marlin gone, we are short-staffed, but the amount of ore mined per day must not decrease. So, starting today, each of you will work an extra half-hour until we recruit new miners." Boo! The miners were visibly dissatisfied, but a cold look from Orc made them shrink back collectively. Grumbling, they headed toward the mine walls and earnestly began their tasks, and soon the ding-ding-dang-dang sound of mining resumed. Ding-ding-dang-dang, the crisp sounds echoed in a corner of the plain. On the ground, several white stones were arranged into a strange pattern, and in the middle lay a worn black boot. Old Marlin, with a serious expression, bent over the boot, his hand clutching a bunch of gold coins of various designs, his eyes fixed on the boot intently. Old Marlin's palm tilted, the gold coins immediately flowed toward the boot, emitting a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. Clearly, the boot now held quite a few coins. Ding-ding-dang-dang, ding-ding-dang-dang. The sound continued unabated as old Marlin kept pulling gold coins from his small bag and scattering them down, appearing inexhaustible, and the boot seemed bottomless no matter how many coins he threw in, it never filled. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. A full hour passed, and old Marlin continued throwing gold coins into the boot. His face now broke into a sweat, his expression extremely tense. At this moment, the boot was still far from full, but a faint golden glow shone through, giving old Marlin a glimpse of hope. Ding-ding-dang-dang, ding-ding-dang-dang, old Marlin once again scattered a handful of coins, and finally, according to his anticipation, some coins emerged from the mouth of the boot. Whew, it's almost successful, finally going to lift this damn curse. Old Marlin's expression slightly twisted as he reached into his bag again, pulling out the newly acquired 10 gold coins, his breathing heavy as he scattered them one by one into the boot. Ding! 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 With each coin that fell, old Marlin's body shook, and his pupils uncontrollably contracted. When the 7th coin fell, old Marlin's hands trembled, his pupils had shrunk to 2 tiny dots, and the boot's mouth was now full of coins, looking like they would spill out any moment. Whew-sigh! Old Marlin took a deep breath, and with a release of his hand, the 8th coin fell, emitting a crisp sound. Then, the inside of the boot seemed to be stimulated by something, suddenly emitting a shriek like a mad woman. As the shrieking sounded, visibly, the boot vibrated violently, all the coins, as if swallowed by some beast, were sucked into the inside of the boot in an instant, vanishing completely. Soon after, the boot rapidly deflated and with a puff, a burst of fire ignited, the flames blood-red. The blood-red light reflected on old Marlin's face, hands, limbs, torso, his entire body rapidly transformed. In the sound of click-click-click, old Marlin changed from old age to a younger appearance, finally resembling a man in his 30s. Looking at his hands, now free from their chrysalis, feeling his skin, now restored to suppleness, old Marlin closed his eyes, somewhat intoxicated by everything. Half a moment later, his eyes opened, revealing a somewhat sharp gaze, and he muttered to himself, the one who cursed me so maliciously, setting so many harsh conditions, trapping me in this barren place, intending for me to live painfully like a pauper forever, earning gold coins without relief. But, too bad. They underestimated my perseverance, my nature, my ability. They should have just killed me outright to be safe, but now that I've escaped the curse, they'd better beware of my vengeance. Although, over the years, my level has dropped a lot, my combat effectiveness severely weakened, but give me time to recover, and I will show them my terror. Old Marlin, or rather, Malin straightened up, looking into the distance with a deliberate tone. White Stone Tower, wait, I will soon make you account for this. Having said that, Malin's body twisted and, like blue smoke, vanished into the air. At the spot, the boot, amidst the blood-red flames, slowly burned down to ashes, which the wind blew away cleanly, as if it had never existed. Chapter 120. On the other side, Richard was unaware of what had taken place at the mine nor the matter with Malin. All he did was lead Prince Gello and his entourage toward their next destination. To create cobalt blue, they needed 3 ingredients: cobalt ore, aluminum oxide, and phosphoric acid. They had already obtained the cobalt ore, and the phosphoric acid was readily available, so now the only issue to resolve was the aluminum oxide. Generally speaking, in this world akin to the medieval era, anything associated with metallic aluminum was hard to come by. The main reason for this was the scientific limitations of the current world, which made the extraction of aluminum difficult. That is why, back in the Blue Lion Kingdom, they had chosen to prepare ether using the experimental method rather than the industrial method catalyzed by metallic aluminum. However, as a compound related to metallic aluminum, aluminum oxide, or alumina, Al2O3, was somewhat of an anomaly. It was undeniably rare and precious in the current world. Yet, it could be acquired through the simplest of methods by purchasing directly. This was because alumina had another name, corundum, also known as ruby. Yes, ruby. In Quijan City, within the VIP room of a certain jewelry store. Richard and Prince Gello sat by the table, while a jewelry store owner in his late 50s stood beside them, respectfully, occasionally casting anxious glances toward the door. Tap, 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 amidst the prolonged waiting, the sound of light footsteps emerged as a loyal steward of the jewelry store carefully entered carrying a box made of black walnut wood and nodded to the jewelry store owner. The owner let out a sigh of relief, took the box quickly, and gently placed it on the table before opening it to reveal a large ruby inside. Looking at Prince Gello, the jewelry store owner tentatively asked, "Prince Gello, take a look, this is the largest ruby we have in our store. Does it meet your requirements?" Prince Gello did not speak but turned his head to look at Richard. Richard glanced at the ruby and nodded. Prince Gello looked at the jewelry store owner and said without any fuss, "Tell me the price. I'll take it." The jewelry store owner hesitated, finding the pricing troublesome. Set the price too high, and he might offend Prince Gello; too low, and the store would suffer a loss. In such a situation, the jewelry store owner couldn't decide on a price for a long while. Prince Gello grew impatient and urged, "How much, exactly?" With no alternative, the owner steeled himself to quote a price. 100, the jewelry store owner began tentatively, closely watching Prince Gello's expression. He initially intended to say over 100 gold coins, but upon seeing Prince Gello's slight frown, he swallowed the remaining numbers and blurted out somewhat abruptly, 100, gold coins. 100 gold coins, that was the price of the large ruby in the box. Not overly expensive, but still a considerable amount of money. Richard looked at Prince Gello. Prince Gello didn't dawdle. With a wave of his hand, his guard opened the money bag, counted the gold coins, and tossed them to the jewelry store owner. Prince Gello then picked up the box with the ruby and walked out the door. After bowing to see Richard and Prince Gello off, the jewelry store owner went back inside the shop and couldn't help wiping the sweat from his brow. Selling the ruby for 100 gold coins was basically at cost. Considering the storage fees at the store, it was actually a bit of a loss. But facing a prince of the kingdom, he could only chalk it up to bad luck and hope to make up for it elsewhere. The jewelry store owner pondered as he entered the VIP room, only to stiffen suddenly when he saw a figure in a black cloak, their entire face hidden within the hood, sitting in the room as if materialized out of thin air. "You are?" "I am but a customer looking to make a purchase, no need to be nervous," the black-robed figure spoke faintly. "I've come to your shop for a simple reason, to buy some low-grade casting materials, which, of course, to you are just gemstones. Bring me all the gemstones from your shop, I wish to have a look. This, the jewelry store owner, feeling an inexplicable pressure greater than anything he had sensed from Prince Gello, couldn't help wanting to call for someone, but a voice inside him said it would be better not to. Seeing no response for a long time, the black-robed figure reminded him, "My time is valuable, you better hurry." Yes, yes. The owner replied, pursing his lips and stepping out of the room with some inner turmoil. In a moment, the VIP room's table was filled with wooden boxes of various sizes, all open to reveal gemstones of different colors. The black-robed figure examined all the gemstones on the table, picking out only a few with a hint of disdain and muttering to himself, "Indeed, this is a barren land. There's scarcely anything useful, and the ones that are useful are of terrible quality. But I suppose it'll have to do." "Then, how do you plan to pay?" the store owner began, stopping abruptly at the sight of the black-robed figure turning around, revealing a face beneath the hood, eyes glowing like ghastly green flames that looked straight at him, sending chills down his spine. "You know, I had thought about killing you outright, it would be simplest," the black-robed figure said with a somewhat sinister tone, but then his voice softened, "However, considering you've been so compliant, I believe a reward is in order." Raising a hand, a purple light ball the size of a date appeared at the black-robed figure's fingertips, moving towards the jewelry store owner's forehead. The owner was petrified, wanting to flee, terrified and wanting to shout, but he found himself paralyzed, throat dry, unable to make a sound, and could only watch as the purple light ball drew closer to his forehead, then disappeared into his skin, and within his body. As the light ball entered, the jewelry store owner's body jolted, feeling a sudden heat surge through him, his mind went blank, and his eyes showed a confused and dull gaze. "What I've given you is a special energy that extends your life by 2 years, as payment for the casting materials," the black-robed figure said. "Of course, there's one condition, you must forget about me, forget everything about our encounter. That's all." With those final words, the black-robed figure's form twisted abruptly and vanished like smoke within the VIP room. After a while, the jewelry store owner, as if awoken from a dream, blinked and looked around to see all the opened jewelry boxes on the table, his eyes widening as he involuntarily cried out, "Someone come quickly." Soon, the loyal steward rushed in and asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" The store owner's hand trembled as he pointed at the many boxes on the table, asking, What happened here? Weren't these supposed to be locked in the warehouse and behind the counter? How did they all get here?" "Boss, didn't you ask me to bring these in? Just now when I asked you why, you didn't tell me the reason, what?" The store owner froze, frowning deeply, he couldn't help but stroke his graying hair. After a moment, when he let go of his hair, he was surprised to find a red-brown hair, the color of his hair in his youth, but now. The jewelry store owner was utterly stunned. Chapter 121. Richard was unaware of the incident at the jewelry store, but after obtaining the ruby, he had finally gathered all the ingredients necessary for making cobalt blue. The next step was to produce the cobalt blue itself, followed by crafting the actual cobalt blue glass. Thus, Richard and Gro headed to their final destination for the day, the glass factory in the Jade Kingdom. This place was not one that just anyone could enter, not even Gro could come and go as he pleased. This was mainly because glass, especially high-quality glass, in the current world, similar to the medieval era, was considered an absolute luxury. Large sheets of glass mirrors cost more than gold, and the small pieces of colored glass used for church window decorations were also of considerable value. Even broken glass shards were not something ordinary people could obtain, often coveted by noble ladies to be inlaid into their sumptuous evening gowns to wear to dinner parties. In their eyes, broken glass shards were more radiant and representative of status than any gemstone rings or pearl necklaces. Simply put, civilians almost never came into contact with glass, it was entirely exclusive to the nobility and involved enormous profits. For this reason, a country would tightly control its glass factory, placing it in a remote location, guarding it with heavy soldiers, and craftsmen were not allowed to leave the glass factory for their whole lives, to prevent any leakage of their techniques. In fact, this was also a true reflection of modern Earth's history. In Earth's history, around the 12th century, Venice as the glass manufacturing center of the world at that time kept all glass artisans confined on an island known as Murano Island for several centuries, to monopolize glass-making techniques. In the current world of the Jade Kingdom, Things had not reached such an extreme, but Gro had used his status as a prince and went through much trouble to finally obtain permission to bring someone into the factory. After several identity checks, Gro led Richard into the interior of the Jade Kingdom's glass factory. Inside the massive wooden shed, with pools everywhere, furnaces lined up, and the heat rising to the sky, a multitude of workers and craftsmen bustled about non-stop, clambering up and down the racks, with a constant din of shouting. "Shake, hurry to furnace number 1, see if it's gone out. Babes, go to furnace number 4, check the fuel. Nasi, there's a problem with pool number 15, quickly call Master Munghaki over." The factory manager of the glass factory, a man in his 40s with brown hair and high cheekbones, named Vichys, led Richard and Gro through the wooden shed with a respectful attitude. After all, the strict security of the glass factory was one thing, but as the manager, he was still no more than a lowly commoner in front of Gro. If he dared show any disrespect, Gro had the authority to throw him into the pool and turn him into glass. With such an attitude from Vichys, the process went smoothly, and Richard was soon brought to a temporarily halted melting furnace. Using some techniques, he combined the cobalt ore, ruby, and phosphoric acid to create the cobalt blue pigment. He then handed the cobalt blue over to Vichys, instructing him to incorporate it into the unfinished glass in a specific ratio, ultimately producing the cobalt blue glass that met their requirements. Vichys quickly got to work, and after a short time, he brought over the product. "Lord Richard," Vichys offered a palm-sized sample of glass to Richard and said, "This was crafted just now according to your instructions, please take a look, are you satisfied?" Richard took the glass sample, glanced over it briefly, and saw that it exhibited a sea blue hue, basically meeting the requirements of cobalt blue glass, but... Richard slightly tilted the glass, changing the angle of the incident light. He could see a faint green color seeping through the glass, and his brows immediately furrowed. This was an indication of impurities in the glass. Richard thought. This wouldn't be something Vichys had done on purpose, as he neither had the courage nor the motive for it. It was purely an issue with the crafting process. In this world, similar to the medieval era, glassmaking hadn't achieved the modern Earth standards. They used a more traditional method, employing silica, SiO2, mainly found in quartz and sand, as the raw material for making glass. The melting point of silica is about 2000 degrees Celsius, which ordinary melting furnaces can hardly reach. To reduce the difficulty of production, sodium carbonate, Na2CO3, also known as soda, and potash, K2CO3, potassium carbonate, were added to lower the melting point to around 1000 degrees Celsius. However, sodium carbonate caused the glass to be soluble in water, so usually an appropriate amount of calcium oxide, CaO, was also added to ensure the insolubility of the glass. In this process, many raw materials and minerals were unable to achieve 100% purity and would invariably contain some impurities, with iron being the most common mineral element to be inadvertently mixed in. Through a series of reactions, ferrous would be produced, giving the glass a pale green color of ferrous ions. This was an unavoidable phenomenon unless the whole crafting process was improved and unless all raw materials and minerals achieved absolute purity, otherwise, the problem couldn't be solved at the source. Generally speaking, this wasn't too much of an issue. In fact, on modern Earth, many low-cost glasses exhibit a faint green hue. Beer bottles, designed to protect beer from ultraviolet light damage, are intentionally made using iron elements to achieve a dark green color. But what Richard was trying to create, the cobalt blue glass, was meant for conducting a flame test experiment. Cobalt blue glass needed to eliminate potential color interference to ensure the true color of the flames was observed, hence, it should ideally have no color difference. In that case, Richard's brows deepened in thought. After a moment, he flipped his hand, revealing a small glass bottle in his grasp filled with half a bottle of grayish-white metallic powder, manganese powder. Since the problem couldn't be resolved at the source, it had to be dealt with at the final stage. A small amount of manganese could counteract the faint green tint caused by ferrous ions within the glass. However, the concentration had to be carefully controlled, as too much manganese would turn the glass from light green to light purple after the green was cancelled out. Richard handed the manganese powder in the glass bottle to Vichys, and said, "Make another batch of the blue glass pieces I need. This time, sprinkle this powder in during production. The concentration should be..." After speaking at length, Richard looked towards Vichys, who appeared slightly stunned, and asked, "Do you understand?" Yes I understand, but, what's the use, Lord Richard? Vichys inquired with a hint of confusion. You don't need to worry about that. Just do as I said, Richard replied. Okay. Vichys glanced at Gro, who seemed a bit bored on the side, took the manganese powder given by Richard, and went off to find someone to carry out the task. After a while, Vichys returned with the newly made cobalt blue glass, looking very composed, but his hands were trembling, unable to conceal his excitement. Chapter 122. Vichy, as the manager of a glass factory, was somewhat wary when he saw Prince Gro come in with Richard. He feared that Richard had successfully deceived Prince Gro and was coming to steal the glass-making techniques. But Richard's subsequent actions convinced him that this was not the case. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Judging from Richard's familiarity with everything, it appeared that he might possess even higher levels of glass-making expertise. The production of cobalt blue glass was proof of this. So, when Richard began to explain the making of colored cobalt blue glass, Vichy decided to conduct some preliminary experiments to inspect the effects of the cobalt blue glass. He discovered that cobalt blue glass was indeed quite beautiful, but because its hue was on the colder side, it had limited use. Other than for decorating church-stained glass windows, the nobles generally wouldn't fancy this type of glass. The nobles preferred larger and more transparent glass. Therefore, Vichy didn't overthink it, obediently made the cobalt blue glass, and prepared to hand it over to Richard and be done with it. To his surprise, Richard seemed unsatisfied and put forth a new request, introducing a new type of material. Out of curiosity, Vichy still decided to experiment with it in advance, and the trial was astonishing. He found that, by adding Richard's powder to the glass at the concentration Richard had specified, the glass, which originally had a green tint, suddenly became crystal clear, like the purest condensed snow water. Vichy was greatly shocked and immediately called over the most renowned craftsman in the factory to inquire about what exactly the grey-white powder provided by Richard was. If he could understand what Richard's powder was, and add it to all the glass in the future, the entire Jade Kingdom's glass manufacturing would ascend a significant step. But after the craftsman had carefully examined the grey-white powder for half a day, he frankly admitted he didn't recognize it and speculated that it could be something that did not exist in this world at all. Vichy didn't believe the craftsman's answer one bit. If it didn't exist in this world, then how could it be in Richard's possession? It must be that the craftsman's knowledge wasn't sufficient and he simply didn't recognize it. So the question arose, how could he possibly obtain the method of producing the grey-white powder from Richard? If he could, he would make his fortune. Vichy was thinking feverishly about this problem while ordering the requested glass to be made. As he brought the second batch of glass to Richard, Vichy was still contemplating a solution to the problem without having come up with one. His heart was filled with excitement, void of any viable plan. "Lord Richard, your glass," Vichy said with a trembling hand, as he handed the finished cobalt blue glass to Richard, swallowing nervously. Richard gave factory manager Vichy a slightly puzzled look, casually took the cobalt blue glass, and examined it closely. After a thorough inspection, he nodded with satisfaction. After the addition of manganese powder, the cobalt blue glass was indeed up to standard. And rightfully so. After all, adding manganese powder was an advanced technology on modern Earth. Manganese alone wasn't separated until the 18th century on Earth. If he hadn't already had some in stock from his time in the Blue Lion Kingdom for immediate use, it would have taken some effort to obtain some. Unaware of Richard's thoughts, Vichy's eyes sparkled as he continued to contemplate ways to acquire the new technology from Richard, tentatively starting a conversation. "Lord Richard, that..." Unfortunately, Richard was uncooperative and said, "Thank you for your efforts, Manager Vichy." It's no trouble at all, it's just that," Vichy replied. "Then let's meet again when the opportunity arises," Richard said, not wanting to waste any time. He glanced at Vichy, picked up the cobalt blue glass, and turned towards the exit of the glass factory. He didn't forget to call out to Gro, who was nearly asleep in a chair next to him, "Gro, let's go." Are we leaving? Is it over already?" Gro mumbled as he stood up from his chair, following Richard out. Seeing that there was no chance with Richard, factory manager Vichy quickly stepped forward, lightly tugging at Gro's sleeve, and whispered, Prince Gello, Prince Gello." "Hey? What's up?" Gro yawned and his eyes welled up uncontrollably as he frowned and looked at Vichy. Well, it's like this. Lord Richard. No, Master Richard seems to have a technique that can make the glass extraordinarily transparent, which is very important to our Jade Kingdom's glass factory, Vici said, rubbing his hands together and speaking somewhat sheepishly. Prince, you seem to have a good relationship with Master Richard. Perhaps you could ask Master Richard to teach us the technique. If so, our Jade Kingdom's glass factory will definitely. Rubbing his eyes and wiping away tears, Prince Gello came to his senses and cast a somewhat puzzled glance at Vici's. Without a hint of politeness, he interrupted the latter mid-sentence, asking directly, "What does that have to do with me?" Well, you see, Prince, the craftsmanship is really important to the glass of the Jade Kingdom. But what's in it for me? I'm just a prince, not the king. My lands haven't even been determined yet. You should be speaking to my elder brother about this, right? That seems to be," Vici's trailed off, at a loss for words. "Let me tell you, Lord Richard values fair trade. If you want something from him, you have to offer something he needs in exchange," Prince Gello lectured. "Do you know why I've been assisting Lord Richard all day? Because that's his requirement. In doing so, Lord Richard could quickly produce the so-called cobalt blue glass, and as a reward, I could keep a mysterious potion dihydrogen monoxide. You know what dihydrogen monoxide is? Don't bother answering, by the look of you, you have no idea. All you need to understand is that it's a very mysterious and useful potion for me. I aided Lord Richard, and therefore, I could receive 3 doses for use. What if I were to request some craftsmanship? If Lord Richard cut the potion grant in half, what would I do? The lost dihydrogen monoxide, would you compensate me for it? Do you have any?" Vici's face began to sweat, and as he lightly wiped it, his palm was soaked with water. He didn't have dihydrogen monoxide, only a face full of sweat. "So, regarding any craftsmanship, figure it out yourself," Prince Gello said huffily to Vici's, flinging his seized sleeve and striding out of the glass factory quickly to catch up with Lord Richard. Inside the glass manufacturer, Vici's wiped his sweat again and sighed helplessly in resignation. Outside the glass factory, Prince Gello walked alongside Lord Richard and couldn't help but speak up. "Lord Richard, you must be done with your tasks by now, right? You see, can I return to the palace now, to experiment with that mysterious potion of dihydrogen monoxide you gave me? After all, you mentioned the potion has only a 3-day shelf life. Wouldn't it be a pity if it expired?" Lord Richard understood Prince Gello's feelings and nodded. "Of course, you can." Prince Gello was ready to rapidly return with his guards. Suddenly, Lord Richard remembered something and kindly reminded Prince Gello with a wave, "Oh, the potion I gave you is best used about 2 hours after nightfall." "Hey!" Prince Gello was taken aback. "Why's that?" "If you do that, there will be a mystical connection with the stars, leading to a better meditation effect," Lord Richard explained. Of course, the real reason was that he didn't want to wait up all night for Prince Gello's meditation, he'd rather just help out during a set period and finish, as he had other business to attend to during the rest of the time. "Oh, is that so?" Prince Gello, unaware of Lord Richard's true thoughts, nodded as if he understood and responded earnestly, "In that case, Lord Richard, I'll definitely pay attention to the time and not miss it." "That's good. Shall I be off then?" "Yes, goodbye." "Goodbye." Prince Gello mounted his horse along with his many guards and rapidly disappeared into the distance. Lord Richard's eyes flashed as he withdrew his gaze and turned to walk away as well. Chapter 123. Night. Stars filled the sky, twinkling brilliantly. Gro sat on the bed in his bedroom, having chased away all the maids and guards from the room, staring intently at an hourglass on the table next to him, looking as if he was bewitched. Swish, swish, swish. The sand flowed quickly, and Gro's eyes stayed open without blinking for several minutes, red with bloodshot veins. Finally, swish, swish swish, all the sand in the upper part of the hourglass shone brightly, signaling the most suitable time for meditation had arrived. Gro took a deep breath, calming his excited emotions, then picked up the mysterious potion dihydrogen monoxide Richard had given him, took a small sip, and drank about 1/3 of it. Afterward, he opened the bottle of ether and took a deep sniff. Having done all this, he sealed the 2 potion bottles tightly and set them aside securely. Gro relaxed his body and lay down on the soft velvet bedding, closed his eyes, and started to meditate. Of course, to the outside world, it looked more like he was lying in state. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Gro felt his body begin to vibrate, his consciousness separating, trying to leave the body, but the physical bonds were strong and difficult to break free from. Just as Gro was becoming anxious inside, he felt some force from the outside world coming near. Before he could react, he felt his consciousness being seized by this external force and rapidly pulled away from his body. With a pop, Gro felt as though he heard something, and his consciousness successfully detached from his body, suddenly feeling light and extremely comfortable. Gro tried to look around him, but could see nothing which was normal. In reality, apart from distant energy elements, he could hardly sense anything else. Besides returning to the body, he could hardly control his consciousness to do anything more than shake within a very limited area. Generally speaking, the closer the shake brought him to the free energy elements, the easier it was to absorb them. Today, perhaps because of the potion, the range of shaking was noticeably greater than yesterday, meaning he could absorb more free energy elements. It seemed the dihydrogen monoxide potion was indeed magical. Thinking this, Gro started to meditate with all his might while another consciousness lightly shook its head and swiftly left the room. In the study of Richard's residence in Quijan City, Richard sitting on the chair opened his eyes. "Who?" Richard exhaled a breath of turbid air and stood up. He moved his body, turned, and walked out of the study toward the adjacent experiment lab to start preparations for detecting the so-called free energy elements, to prove whether his previous conjecture was correct. Inside the laboratory, there was a black long table in the center with numerous instruments on it. Around the table, tied against the walls, stood several wooden racks and cabinets filled with many potion bottles and various experimental materials. Richard walked over to the experiment table, first taking out the cobalt blue glass and placing it properly, then he found the salt acid, deionized water and platinum wire coil, with the last item being a flame alcohol lamp. Generally, a Bunsen lamp is best for flame tests, its temperature reaching 1500 degrees Celsius and giving clear results. However, the Bunsen lamp, invented by German scientist Bunsen in the 19th century on Earth, needed petroleum gas or coal gas as fuel, which was a bit troublesome. Richard eventually chose an alcohol spray lamp made by modifying an alcohol lamp. The flames from the alcohol spray lamp were significantly hotter than those from an ordinary alcohol lamp at around 400 degrees Celsius, reaching approximately 1000 degrees Celsius. Although lower than the Bunsen lamp, it was still sufficient. With all the experimental apparatuses ready, Richard began the actual experiment. Holding the platinum wire coil, he immersed it in salt acid, watching bubbles form on the surface of the coil until they disappeared. Richard knew that any impurities on the platinum wire had been cleared. Richard picked up the alcohol lamp and lit it, then removed the platinum wire from the hydrochloric acid and sent it into the high-temperature flames of the alcohol lamp. The platinum wire, just taken out and still smeared with hydrochloric acid, immediately made a sizzling sound upon touching the flames of the alcohol lamp. The liquid swiftly evaporated, followed by a faint acrid smell. Richard, however, paid no attention to this and just stared closely at the flame, waiting until there were no color changes. Then, he took down the wire coil, rinsed it with deionized water, and left it to dry naturally. At this point, the first step of the experiment was complete, and what followed was the most important, yet simplest step. Holding the platinum wire, Richard extended it back into the flames of the alcohol lamp. At the same time, he controlled a free energy element from within his body that had not been used in melting before. It surged out from his fingertips, following the handle of the wire into the part of the coil that was in the flames. Visibly, the color of the alcohol lamp began to change. It was no longer the color of the alcohol lamp's flame, but the flame color of the free energy element. This was precisely a flame color reaction. Flames are colored. Partly, this is due to the temperature, hence the saying a pure and azure flame, but part of it is also due to the presence of elements. The reason why fireworks have a multitude of vibrant colors is that many different metallic elements are added to them. Adding metal potassium yields a pale violet, adding metal sodium, a golden yellow, adding metal lead, a bluish white. The principle behind the flame color reaction is known as electron transition. This is because when certain elements burn in a flame, the electrons outside their atomic nuclei absorb a certain amount of energy and transition from their ground state to a more energetic excited state. After the transition, when the excited electrons return to the ground state, they release the excess energy in the form of spectral lines of a specific wavelength, causing the flame to display a specific color. The flame colors seen in flame color reaction experiments are the colors of these spectral lines, and each element has its own unique set of spectral lines and therefore emits a distinctive color. For example, a magenta flame indicates the presence of the strontium element, an emerald green flame indicates copper, and a yellow flame indicates sodium. Through this experiment, if a new element is found to exist with flame colors and spectral lines that are different from all known elements, then it is naturally classified as a new element. Richard was uncertain whether the flame color experiment would work on the super-heavy nuclear stable island elements he hypothesized, but it was still worth a try. After all, according to theory, the super-heavy nuclear stable island elements already had electrons exceeding the speed of light, showing relativistic effects. Furthermore, it turned the Dirac ground state wave function into a fluctuating state, producing a series of magical effects. If that was the case, then what was not possible? Thinking this way, Richard gazed into the flames of the alcohol lamp. The next moment, what appeared in Richard's line of sight was a group of deep red, blood-like flames, a color not known to any element. It resembled the color of the free energy element light points he had absorbed initially. Red, high-energy reaction. Could this be the so-called fire magic's fire element? Richard thought to himself. His eyes flashing, Richard then picked up the cobalt blue glass he had spent nearly a whole day creating, ready for use. The cobalt blue glass was mainly used to filter out any potential interference from impurity elements' flame colors, like the gold of sodium ions, which could easily overwhelm the colors of other elements and lead to false conclusions. Looking at the alcohol lamp's flame through the cobalt blue glass, Richard now saw a much paler deep red color, but it was still a unique color never seen before for any element. Could it be? Richard murmured to himself. Undoubtedly, just this one experimental study could not prove much. Because it was impossible to store too many of the different types of free energy elements within the magic origin, it would require many flame color experiments to complete the testing of the hypothesis. In addition, to ensure accuracy, aside from the flame tests, other methods would be used to detect the element's properties. It was a long-term task. Nevertheless, Richard felt that at least he had made a promising start, at least it meant that the direction of the research was not wrong. Everything else after that was just a matter of time. Time, Richard murmured to himself again. Chapter 124. In the blink of an eye, many days had passed, and Richard's preliminary research on free energy elements had been completed. Nighttime, study. At the desk, Richard was swiftly writing on the papyrus scroll with a quill, summarizing his findings. Through continuous testing in the past few days, I can basically confirm that my previous hypothesis was correct. The free energy elements are, in theory, the super-heavy nuclear stability island elements that are either undiscovered or non-existent on Earth. The current energy flow framework within the world's wizard magic system is as follows. Special radiation energy from special stars is transmitted to the current planet through star body projection. Some common chemical elements on this planet, after absorbing the energy from the star body projection, undergo a type of unknown nuclear fusion and become free energy elements. Thereafter, wizards or wizard apprentices, through out-of-body meditation, absorb these energy elements into their bodies, melting them into mana, and storing them in the magic origin. When it is time to cast spells in battle, mana will flow out from the magic origin, moving within the body along some natural channels, be it blood vessels, nerves, or meridians, ultimately reaching a certain activated state and being released. Upon release, mana will undergo automatic transformation, first into different free energy elements. Then, reactions will occur between these different free energy elements, displaying spell effects and unleashing power. After a successful spell casting, the free energy elements will revert back to common chemical elements. Once they have absorbed enough energy from the star body projection, they will once again become free energy elements, completing a cycle. The simple process of the entire framework is as follows. Energy from special stars, free energy elements, mana, free energy elements, spell effects. From this process, it can be seen that free energy elements can exhibit spell effects on their own. However, for the sake of storage safety, they must first be melted into mana. Then, at the time of casting, they are transformed back into free energy elements through some form of reverse melting. The two conversions in between will surely be accompanied by a significant energy loss. Moreover, during the casting process, the step where mana is reversely melted into free energy elements will to a certain extent slow down the speed of spell release. Writing this, Richard paused with the quill in hand and pursed his lips before writing another line. Then, is it possible to improve this clearly flawed method of casting? After writing this, Richard set down the quill and began to ponder seriously. Yes, the current world's popular casting method has its flaws and room for improvement. Perhaps this notion seems laughable, but isn't the purpose of studying the magic system to analyze, improve, and master it, and to eventually clarify the most fundamental scientific principles? Researching something, imitating it, improving on it, and then doing it better than before is a characteristic, or rather, the craftiness of modern earth science. Science is not rigid. True science is not a collection of theorems but a way of understanding the world and the entire open system developed from it. Science is developmental, from the beginning with steam thermodynamics, to electromagnetism, to computer science, and then to quantum science, all have been continuously discovered and integrated into the system, becoming a part of it. Even if a kind of inexplicable supernatural phenomenon really appeared on modern Earth, science would quickly establish a supernatural discipline to research, analyze, and incorporate it. From a scientific perspective, the current world's prevalent method of casting definitely has imperfections that can be improved upon. Of course, this improvement has no small difficulty, but isn't this precisely the purpose of science's existence, to solve problems encountered? So, how should the casting method be improved, and what problems need to be solved? Richard's eyes flickered, and he picked up the quill to write on the papyrus scroll. Scratch, scratch, scratch. An obvious place for improvement in the casting method is to reduce procedural steps, removing the processes of melting and reverse melting, and using the free energy elements directly for releasing spells. This method could accelerate the speed of casting and reduce energy loss. Of course, problems also arise, mainly two: the first is a safety issue, and the second is the increase in casting complexity. For the first safety issue, we must acknowledge that if free energy elements are stored in the magic origin within the body for a long time without melting, it will be extremely unstable. Because reactions might occur between the free energy elements, and if we really proceed like this, it would be akin to mixing many different chemical reagents in a beaker. There is a high possibility that the beaker would be blown to powder. So, how can this be resolved? Richard halted the quill in thought. The solution to this problem is actually quite straightforward. The most thorough method would be to simply separate and store all the free energy elements from one another. After all, the magic origin does not have to be singular. Yes, there does not have to be just one magic origin. Provided there is enough energy and time, it is possible to open up dozens or even hundreds of magic origins. Through a period of research, the currently identified types of free energy elements are approximately several dozen. However, the most commonly used energy elements for shape-shifting magic consist of only 9: water element, wind element, fire element, earth element, wood element, thunder element, dark energy element, light energy element, and pure energy element. Perhaps opening a magic origin for each element seems exaggerated, but opening a smaller magic origin for each of the 9 elements crucial to shape-shifting magic should still be achievable. However, the most convenient method is not to create new magic origins but to reform the existing ones. All that's needed is to partition off several independent spaces within the original magic origin, to specially store different free energy elements. Problem solved. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Richard narrowed his eyes as he quickly transcribed the solution onto the scroll, before writing yet another line. Then how to solve the second problem? The second problem is the increase in complexity of casting. Richard continued writing with the quill. Casting spells using mana only requires controlling the flow of mana to a specific activated state for release. Afterward, the mana will, in the activated state, automatically transform into specific free energy elements for reaction. But if we choose to use only free energy elements for casting, a single free energy element remains fairly straightforward. However, when the spell model becomes complex and requires multiple different free energy elements in the body's various channels, running separately, the difficulty will become immense, demanding high mental computational power. Just as some people are naturally or through training capable of multitasking, but what about dividing one's attention 3 ways, 4 ways, or 10 ways? As described in the Monroe chapter, the computational ability of the brain is a key standard for whether one can advance to higher wizard levels. This is because higher order spells are definitively more complex and will require the use of more streams of mana running within the body. It's imperative to tightly control the running mana without error, ensuring that multiple streams of mana arrive at the activated state simultaneously and are released together, to guarantee the success of the spell, or else it would result in spell failure and backlash. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Chapter 125. SHHH. From a brain computing capacity perspective, replacing mana with free energy elements to perform casting spells will substantially increase the casting difficulty. It's like using first circle magic standards to release zero circle magic, or second circle magic standards to release first circle magic, which feels like a losing proposition. However, this issue can also be resolved. One solution is to release only those spells that are less powerful and have simple spell models, so the added difficulty is not too high and within an acceptable range. Perhaps releasing less powerful spells will not be very effective in a battle, but what if not just one spell is cast, but 10, 20, or even hundreds simultaneously? In the present world, all magic requires the operation of mana. The higher the magic circle, the more complex the spell model, the more mana is needed, the longer it takes to cast, and sometimes it even requires special spells to be released. Even the most basic zero-circle magic requires a certain amount of time to operate mana, which cannot achieve truly instant casting. That means, in the present world, there are no instant cast spells. But, if casting is done with free energy, the release speed of some inherently short cast time zero-circle magic will be further accelerated. Although it cannot achieve true instant casting, it can achieve a pseudo-instant casting. After all, releasing spells 10, 20, or dozens of times within just 1 second makes little difference from instant casting. Then, the situation of low attack power will change accordingly. For example, the zero-circle magic flame impact can be considered a low-power magic bullet. A single attack does not have much destructive power, but when it is released dozens or hundreds of times per second, it can form a magic salvo, releasing a strong attack instantly. This is like the difference between a machine gun and a fire gun. The difference between a machine gun and a fire gun, Richard muttered to himself. When the fire gun was first invented, due to its multiple drawbacks such as loading, firing, and poor moisture resistance, it was at best considered an enhanced version of a bow and arrow. But during the 19th century American Civil War on modern Earth, a doctor named Gatling with thoughts like medicine can't save the Americans, being a doctor is inferior to being an inventor, and invent a weapon that makes both sides of the war calm down, created the first practical machine gun. This invention swept traditional military assault tactics into the dustbin of history and directly transformed the history of warfare. The difference between machine guns and fire guns is qualitative. Richard's eyes twinkled as he continued writing on the papyrus scroll. Using free energy elements to release low-power zero-circle magic is clearly feasible, and the resulting power could potentially reach the level of first-circle magic. Another option, using free energy elements for casting, might also be able to release complex high-circle magic effortlessly. By employing certain methods, high-circle magic can be released more easily without even considering brain computing capacity issues. Because in this current world, there is something called magic rune. Magic rune. Richard's eyes gleamed slightly. There are magic rune spells in the present world. Just need to engrave magic runes that match the spell model on the appropriate materials. Then, by infusing various free energy elements into the magic rune device, the magic rune will operate automatically, and the spell will be released automatically. Perhaps the depiction of magic runes needed to be complex, but as long as preparation was done before battle, there was no need to consider brain computing power, making it the simplest and most convenient method. Thus, a comprehensive and rational improvement in the casting method had been accomplished. Richard stood up and paced in the study, tap, tap, tap. His thoughts began to diverge. Remodeling the magic origin using magic rune tools to improve casting methods was feasible. But if one's power was high enough, it was entirely possible to abandon the magic origin entirely, along with magic rune tools and all other aids, to cast independently. After all, the purpose of the magic origin was to store mana and free energy elements. If one had sufficient ability, it was entirely possible to draw free energy from the environment at any time, then use brain calculations to directly complete the entire spell model's mana operations and release powerful spells. From this perspective, the magic origin was actually similar to magic rune tools, serving a certain assisting function, with the only difference being that the magic origin was a kind of fixed, permanent magic rune tool. In this light, for a truly high-level wizard, the so-called 3-life remoldings might not all be necessary. Opening magic origin and melting could be entirely omitted, only meditation was needed to possess formidable power. Oh, hold on! Richard suddenly exclaimed, his eyes flashing. He felt that his diverging thoughts had touched on a certain memory in his mind, and the next moment he quickly walked back to the desk. With a swish, he flipped his hand, and the Monroe chapter emerged from the iron ring, placed on the desk. With a snap, Richard opened the thick Monroe chapter, rapidly flipped through the pages, and his eyes finally settled on one of them, lighting up. Indeed! Richard uttered, slowly reading the content documented on the page of the Monroe chapter, which he had once merely schemed over without detailed reading, but now had truly discovered its secret. According to legend, in the early days of the ancient wizard civilization, wizards revered nature as the descendants of the first generation of wizards, inheriting the oldest wizard traditions. At that time, wizards did not have a magic origin in their bodies, they purely relied on the absorption of external energy elements for casting. Undoubtedly, they faced many environmental limitations, but their power was extremely formidable, with almost no concern for mana exhaustion, capable of truly moving mountains and filling seas. Therefore, they were honored as apocalypse wizards. The greatness of apocalypse wizards was indisputable, but the required talent to become one was excessively high, barring most people from qualifying. Thus, in the early days of the ancient wizard civilization, the number of wizards was very scarce, forming only a tiny minority. However, later, due to an event, this situation changed. That was when an apocalypse wizard created the magic origin, discovering that magic origins made it easier for those with lesser talent to become wizards, leading to the rapid popularization of magic origins. Wizards with a magic origin were referred to as dawn wizards, symbolizing the birth of a new era. Indeed, this was the case. The ancient wizard civilization considerably lowered the difficulty of becoming a wizard because of the invention of the magic origin, coupled with the deep research into various knowledges, enabling almost everyone to become a wizard, leading to an era of universal wizardry, thus creating an astounding civilization. But ultimately, this civilization was destroyed in an unknown catastrophe, and the secret of the apocalypse wizards was buried, leaving only the tradition of the dawn wizards to struggle to survive. This caused no one in the present world to be able to become an apocalypse wizard, leaving them with only the option to become dawn wizards. In fact, due to the fragmentation of much inherited knowledge, even among dawn wizards, only a small fraction of people with the necessary talent could become one. This was somewhat similar to the initial period of the ancient wizard civilization. However, it was undeniable that the true apocalypse wizards were far stronger than the dawn wizards. After a long time, Richard finished reading all the documented content, murmuring to himself, "Apocalypse wizards, dawn wizards, hey? It turns out the things I thought of while diverging in thought truly existed, and had already been realized a long time ago. This is quite interesting. So, should I try developing as an apocalypse wizard?" Richard mused softly in the study late at night. Chapter 126. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The chill of deep winter was chased away by the spring breeze, and little green buds began to appear on the ground. Ice in the ponds melted, nourishing the grass and trees. The snow turned into snow melt, bubbling into streams to join the Jade River. The breath of life surged once again as all things revived in the spring. Standing by the bank of the Jade River, Quijin City still stood firm, yet the spring wind seemed to breathe life into it. The rigid lines on the city walls came to life, becoming smooth and rounded. As the view zoomed in, the city gate bustled with a constant stream of pedestrians. The scene was lively with carriages and horses, and the noisy clamor almost made the air boil. Amid the din, a black carriage entered the city with the crowd. At the same time, in a bloody courtyard somewhere in the city, a man in a black robe slowly lifted his head. Of course, all of this had little to do with Richard at the moment. After months of quiet, Richard now stepped out of the main house, crossed the courtyard, and entered a separate room on the side. The room was large and had been specially reinforced. Its walls were much thicker than those of an ordinary house, and both the inner walls and floors were covered with concrete made up of crushed stones, lime, and sand. This room was designed for Richard to test his spells. In the middle stood a customized metal humanoid target, pitted and cracked from previous tests with water element acid branch magic and wind element magic. At this time, Richard entered the room, ready to test spells that he had prepared over several months using free energy elements, which could also be called apocalypse magic. To call it apocalypse magic was somewhat different from the magic truly cast by apocalypse wizards. For one thing, Richard didn't fully understand the ways of the apocalypse wizards. On the other hand, Richard wasn't so reckless as to completely abandon his magic origin to cast spells. He didn't want to go to the extreme of to become an apocalypse wizard, one must first shatter one's magic origin. The role of the magic origin was to assist. While his power hadn't reached a certain level, it was still very useful, so Richard hadn't abandoned it. Instead, he'd spent several months transforming his magic origin. The main transformation involved creating 9 independent spaces within the magic origin to individually store the 9 types of energy elements used in shape energy magic. As for the rest of the magic origin beyond these independent spaces, it wasn't wasted either. Richard chose to continue storing mana there. After all, some complex spells didn't just need the 9 types of shape-shifting energy elements but required even more varieties of energy elements, hence the need for mana to accomplish the transformation. Richard's idea was to use free energy elements for direct spell casting in combat whenever possible in order to gain a combat advantage. But when that was restricted, he would use mana for assistance or rely entirely on mana for combat. Put simply, Richard was preparing to have a foot in both the Apocalypse Wizard and Dawn Wizard camps, ready to handle whatever situations might arise. That said, the path of the Apocalypse Wizard indeed proved to be much stronger than that of the Dawn Wizard. Whether rapidly firing off low-level magic to create a barrage impact effect or using magic runes to cast high-circle magic faster to disrupt the enemy's formation, it was the optimal choice. Moreover, by reducing the energy loss in the conversion between mana and free energy elements, combat with Apocalypse magic would lead to stronger endurance and faster recovery. Thinking these thoughts, Richard stood still in the room, raising his hand and aiming at the metal humanoid target. Free energy elements quickly surged out from the independent spaces of the magic origin, circulated through his body at a distance, and then released. Whoosh! A flame burst forth, quickly transforming into an egg-sized, fiery red orb that shot out. Apocalypse Magic Zero Circle Low Order Flame Impact. With a puff, the flames hit the metal humanoid target, tens of meters away, exploding on the surface, creating a palm-sized, fiery red mark. However, as quickly as the mark appeared, it faded away just as fast, and the target returned to its original state, showing no significant damage. Richard watched, his eyes flickering, and kept his hand raised in mid-air, still aimed at the target. Under the control of his spiritual power, free energy elements within surged again, flowing continuously from the magic origin. They circulated rapidly inside his body, then shot out consecutively from his palm. Whoosh! A ball of flames. Whoosh whoosh! 2 balls of flames. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 3 balls of flames. Whoosh 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 whoosh! 10 balls, 20 balls, 30 balls, 50 balls, over 100 balls of flames. Apocalypse Magic, Zero Circle High Order, Flame Bombardment Impact. Over 100 balls of fire suddenly formed a complete barrage and burst forth. In an instant, the entire room was filled with rolling heat waves, making the air twist and warp. The flames filled the room, incessantly pounding on the metallic humanoid target amidst the roaring sounds. PFF PFF PFF. One ball of flame after another exploded on the target's surface, sparks flying everywhere, like molten iron being poured onto cold stones. Visibly, the surface of the humanoid metallic target rapidly turned red-hot. Radiating from the centers of the flame bombardment impact hits, the red-hot area spread outward quickly. In no time, a large portion of the humanoid metallic target turned a fiery red, with hints of orange within it, gold glinting within the orange, and a dazzling white within the gold. PFF PFF PFF. The subsequent flames kept bombarding, continuing to explode on the surface of the target. The surface of the metallic humanoid target inevitably began to soften. Molten iron, like sweat, oozed out from the surface, rolling down, and quickly solidified with a sizzle as it hit the cold ground. PFF 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 PFF. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The barrage of flames continued unabated. The metallic humanoid target began to deform at an exaggerated pace, its chest caved in, its neck became crooked, a good portion of its head had disappeared, all turning into solidified iron chunks on the floor. Finally, when all the flames had finished bombarding, in Richard's view, the target had changed from humanoid to an unrecognizable lump. Phew, Richard took a deep breath, feeling the air in the room exceptionally hot, but he didn't pay attention to these details. Instead, he looked at the state of the metallic target and nodded with satisfaction. Based on the current effect, the barrage formed by over 100 flame impacts had clearly caused significant overflow damage. In real combat, it would probably only take 20 or 30 flame impacts to easily penetrate the armor of elite soldiers and kill them. Moreover, the amount of free energy elements consumed was completely within an acceptable range. Due to the absence of the loss from melting and reverse melting, the expenditure was more than half less than the mana consumption. Overall, the casting of low-level apocalypse magic showed very good results. And if low-level magic casting was successful, what about the more complex high-circle magic? Richard's eyes gleamed slightly, and with a flip of his hand, he pulled out a white jade plate from the iron ring. Chapter 127. Richard took out a white jade plate that was noticeably larger than the previous ones. The previous white jade plate was only the size of a microscope slide, 7 to 8 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide, while the one he took out now was several centimeters longer and nearly 5 centimeters wide. This was mainly because the number, precision, and complexity of the magic runes inscribed on it had all increased a level compared to the previous ones. Even with the help of the iron ring's absolute spatial precision, it had taken a significant effort and multiple failures to successfully create it, which was not easy. On the larger white jade plate, the inscribed spell model was a true first circle magic, one of the results of the research Richard had conducted over the past several months. This magic belonged to the shape energy fire magic type and was named Meteor Flame Burst Skill. Meteor Flame Burst Skill. Richard was not entirely sure of the power of this spell, he could only estimate, it must be considerable. In the Monroe chapter, the Meteor Flame Burst Skill was a first circle magic. Compared to other spells, it wasn't very prominent, but its ability to condense to the extreme and then explode with immense destructive force was something even wizards dared not underestimate. Considering this, Richard chose it as the spell for testing. Taking a deep breath, Richard gripped the white jade plate tightly. The next moment, free energy elements rapidly surged from within his body, flowing into the white jade plate and activating the inscribed magic runes. Almost instantly, the spell model was completed. The white jade plate cracked with a snap, and a golden, nearly half-meter wide sphere of flames burst forth, roaring towards a metal target in front that had already severely deformed into a lump. The next moment, the metal target, which still retained a large part of its volume, instantly melted. With a whoosh, it puddled into a pool of molten metal. Then the sphere of golden flames suddenly expanded and exploded with a loud bang. Boom! The shattered flames, driven by the shockwave, turned into a brightly shining golden halo that quickly spread outwards, smashing against the closest walls and towards Richard. Richard's eyes flickered slightly, not expecting this spell to surpass his expectations in both power and range. But that was not a problem. With a tight press of his lips, Richard waved his hand, and the air surged, forming a thick air wall in front of him, then another layer, and another. Out of caution, in an instant, Richard solidified 9 layers of air walls stacked together. Apocalypse magic, Zero Circle High Order, Ultimate Wind Barrier. The moment the air walls fully solidified, the halo of the Meteor Flame Burst skill reached it, fiercely striking the surface of the air wall, fully unleashing the spell's power. Rumble. Boom. In an instant, the 9-layered air walls distorted and deformed as if a giant had struck them with a fierce punch. A portion of the force impacted Richard's body, causing him to step back and leave the room. In that direction, because of the blocking by the air walls, most of the power of the Meteor Flame Burst skill was mitigated, but in other directions, it erupted even more fiercely. Having left the room and reached the courtyard, Richard clearly saw that in the next second, the entire testing room violently shook, the roof lifted half a meter high before crashing down hard. The 4 walls, like petals of a blooming flower, fell outward but were shattered by the shockwave before even touching the ground. With a boom, the entire room collapsed into ruins amidst flames. Debris flew everywhere, and Richard conjured another air wall. The debris struck the air wall, making continuous bang-bang sounds. In the main house, a purple light rushed out. Pandora appeared in the courtyard, her expression slightly cautious. Her purple eyes flickered quickly, glancing at the collapsed house and the rising dust, then looking at Richard, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Was there an attack?" Richard opened his mouth, looked at Pandora, and finally answered, "No one attacked, it was all my doing." Yikes! Pandora expressed her dissatisfaction with a slight frown and without turning her head, she walked back into the house. Richard shook his head helplessly and turned to look at the collapsed house. After looking for a while, Richard's eyes twinkled slightly, and he muttered to himself, "Has the power of first circle magic become this strong? This is just first circle middle stage, but its power has already surpassed that of main battle tank shells on modern Earth, with a power index of over 10K, that is, the strength of 10 kilograms of TNT explosives, maybe even reaching several tens of K. In that case, the power of first circle high circle magic would be equivalent to a missile on modern Earth, reaching a power index in the hundreds of kHmm. Richard pondered as the dust raised by the collapsed house slowly settled, allowing him to see the street outside through the remnants of the house. Since the location was quite remote, Richard was not worried about attracting spectators due to the noise. However, the next moment, his eyebrows raised in some surprise. On the street, Gro and his group of guards had appeared out of nowhere. A large part of the guards had dismounted, desperately trying to calm the horses spooked by the explosion. Some unfortunate guards had been thrown off by their horses and were now struggling to stand up, frantically trying to grab the reins. While attempting to control the panicked horses, many guards couldn't help casting puzzled, fearful, and awe-filled glances at the suddenly collapsed house and Richard behind it. Gro didn't need to control a horse, as he had subordinates to help, but he stood on the street with a somewhat dazed look. Originally, he had come to Richard's place to discuss an important matter. As they were walking to the entrance, they suddenly heard a loud explosion, and the wall of Richard's courtyard along with an adjacent room collapsed, opening up a gateway for them. Was this a way of welcoming him? Wasn't this welcome a bit too much? His eyes twinkling, Richard reacted faster than Gro, breaking the deadlock and immediately asked, "You have something for me?" Richard was well aware that Gro wouldn't be passing through this secluded street with his men for no reason. Since he was here, it definitely concerned something important. After hearing Richard's words, Gro came to his senses. He subconsciously pointed at the ruins of the collapsed house, wanting to ask something, but then remembering that what he had to discuss might be more important, he suppressed the urge to ask. Taking a deep breath and looking at Richard, Gro tried to compose himself, then said, "Wizards from the continent have arrived." Richard's eyebrows instantly raised. Really? Really? When? Just now? How many? One. This. Chapter 128. Richard was sitting in the living room of his residence, having a conversation with Gro. Meanwhile, Pandora sat in a chair, bored and swinging her legs back and forth, swinging and swinging. "So, it turns out that it wasn't a real wizard who came, but a wizard apprentice," Richard said, looking toward Gro. Indeed it was a wizard apprentice, but I heard that he's a third-level apprentice, extremely close to becoming an official wizard," Gro emphasized. "Even so, sending just an apprentice to recruit students seems a bit contemptuous, doesn't it?" Richard furrowed his brow slightly. "Actually, I've managed to find some explanation." "What explanation?" "Generally speaking, when a wizard organization comes to select students, they anchor their large ship at sea and travel to the end of the Jade River in a medium-sized boat. Then, they head downstream and go ashore in some of the larger cities along the coast to pick students. But this time, due to some special circumstances in Quijin City, they noticed something. So during the process of moving upstream, they sent a wizard apprentice ahead of time to investigate some matters. That is to say, the wizard apprentice who came wasn't here to select students, but for other tasks. Once he completes his tasks, the real wizard will arrive and officially pick the students." "What exactly is going on in Quijin City that made them send a wizard apprentice to investigate first?" Richard asked with some confusion. "As far as I know, Quijin City seems quite peaceful on the surface, right?" Gro smirked. "It appears peaceful on the surface, but it's all because it has been suppressed by the officials. There are some things you can't hide from me, so I'm quite aware of them. In recent months, Quijin City has actually been in chaos, with people panicking. Several families have been subjected to mysterious attacks, and some shops have suffered from mysterious thefts, experiencing heavy losses. By the way, do you remember the jewelry store where we went to buy the ruby a few months ago?" "Of course I remember," Richard nodded, with the image of the nearly 60-year-old jewelry store owner with white hair quickly coming to his mind. "His shop was also robbed. They say the losses were severe. It made him so angry his hair turned red," Gro said. "Angry enough to turn his hair red? Shouldn't it have turned white? What kind of principle is that?" Richard thought to himself without vocalizing, his eyes twinkling as he looked at Gro and said, "Even so, it seems like it's still Quijin City's problem. You're a member of the royal family and the Jade Kingdom's officials aren't worried, so why should the wizard organization be concerned? Why investigate?" "Because these incidents are indeed strange," Gro spoke mysteriously. "It's said that whether it's murder or theft, the methods used aren't those of ordinary people, but spells. It looks like it was done by a wizard apprentice or a wizard. Moreover, most of these incidents appear targeted at this wizard organization. Initially, many power holders in Quijin City had connections with this organization, but now most have been attacked, and even those who haven't suffered attacks are terrified." "Is that so?" Richard's eyes shimmered. "It sounds like it's specifically a retaliation against this wizard organization." However, Richard changed his tone. "Even so, it should still only concern the wizard organization that's coming, right? It shouldn't have anything to do with me. After all, the wizard apprentice who came has tasks to carry out, not to pick students, so there's no point in seeking him out. How can there be no point? Gro spoke, although he's here to carry out tasks, he's still a member of the wizard organization. Maybe for some ordinary tests, we'll need to wait for the real wizard to arrive, but I can use some connections now, and others will do the same, to have him help test some talents in the meantime. Test talents? Yes, test talents, Gro nodded. Some wizard organizations place great importance on talent. Only those with higher talent and younger age will be selected and taken to the continent. Those who don't qualify will have to stay. I see, Richard squinted, though in his heart, he already had an estimate. His talent had been tested before, completely non-existent, which is why he resorted to using scientific methods to decipher life remolding 3 times. If we were to go for the test like this, we would probably be disqualified immediately. However, experiencing it wouldn't hurt. After all, besides the deceased mysterious wizard clad with an iron ring, he hadn't really come into contact with anyone else from the current wizard world. Understanding more about other wizard apprentices, wizards, and wizard organizations could never do harm. It would help clarify the entirety of the wizard world more swiftly. So, Lord Richard, do you want to go for the early test? Gro asked. If you'd like, I can arrange it for you. Actually it's them who scheduled it, so it's best not to miss it. Otherwise, there won't be another chance. Is that so? Richard inquired. When is it? Tomorrow afternoon, Gro said promptly. Then I might take a look, Richard nodded. Besides, there's something else I want to know. What? What is the name of their wizard organization? It seems to be called, Gro frowned in thought, slightly uncertain as he spoke, Whitestone Tower. Whitestone Tower. Richard murmured softly. Whitestone Tower. The next day, in the afternoon. In front of a certain inn in Quijin City, a carriage arrived and stopped, with Richard and Gro alighting from it. Richard glanced at the name of the inn, Golden Wine Glass, in a famously lively place within Quijin City, which was unusually quiet today. This was somewhat abnormal. Richard furrowed his brows as Gro explained, this is where the third-level apprentice of the Whitestone Tower has stayed. He has booked the entire inn, driving out all the original residents. Richard raised his brows. No one objected. What good would objecting do against a third-level wizard apprentice? Do they want to be frozen into ice cubes or burnt to ashes? Gro spoke, his voice not filled with much sympathy for the victims, but rather a hint of yearning for such reckless power. After all, as a prince, he generally wouldn't drive everyone out of an inn, not daring to be so frivolous, but a third-level wizard apprentice did dare. Doesn't that mean a third-level wizard apprentice already surpasses him, a prince? What about a real wizard? Even more advanced wizards? Thinking all this, Gro felt an intense stir in his heart, almost wishing to sit right down and meditate, then instantly advanced to become the most powerful wizard. As for what to do after becoming a wizard, truthfully, he hadn't given it serious thought. But that didn't matter, becoming a wizard could never be wrong. It was like, someone might not know how to spend money after becoming rich, but having money couldn't possibly be a bad thing, could it? Beside him, Richard did not know what Gro was thinking and merely shook his head slightly, then stepped towards the inn. As he was about to enter, he was stopped. A beautiful girl of about 17 or 18 with golden hair stood inside the door, her gaze wary as she spoke. Who are you? If you want to meet Lord Hwager this afternoon, you must have an invitation letter. Chapter 129. Seeing the beautiful girl blocking the way, Richard was slightly startled and quickly associated her with some relevant matters. First, the beautiful girl looked very nervous, which likely meant she was new to the job and didn't have much experience before. Second, even though the beautiful girl saw Prince Gro behind him, she still obstructed the way, indicating she didn't recognize Prince Gro and wasn't dispatched by the royal family of the Jade Kingdom. She might have been someone Lord Warner had found on his own. Third, logically speaking, Lord Hwager, if he wanted someone to take care of his daily life, having a few beautiful maids would be understandable, but replacing all guards with young girls was a bit too much. Seems like this Lord Hwager is no ordinary person. Tisk, tisk. Contemplating, Prince Gro quickly stepped forward, glanced at the beautiful girl, and with a great deal of confidence, pulled out a gilded invitation from his bosom and handed it over, saying, I am Prince Gelo, invited by Lord Hwager to participate in the testing. You may check the invitation. Having heard Prince Gro's words, the beautiful girl immediately became very nervous, not having expected Prince's imminent arrival. To be honest, she was somewhat confused. Was the Lord Hwar inside of higher status, or was it the prince standing before her, or perhaps the quiet man beside her? The beautiful girl clumsily accepted the invitation, somewhat frantically spoke out, "Ah, yes, it's Prince, then, you, please, please." She could barely get her words out straight, looking as if she was about to cry. Richard looked at her expression, shook his head slightly, and confirmed some of his suspicions. Prince Gro didn't pay much attention to these either. He nodded and walked inside with Richard, eventually guided into a huge private room in the inn by another beautiful maid. The private room covered nearly 100 square meters, originally a gathering place for some guests in the inn, but at this moment, it had been arranged as a small hall. Richard and Prince Gro walked in and saw that inside were neatly arranged more than 10 rows of chairs, and a number of young people were already scattered sitting on the seats, most of them dressed lavishly, appearing to be nobles. Richard and Prince Gro chose a corner seat towards the back. In a hushed voice, Richard asked Prince Gro, "Are there so many young nobles in Qijan city wanting to become wizards?" Not possible," Prince Gro scoffed with disdain. "Don't be fooled by those sitting here looking like real nobles, most of them don't even hold the lowest rank of nobility. They aren't first in line to inherit anything, most of them are who knows how far down the succession order, or their illegitimate children. Thus, no matter how great their families might be, it will never be their turn to inherit the family business. While their fathers, the family heads, are alive, they're like slaves, only able to follow orders and live off meager allowances. Without their father's consent, they can't even pursue a profession. When their father dies, their situation is even more pitiful, without allowances, unless they can swallow their pride and compete with a bunch of poor folks for work opportunities, they'll have to consider an alternative that won't starve them to death." "I see," Richard nodded, displaying understanding. In a world similar to the medieval era, indeed, paternal authority was supreme. Without family father's permission, sons in the family hardly had any autonomy, even if they were nobles. If one were the eldest son or the already determined first in line to inherit, they might have something to look forward to. They could inherit most of the family wealth and gain a foothold in politics with the support of the family's strength. But the rest of the sons in the family, their situation was much more tragic, sometimes almost another form of slavery. It was also one of the reasons why parricide incidents were so common in the medieval era. In their view, becoming a wizard might be a way out. "That's why they're trying their luck here," Prince Gro explained. "Although they're unclear about what it takes to be a wizard, it definitely can't be worse than what they're going through. As far as I know, several of them here are so strapped because they owe money to lenders, having been repeatedly accosted at home for debts, truly a dire situation. Perhaps they're hoping that once they become wizards, those debt collectors will leave them alone. In fact, their families are somewhat supportive of them being here. What if they do strike it lucky and become wizards, after all? No matter how powerful a family is, no one can predict the day it might suddenly weaken or perish. If that happens, leaving a bloodline outside gives a slim hope. But, based on my experience, the vast majority here lack the talent." Hearing Prince Gro's words, Richard nodded again, knowing this to be very normal. According to the Monroe chapter, the people with a suitable talent for being a wizard were truly not many, even extremely few, just less than 1 in 10,000. Generally, people with wizardry talent should appear more among civilians rather than nobles, since civilians have a much larger base number. Richard and Prince Gro continued to talk in low voices. The people sitting in front heard them and looked over reflexively, promptly recognizing Prince Gro. A shout went up, and suddenly, a large group of people in the room swarmed around, as if flies drawn to blood, buzzing enthusiastically greeting Prince Gro. You're Prince Gelo? I'm Dox's Mamba from the Mungpa family. Hello to you, Prince. Prince Gelo, I'm so thrilled. Do you remember me? I saw you once before at the auction. I'm Lang Tuhart from the Tuha family. Prince Gelo. Prince. It took quite some effort for Prince Gro to send the crowd away, and turning to Richard, he said, "See, Lord Richard, they are actually just a bunch of opportunists who won't miss any chance to jockey for position. In their view, fawning over me, the prince, is no different from striving to be a wizard. Yet, they and I are not the same. It's just a pity that I don't have the talent to become a wizard, damn it. But I will still try hard." Richard laughed lightly, looked at Prince Gro, and asked aloud, then how are you different from them? And why do you want to become a wizard? To ensure your own safety? You are already safe. For so-called meaning in life? Hasn't your teacher taught you that life inherently has no meaning? Prince Gro stammered, and after a long time finally spoke up, honestly, I too don't know why I want to become a wizard, but becoming a wizard surely can't be wrong, and I am absolutely different from those people, even if I can't articulate the difference at the moment. Well, all right. Just then, someone shouted, Lord Water is here, and the entire private room, or rather, the small hall quickly quieted down. Tap, 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 clear footsteps approached from the corridor outside, growing louder as they neared the doorway. Chapter 130. Hearing footsteps approaching the door, a young noble scurried over with a fawning quickness and opened it. Outside stood a young man who cast a brief glance at the noble who had opened the door and stepped inside. Tap tap tap. It was clear to see that this man could be described as beautiful, so beautiful, in fact, that he surpassed the numerous girls the noble had sought after. His hands, wrists, neck, and face, the skin exposed to the air, were incredibly fair, more delicate than a woman's, with not a single hair in sight, as if he were made of glass. His face lacked any hint of ruggedness, his eyebrows were meticulously groomed, exuding an androgynous beauty, and his nose was turned up, yet not too large, like an exquisite ornament. His eyes twinkled, emitting an unusual light. The glow was not sharp but could be said to be gentle, yet it possessed a power that demanded awe. Tap tap tap. The newcomer walked onto a wooden platform set up on one side of the box, raised his eyebrows, and looked at the many people below as he spoke. His voice was neither overbearing nor too effeminate but rather possessed a neutral magnetism. He said, I am Hwaer, a third-level apprentice from Whitestone Tower. You should be aware that I am here to investigate certain matters in Quijin City. As for testing talent and selecting students to join our Whitestone Tower, that will be the duty of MR.SIV who will arrive later. The crowd below fell silent. Hwaer continued, of course, given your enthusiasm for joining our Whitestone Tower, I can help you by checking for wizard talent in advance of the respected MR.SIV's arrival. I will report the results directly to MR.SIV, and those who qualify will earn the right to board, while those who do not may leave at their discretion. This will also lighten MR.SIV's load, which he should be pleased with. However, there are some things I must clarify in advance. First, this is the first time I will be conducting a talent test, but it is also the last. So for those who didn't make it, help me tell them there won't be a second chance. They can wait for MR.SIV to arrive. Second, I will record the results of your talent test and pass them on to MR.SIV. Don't bother trying to alter them, even if you manage to, you won't get past MR.SIV's scrutiny. Therefore, it's best if you keep any tricks to yourselves. Whitestone Tower isn't a place you can enter just because you want to, and its power is beyond what you can imagine. All right, I've said my piece. Hwaer braced his hands on the desk and looked down at the crowd below, asking, have you all understood? If so, give me a response. The crowd nodded quickly. Good, now line up one by one for me to conduct the talent test using a spell. Don't be nervous, afraid, or scream during the process. Once tested, leave immediately without lingering and wasting time. That's all. Now, who will come up first? After hearing this, the crowd below obviously hesitated, exchanging wary glances, none of them wanting to be the first. After all, who knew what might happen? A silence of more than 10 seconds filled the room. Hwaer slightly raised his eyebrows and said, I hope you won't waste time. If no one comes up, then this talent test can come to an end, as I still have other business to attend to. Don't, Lord Hwaer. Some in the crowd couldn't hold back any longer and quickly made their way toward the platform. Richard looked and saw a noble youth of about 17 or 18 wearing a scarlet coat, his face marked with tension and urgency. Gro turned his head slightly and said, he must be a bastard from the Torchy family. I heard he killed someone, and the family is too lazy to clear it up for him, forcing him to skulk around every day, hiding from the courts. Unexpectedly, he's shown up here. It seems he's considering becoming a wizard and going to the continent as the only chance to escape prison. Richard nodded and continued to watch as the youth stepped onto the platform, approaching Hwaer with some fear. Hwaer gave him a quick look and simply asked, name. Amen. Amen Torchy. Amen, then. Now, stand up straight, don't move, and don't tremble. Yes, just like that, steady, Hwager commanded, eyeing Amen torchy. After a long pause, his words complete, his lips began to move. Mouthing a spell. Richard speculated inwardly. Richard saw Hwager's lips moving and slowly extended his hand, stopping about a dozen centimeters in front of Amen. Then, a sphere of golden light emitted from the palm of his hand, steadily infusing into Amen's body. Ah! Not only did Amen on the stage shout out in surprise but also the many people below. To them, this was shocking enough. Most of them were witnessing what they called a spell for the first time. However, they quickly recalled Hwager's earlier reminder not to scream, so the moment they started to shout, they abruptly stopped, sounding like a duck whose neck was being squeezed. By comparison, some people in the audience were quite composed, one of them was Gro, and the other was Richard. For Gro, he had already seen Richard cast a spell, and although he was somewhat astonished to see a spell now, he wouldn't become as flustered as the others. As for Richard, he could cast even more dazzling spells with ease, so naturally, he would not be emotionally perturbed by the scene before him. Richard watched with an inquisitive mindset, observing the golden light released from Hwager's hand. He saw the light steadily infusing into Amen's body and then visibly dimming at an observable rate. First, a faint black mist appeared, then it rapidly turned pitch black. At the same time, Hwager's complexion also darkened, he lowered his hand, dispelled the light, and declared, "No talent, disqualified." Ah! Amen cried out, not from shock this time but rather disbelief, or perhaps despair. On the stage, his mouth moved several times without making a sound, then after a moment he spoke to Hwager, almost pleadingly, that "Lord Hwager, please test me again, I feel I really have the talent, I don't feel any pain when I'm hurt, and I never get sick, look." Hwager spoke, his command devoid of any emotion, "Leave." Amen didn't want to give up, continuing to ramble with his requests, "Lord Hwager, I'm truly begging you, I really want to become a wizard, Hwager's expression grew even darker, he raised his hand, a finger pointing upward. Crackle and snap, blue sparks of electricity danced on the fingertip. Amen's face instantly paled. Hwager looked at the ashen-faced Amen and said coldly, "I told you to leave, did you not hear me? Whether you have talent or not, I only test once. After the test, leave immediately, don't waste time. Unless, you want to experience the feeling of being struck by thunder? You surely must be eager to try it, right?" Amen's whole body trembled, he vigorously shook his head. Hwager advanced. Amen hastily retreated, tumbling down the wooden stage with a rumble, struggled to his feet, and fled towards the exit in a panic, shouting, "No, don't." Hwager snorted lightly, his expression returning to normal. Then he looked at the crowd and asked aloud, "Next, who would like to test their talent a second time?" That would be me." A voice rang out. Chapter 131. Facing Hwager's inquiry, a young nobleman wearing a blue coat stood up and walked onto the wooden platform. Gro explained the identity of the man to Richard, "He is from the Panto family." The test ended quickly. The results of the other party's test were not surprising, still showing no talent. Upon learning the results, unlike Amen before, he didn't persist or entangle with Hwager but simply looked disappointed and left quickly. Then came the third, fourth, fifth, one after another, people from below went up to test. Hwager, not weary at all, continuously tested in the same way and called out, "No talent, disqualified, low-level talent, disqualified." The number of people in the room kept decreasing. In the blink of an eye, the number halved. A young nobleman wearing a purple coat walked up and respectfully said to Hwager, "Lord Hwager, hello, I am Anthony Mays." Hwager nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, just said, "Stand properly." "Yes." The man named Anthony stood straight while Hwager stretched out his hand towards his body, chanting a spell. A beam of golden light shot out from his palm and entered his body. The next moment, something slightly different happened, the golden light emanating from Hwager's palm did not turn black quickly, but gradually turned pale red. "Oh!" Hwager exclaimed in slight surprise. "Lord Hwager, is this?" the man named Anthony asked, his voice questioning but his face already guessing a possibility, filled with ecstasy. Hwager lowered his hand, dispelled the light, looked at the man named Anthony, his eyes flickered, and said, "You are quite lucky. You possess a moderate wizard talent. Although it's not very high, it's barely satisfactory. Hence, you have earned the qualification to board the ship. Tell me your name once again." Responding to Lord Hwaer, "I am Anthony Mays." Anthony repeated respectfully, his face showing no anger, only excitement. Clearly, he was genuinely surprised by having talent. "Anthony, is it? Well then, Anthony, you may leave now. Once Mr.Siv arrives, I will inform him of your name, and if all goes well, you will pass. When the time comes, our people from Whitestone Tower will personally notify you of the time and place to board the ship. If you wish, you can join us on the ship to the mainland and come to our location at Whitestone Tower to learn, where you will gain unimaginable power." "I am willing, I am very willing." The man named Anthony hurriedly spoke, fearing that Hwaer might change his mind. But Hwaer returned to his calm expression. Although detecting a talented young noble was somewhat unexpected, it wasn't much of a big deal to him, aside from one doubt. Looking at Anthony, Hwaer said, "All right, as long as you are willing, leave now and don't waste my time." Yes, Lord Hwaer, hope to see you again." The man named Anthony quickly ran out of the house. Sitting in the corner, Gro, watching Anthony leave, was stunned, thinking about what Hwaer had said to Anthony. He couldn't help but speak to Richard sitting next to him. Damn, who would have thought Anthony had talent? Totally unexpected. He might just make something of himself now. Previously, that boy didn't do well at all in the Mays family, being shoved aside by several of his brothers. If it weren't for his ability to read the room and currying favor with his father, he might have been taken care of long ago. When he greeted me earlier, he was the most eager, trying to forge a connection with me. I didn't see that coming." Gro rambled on for a while, then suddenly realized that Richard, sitting beside him, hadn't responded. He turned his head and saw Richard already standing up, walking towards the platform. At this moment, Richard felt he had seen enough and staying any longer would be a waste of time, so he might as well go test his talent and leave. Tap tap tap. Richard, taking steps, walked up to the stage and looked at Hwaer. Hwaer still maintained a calm expression and gently said, "Name." "Richard." "Stand properly." "Okay." Hwaer's eyes twinkled, and his lips parted as he uttered a spell and stretched out his hand, stopping about 10 centimeters in front of him. Richard saw a golden glow that slightly delayed before it surged out of the other's palm. "It seems that the opponent is using the normal casting method," he remarked, transforming the mana stored in the mana source into free energy elements, and then displaying the spell effect. "The same spell, if released my own improved way, should be much faster. However, for a testing spell, increasing the casting speed isn't of much significance." Richard thought as he saw the light reach the surface of his body, then pass through his clothes and enter his body. In an instant, Richard felt a hot stream flowing inside him, as if the blood in his veins turned into warm water around 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. The spell effect was similar to the biting boiling blood technique, but it was much weaker in intensity, thus it only relaxed the body and made one feel languid. The hot stream continuously flowed through various parts of his body. Richard guessed this was likely analyzing the body's constitution to determine if one could spontaneously break through the life remolding 3 times, which pertained to having a wizard's talent. After the heat circulated in the body for a while, it gradually flowed back into Hwaer's palm. Richard's eyes twinkled, and he was somewhat certain about his guesses regarding this spell. The so-called talent detection spell seemed to emit a beam of light, but there should be 2 alternating beams forming a cycle. While Hwaer was emitting light, he was also retrieving it. The reason for this was not only to gather more accurate testing information from the retrieved light but also to recover some mana. Even if he couldn't recover all the mana used in casting the spell, he could regain much of it. Otherwise, testing several dozen people in the booth would drain his magic origin entirely, even though he was already a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. As Richard pondered, the testing was completed. Before Hwaer could speak, Richard already knew the results because the golden light had clearly turned black. Indeed, no talent? Even if he had successfully cracked the life remolding 3 times using scientific methods, the inherent nature of his body hadn't fundamentally changed. Richard's eyes flickered slightly. Hwaer looked at Richard and said, "No talent, unqualified, you may leave now." "Okay." Richard nodded lightly, said nothing more, and walked towards the door, confidently turning his back to Hwaer. At this moment, Richard wasn't afraid that Hwaer would have completely discerned his details during the testing, discovering that he too was a wizard apprentice, and possibly attacking him out of some sentiment. Before the testing, he had already used a spell Extraordinary Concealment. It was a relatively obscure spell from the Monroe chapter, allowing a wizard apprentice or wizard to hide their magic origin, mana fluctuations, and all abnormal auras, completely disguising themselves as ordinary people for a duration. Unless an overwhelmingly powerful enemy used a specific detection spell, he would not be exposed. Obviously, Hwaer did not possess overwhelming power, nor did he use a special detection spell, merely a simple talent check. Thus, it was safe, no need to worry about being attacked. In fact, if exposed, normally one wouldn't be attacked but rather questioned, and if there were sufficient reasons, everything could be explained away. Ultimately, even if there was an attack, that wasn't frightening. Richard pondered and had already reached the door when he suddenly thought of something, turned his head towards Gro's location, and saw Gro looking back at him, standing up. Their eyes quickly exchanged messages. "Lord Richard, you actually have no talent? How is that possible?" Gro stared with eyes wider than when he knew Anthony had talent. After all, he had seen Richard casting spells with his own eyes. A person without talent able to cast spells? "I'll explain it to you later," Richard said calmly. Gro's eyes twinkled. "By the way, what does it mean for you to stand up, also want to test your talent?" Richard raised an eyebrow. Since I'm here, I might as well give it a try. Although I know there's a high probability that I don't have the talent, I have to try to let it go," Gro blinked. "Well then, I'll wait for you outside," Richard glanced outside the door. "Okay," Gro nodded. With a creak, Richard opened the door and walked out. Tap tap tap, Gro stepped onto the wooden platform. Chapter 132. Richard slowed his pace in the hallway outside the box to wait for Gro. In the corridor stood a line of over 10 beautiful girls, likely brought in by Hwaer, all looking somewhat nervous as they pressed themselves against the wall. They stared at Richard, trying to smile politely, but their expressions were somewhat stiff. Richard didn't mind and continued to walk slowly. Soon, a voice came from the box, indicating that Gro had been tested. He heard Hwaer announce the result: "No talent." "Well, no, it should be low-level extreme lower talent, which actually isn't much different from having no talent at all. Prince Gello, right? I'm sorry, but you're not qualified either, please leave." Footsteps echoed as the door to the box opened and Gro walked out. Richard stopped for a few seconds, then Gro caught up. At this moment, Gro's face seemed a bit out of sorts as he kept repeating, "I have talent, I have talent, I actually have talent." "Yes, indeed you have talent, I heard it," Richard nodded, not forgetting to remind him, "but it's low-level extreme lower talent. Although I'm not very clear on how Hwaer and Whitestone Tower categorize talent levels, I guess the so-called low-level extreme lower talent is just slightly better than having no talent at all." "So what?" Gro didn't care. "Even so, I have talent. At one point, I thought I had no talent at all, but now Hwaer has told me that I do have talent, and that's enough. It doesn't matter if it's low. As long as I have talent, I can become a wizard through hard work. If I work harder than others, I will definitely succeed." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Gro asserted confidently. "If others meditate for 2 hours, I'll meditate for 4. If they meditate for 4 hours, I'll meditate for 8. If they meditate for 8 hours, I'll meditate for 16. I refuse to believe that I won't catch up to them." "The philosophy of effort," Richard murmured to himself. "What?" "The philosophy of effort, the theory that if you work hard you can change everything," Richard spoke out loud. "In some ways, it's not wrong, but that doesn't mean it applies in every situation. I don't believe that." "Let me ask you, you said that if others meditate for 8 hours, you, with your lower talent, can meditate for 16 hours to catch up. But what if they work just as hard and also meditate for 16 hours? Can you meditate for a full day and night without eating, drinking, resting, or sleeping?" "Even if you could, sometimes you'll find that the effect of you meditating for a day and night might not even match someone else's hour of meditation." "Sometimes, effort can't solve everything. Effort is a good thing, but it has its limitations, and you must understand that clearly," Richard said indifferently. "There are many times when effort alone doesn't guarantee success. How much effort a person puts in isn't something to boast about. Staying up all night, not resting in the dead of winter or the heat of summer. If success could come from just that, then miners in mines and slaves stripped of their freedom would be the ones most deserving of success. You can work hard, but don't become obsessed with the effort, and certainly don't be moved by your own hard work. What you need to do is gain a clearer understanding of everything you face and figure out what the right course of action is. If the direction of your effort is wrong, then the more you work, the farther you are from success. Do you know, there was once a man named Edison who said, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." That's correct. Gro's eyes lit up, then his brows furrowed. The saying somewhat matched his own thoughts, but not Richard's point of view, and Gro was a bit confused as to why Richard would say that. The next moment, Richard said, "The problem is, that statement isn't complete. There's a second half." Edison said, "Genius is 1% inspiration plus 99% perspiration. But that 1% of inspiration is the most important, even more important than the 99% perspiration." Gro scratched his head. Gro was a little reluctant to concede, and after a moment, he said, "So this guy named Edison is saying that inspiration, or talent, is more important than effort, right? But even so, even if I don't have much talent now, I think I can still work hard to change that. I refuse to believe I'll always be this way, always without talent. I believe that through hard work, one can gain talent. Then, following what this Edison guy said, I will definitely succeed." "All right," Richard interjected, then continued, "but you know, that man Edison actually didn't say the second half. He only said the first part, and the second half was spoken by a female author named Cindy Myers. Then some good Samaritan put the two halves together." An extended silence. Gro gaped at Richard, who maintained a placid expression, his mouth opening and closing for a long time without uttering a single word. "This was fishing, wasn't it?" "No, it wasn't fishing, it was dynamite fishing." Although he didn't understand the meaning of fishing or dynamite fishing, at this moment, Gro felt it was somewhat akin to his feelings. For some reason, Gro suddenly remembered a wild boar he encountered once while hunting in the border forest, and he couldn't help feeling sorry for that wild boar. No, he should feel sorrier than the boar. No, what was all this about boars or no boars? His thoughts were all over the place. Had he gone dumb? "You understand now, don't you?" Richard asked. "Do I understand?" Prince Gello panicked and stuttered, swallowing hard. "What, should I understand?" At the same time as he spoke, Prince Gello felt he might really be a fool. Although he'd realized for a long time that following Richard around made him feel like a fool, now it was no longer about feeling like one, he had become a complete fool. What on earth was he supposed to understand? He was utterly confused. Richard spoke in a calm voice, "What I want to say and what I want you to understand is that effort is not the most important thing. More important than effort is." Richard pointed to his head. "More important than effort is intelligence, reason, discerning the truth, figuring out what should and should not be done, and not being deceived by false appearances. Simply put, what's more important than effort is wisdom." Prince Gello. Suddenly, Prince Gello felt the urge to cry. So it was wisdom then. All right, he understood now, it was wisdom. He also understood that he had no wisdom, but at least he hadn't completely lost his wits, he could still comprehend human speech. But, was it necessary to go so far? All he wanted was to make an effort, to strive for something. And as a result, he was so harshly criticized that he began to doubt his own intelligence. Was that not a bit cruel? The criticism he could take, but it was the twists and turns, the baiting and switching, giving him a glimmer of hope followed by despair, and then a bit more hope and despair, until the final blow. Couldn't the message have been made clear from the start? Could he not have been given a quick end? Didn't he, a prince, have any dignity? Prince Gello suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at Richard. "Wait a minute, you said my talent is low and effort is useless, urged me not to fool myself, and to be smarter, to have wisdom. But there is one thing you haven't explained to me yet." "Your talent?" Prince Gello exclaimed wide-eyed. "During the test earlier, Lord Hwager said you had no talent. So how can you cast spells? If you can cast spells without any talent, then what's to say I, someone with talent, can't do the impossible either?" "That's actually quite simple to explain," Richard responded, "it's just that After Prince Gello listened, his eyes widened in disbelief. Really? What else? Richard replied. Then, Prince Gello wanted to ask something more, but Richard had already walked away. Prince Gello quickly followed after him. At that moment, Prince Gello suddenly thought to himself, forget about dignity. Can dignity be eaten? Better to curry favor with the respected and wise Lord Richard. Outside the inn, Richard and Prince Gello walked out, preparing to return. On the street outside, many young nobles previously expelled due to insufficient talents stood around. They would approach anyone who came out to ask about their results. Although they were onlookers because of their disqualified talents, they were still curious about the results of others. Gradually, they discovered that the results of others were not much better than their own. So far, not to mention those who passed, there were only 3 people with low-level lower talent, and the rest were without talent. The only one who had talent, qualified, was Anthony Mays, who had come out a little while ago and was now surrounded by everyone, receiving their compliments and admiration. Amidst the crowd, Anthony couldn't help but wear a smug expression, imagining his future wonderful wizard life, with his mouth corners uncontrollably curling up. But then he regained composure, striving not to appear too complacent, and spoke with a forced calm, actually, I didn't expect this at all. It's really a surprise. Indeed, I'm a bit scared to board the ship to the mainland. I've heard that many things there are very different from here. But, since Lord Hwaer has allowed me to board, I think it's better to go. What do you all think? Yes, 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 a group of people chimed in, unwittingly ignoring Richard and Prince Gello who had stepped out. Richard and Prince Gello glanced at the crowd and decided not to acknowledge them, walking toward the carriage instead. However, Anthony, in the crowd, caught a glimpse of Prince Gello and hastily greeted him. Prince Gello! Prince Gello, you've come out. How did your talent test go with Lord Hwaer? Anthony approached Prince Gello quickly, his face showing a measure of respect as he asked. Prince Gello couldn't be bothered to lie and said bluntly, low-level extreme lower talent. Low-level extreme? What level is that? Anthony blinked, does that mean it's a bit lower than low-level lower? Then doesn't that mean, Your Highness, you are? Anthony trailed off, appearing as if he had more to say but stopped short. Prince Gello snorted coldly, that's right, I didn't qualify, what of it? Is there something you want to say to me? No, no, of course not, I wouldn't dare. I just feel regret on Your Highness's behalf. Have a good journey, Your Highness, Anthony said, his demeanor having shifted considerably. Without seeming mocking, for that would have been idiotic, he no longer bore as much respect as before, adhering only to basic politeness. Prince Gello couldn't be bothered with the pettiness. After his talk with Richard, he had made up his mind about one firm idea, to please Lord Richard, and the future would hold endless possibilities. As for something like talent, pfft, what's that good for? Can it be eaten? Wisdom is what's most important, and his wisdom was in realizing who he should please. With a huff, Prince Gello walked with Richard to the carriage parked on the street and they drove away. Those left behind looked at each other, puzzled. Chapter 133. Night. The night, like a weightless veil, wafted gently over the entire land, the breeze crooning like a tavern singer, melodious sounds echoing in every corner of the world. The scent of spring and the bursting forth of all living things grew more intense, and in the forests outside, the cries of ferocious beasts, varying in pitch and length, created a somewhat cacophonous sound. In the rich hues of the night, the air was like water, with ripples shimmering across it. Inside the Golden Wine Glass Inn, the lights were bright. In the inn's largest room on the second floor, many candles and oil lamps were lit, and the floor was carpeted with fluffy, soft rugs that made a puff-puff sound when one stepped on them with bare feet, as if stepping on feather pillows. The fireplace was still in use on the wall, burning good quality wood, releasing heat outwards, dispelling the faint chill of the night in the room, a warmth so intense that it almost felt hot. Hwaer, a third-level apprentice from the White Stone Tower, paced the room barefoot, wearing only a light-colored undergarment, his brows tightly furrowed as if pondering something. In the room, 4 girls stood waiting for instructions, each with pretty faces, the likes of which were 1 in 100. They stood motionless, fearing they might disturb Hwaer. Their eyes were tinged with trepidation and nervousness. All were newcomers, not entirely clear on the specifics of the situation, but one thing was abundantly clear: the Hwaer in the room was of a status far nobler than the nobles of the Jade Kingdom. He was also extremely generous in his dealings. Compared to other places where the wages were only a few silver coins a month, he would hand out a gold coin per month to each person, doubling it for those who were sensible. If someone found favor in his eyes, the rewards were beyond imagination. Similarly, if one offended him, they would suffer truly terrifying punishments, more frightening than death itself, possibly even bringing trouble upon their parents and loved ones. At this thought, a girl couldn't help but shiver. Puff puff. Hwater took no notice of the girl's reaction, simply pacing back and forth, making a gentle sound as he pressed into the soft carpet. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he walked briskly to the desk, picked up a map from the surface, and squinted at it under the light of the oil lamp on the table. It was a map of Quijin City, not very detailed, merely outlining a few main roads and some major buildings similar to the palace, but it was sufficient, barely enough to serve its purpose. Many places on the map were circled in ink, and Hwater looked at them carefully, contemplating the matters he needed to investigate, as arriving in Quijin City early was his primary purpose. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. With a snap, the wick of the desk lamp, having burned for too long, carbonized at the end, making the flame unstable and dimming the light, causing the lines on the map to blur. Hwater looked up at the oil lamp with displeasure, frowning. One of the girls next to him, very sensible, quickly ran up, took a pair of scissors, and started trimming the wick. Trimming the wick was also a small skill, with options to cut in a flat line, an arrow shape, or a semicircle. The flat cut was the simplest, a single snip was enough. The arrow shape was more troublesome, requiring several cuts, but it saved lamp oil, allowing the lamp to burn for a long time, albeit not as brightly. The final semicircle was the most labor-intensive, but it absorbed more oil, making the lamp brighter. The girl, holding the scissors, knew well what Hwater needed and trimmed the wick quickly and deftly. With a few clicks, the lamp shone brightly again, illuminating every detail on the map that Hwater held. Hwater was slightly surprised and turned his head to look at the girl. He asked, "What's your name?" Responding to Hwater, "Sir, Erm. Your Excellency, my name is Aisha," the girl said, bowing her head slightly, her voice tinged with timidity. Hwater's eyebrows moved as he sized up the girl, then nodded and said slowly, "Aisha, you did very well. I should reward you. Remember, your salary is doubled from now on." "Thank you, Lord Hwater," the girl said with joy, then added, "This is really what I ought to do." "Hey," Hwater chuckled, "even though it's what you should do, doing it well deserves reward. That's my principle." Having said that, Hwater put the map back on the table, gestured for the girl to come closer. Pointing at the map, Hwater asked Aisha, "Do you recognize what this is?" "This," the girl hesitated for a moment, then answered, "This appears to be Quijin City." "Not bad, you're quite clever." "But, Lord Hwater, what do these circles mean?" the girl asked. "These places," Hwater said, "are where I need to conduct investigations. There have been incidents at these locations, and I need to find out exactly who is targeting the White Stone Tower. That's fundamentally why I came to Quijin City ahead of schedule. It will likely take a lot of time to complete. However, I hope to uncover some clues before MR.SIV arrives, God willing," Hwater spoke, whether to the girl named Aisha or himself was unclear. "Since that's the case, why does Lord Hwater still entertain those nobles during the day? Isn't that a waste of time?" the girl asked out loud, then hurriedly added, "Please don't be angry, Lord Hwater, I'm just thinking of you, nothing else." Why would I be angry?" "You're absolutely right," Hwater said, sitting down in a chair beside the table without a hint of anger on his face. After adjusting his posture, Hwater spoke slowly, "The reason I entertain them and waste time and mana to assess their talents is on one hand, indeed, to help share the workload of my respected teacher, MR.SIV. On the other hand, it's also for investigating the truth. I don't believe that someone targeting us from Whitestone Tower would take the initiative to come to us, but I don't rule out the possibility either. In any case, by assessing the talents of these nobles, I can identify suspects among them. Perhaps they are not targeting us from Whitestone Tower, but starting from them, it's possible to find a breakthrough." Hwater looked at the girl and asked, "Do you know who among those present during the day could be suspicious?" The girl was startled for a moment, trying hard to remember, but after a long time, she couldn't find any suspicions and shook her head helplessly. "I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, Lord Hwater." "I can tell you who the suspects are," Hwager said. One is that fellow Gro. As a prince, he wants to become a wizard, which is quite strange in itself. If this were the continent, it wouldn't be so surprising, since many understand that a prince or even a king of a small country isn't comparable to a real wizard. But here on the Baronsman's Island, it's different. This is a fringe region with no resources and hardly any wizards. The influence of wizards is minimal here, otherwise, it wouldn't be so hard to recruit students every time. In such a scenario, for a prince to forsake his true noble identity to become a wizard is very abnormal. Excluding the possibility that he's extremely intelligent, with a foresight far beyond ordinary people, understanding what being a wizard truly means, the remaining explanations are two. One, he's gone mad, and the other, he's influenced by something else. I have to investigate this when the opportunity arises. The girl nodded, not quite understanding. Hwager chuckled softly, knowing the girl didn't fully understand and probably couldn't. But he didn't mind as he immersed himself in his reasoning, continuing, besides, that talented individual named Anthony is also suspect. He's the only one who's qualified and has intermediate talent, an anomaly in itself, as I didn't expect to find any. Beyond that, when I tested him, I discovered some abnormal life energy reactions in his body, and I don't know what they are. It could be an unmanifest disease source, perhaps an abnormal bodily structure, or maybe something he attempted to conceal and didn't hide well. I need to find a way to figure it out. The girl nodded again, trying to hide her puzzled expression. Finally, there's that fellow named Richard. Hwager narrowed his eyes. He doesn't seem suspicious at all, his behavior was completely normal, just like an ordinary person. But the problem is, he was too calm, unnervingly so. Whether I was personally assessing his talent or informing him that he had none, he showed no surprise. Such behavior can only be explained in three ways. Either he's dull-witted, a slow thinker, completely unresponsive, or he's feigning calmness. However, he did so too well. Besides these two, the last explanation is that he has some secret that makes everything he experienced during the day unsurprising to him. For the third time, the girl nodded, a compliant sound escaping her. Hwager smiled gently again, knowing that his words were not fully understood by the girl. But that's all right, because all his talking was just to organize his thoughts. Now that his mind was nearly clear, he could start the investigation and take action the next day. Of course, before that, he could relax a bit. Only with proper relaxation can one give their all. As Hwager thought this, his gaze landed on the girl, and he posed a question with a slight purse of his lips. Aisha, do you know how to help someone relax? The girl blinked, unconsciously stepping back, her expression somewhat panicked as she said, Lord Hwager, I'm not that kind of person. Nor am I that kind of person, Hwager said with a smile, I haven't fallen that low. When I speak of relaxation, I mean truly enabling someone to relax. The girl's expression eased slightly, and she responded timidly, well, I have learned from my mother how to knead someone's muscles to help alleviate their soreness and facilitate sleep. That's exactly what I want, Hwager said with a smirk, stepping over to the bed in the room and lying down. Come on, let's see how much you have learned from your mother. Yes, the girl replied softly and carefully approached the bed, extending her hand to begin. Meanwhile, in a part of Quijin City, an inconspicuous shop was located on the side of the street, its doors tightly shut against the night, and was completely dark inside without any signs of life, as if no one was there. But in reality, behind the shop's door, sitting at a table, was a man who appeared to be in his 50s, his eyes wide as he stared at the entrance as if on alert for someone who might burst in any moment. In front of him on the table was a mechanical crossbow shining with a cold light, loaded with a bolt, ready to be grasped at a moment's notice. It was clear that the man was extremely nervous, otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such prohibited weaponry. After all, being caught with it would make it difficult to escape culpability. There was a good reason for the man's actions. He had a special identity as Whitestone Tower's secret scout in Quijin City. He had started this task decades ago when, as a destitute noble, he managed to secure an opportunity for talent testing at Whitestone Tower with hopes of transforming his fate. Chapter 134. However, it turned out that destiny isn't so easy to change. He had no talent as a wizard. But at that time, Whitestone Tower gave him a second choice, which was to serve Whitestone Tower secretly, and in return, he would receive a certain reward. At first, he wanted to refuse, but after hearing the amount of the reward from Whitestone Tower, he embarrassingly accepted it. By his current standards, the amount wasn't much, but back then, he was really in need of money. So, he became ambiguously tied to Whitestone Tower. He had hoped that with good performance, maybe he could actually enter Whitestone Tower. But after decades, he had given up that hope, especially after learning about some recent events, which really scared him. There were actually people targeting those from Whitestone Tower. There were people constantly attacking families associated with Whitestone Tower. Would they come after him? Although his identity was very secretive, it had been several decades, and there was a chance that it had leaked. Thinking so, the elderly man's eyes widened even more when suddenly he heard a noise outside the door. "Who?" the elderly man instinctively shouted. "It's me." A moment later, a voice came from behind him. The elderly man turned sharply and saw a man concealed in a black robe standing quietly behind him. The elderly man broke out in a cold sweat and reflexively reached for the mechanical crossbow on the table, but he grabbed nothing. "Are you looking for this?" the man in the black robe asked, his hand extending from beneath the robe holding the mechanical crossbow that had just been on the table, and then slowly aimed it at him. "You?" The elderly man's eyes dilated, his whole body tensed, and he couldn't help but shout, You can't kill me." "Why?" asked the man in the black robe. I am from Whitestone Tower." "Ha, that's exactly why I should kill you. I'm different from the others, I'm their spy, my identity is more important. If you kill me, they will retaliate against you. You must also have heard that someone from Whitestone Tower has already come to Quijan City. Though I didn't contact him out of caution, once you kill me, he'll definitely get wind of it and follow the clues to find and kill you." "Interesting," the man in the black robe said. "But have you considered one thing?" "What?" the elderly man asked. "I am not afraid of retaliation, or else I wouldn't have killed so many. Actually, what I'm doing is revenge. The people from Whitestone Tower you mentioned, I'm seeking them out on purpose. And you are just an appetizer before I find him." "Are you ready then?" asked the man in the black robe. "Ah!" the elderly man was startled, the next moment he screamed. With a thud, the mechanical crossbow in the man's hand shook, the bolt flew out, easily piercing the elderly man's heart, causing him to convulse a few times before collapsing. You actually didn't need to answer that question, because it wasn't you I was asking," the man in the black robe said, turning his head toward the door. Inside a room on the second floor of the Golden Wine Glass Inn, Hwaer lay on the bed, enjoying a massage. During the massage, a hand slowly reached out towards the girl, but suddenly froze midway. The next moment, Hwaer pushed the girl without warning, swiftly stood up from the bed, and then jumped off, slightly crouched like a cheetah, maintaining alertness and quickly glancing at the room's windows. The girl named Aisha, taken aback, stood by the bed staring blankly at Hwaer, and cautiously asked, "Hwaer, Your Grace, what's wrong with you?" Hwaer remained silent for a long time, then took a deep breath and commanded Aisha in a commanding tone, "Get out." "Ah! Get out, don't you understand?" Hwaer yelled, turning his head to look at the other three girls who were confused and yelled, "Get out, all of you get out." The two girls were shocked, not knowing what had happened, but seeing the somewhat fierce expression on Hwaer's face, they didn't dare to speak up and quickly ran out of the room. Squeak bang! The door to the room closed, and the room was incredibly quiet. Hwaer could even hear his own panting. Huff and hail. Hwaer was extremely alert, he could clearly feel a sinister force getting closer, and his spiritual power was locking him down tightly. Who was it? Where? Hwaer quickly turned his head to look around, guarding against any potential sudden attacks. But no attacks came, the sinister force suddenly disappeared, and the lock of spiritual power vanished out of thin air. This. Hwaer was slightly stunned, but the next moment, a swirl of black air formed behind him, condensing into a person wearing a black robe. Hwaer, realizing the danger, abruptly turned around to face the person under the black robe. He saw the person's eyes, which were a pair of eyes burning with oily green flames. Hwaer's hand clenched tightly, feeling a danger much stronger than before. He didn't hesitate and raised his hand to release his strongest attack magic. Shaping Energy Fire Magic. Zero Circle High Order. Blazing Embrace. Two solid strands of orange-yellow flames shot out, like a pair of arms, embracing the person under the black robe. But the orange-yellow flames disappeared without a trace half a meter away from the black-robed wizard's body. This. Hwager's entire body chilled, now recognizing the strength of his opponent. A true wizard, it seems the other party was indeed targeting them from Whitestone Tower in Quijin City, but, why? The black-robed man spoke, his eyes burning with oily green flames, looking at Hwager, slowly saying, I know you must have many questions now, wanting to ask who I am, why I am doing this. Hwager wanted to speak but stopped. But, regarding these questions, I don't want to answer any of them, said the black-robed man. I only want to say one thing, and that is. Youngsters, relax, hey. Whitestone Tower is really getting worse, it really disappoints me. No matter what, vengeance must be taken, the black-robed man's voice grew cold. Hwager's eyes suddenly narrowed, his entire body sprang up, and he quickly dashed towards the window outside, that was his only chance of survival. But then came a bang sound, in front of the wooden window, Hwager hit an invisible barrier, severely bouncing back and falling to the ground. Struggling to stand, inexplicably, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face deathly pale. Following that, Hwager's body tilted forward, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Don't think of running, with your current capabilities, you're still lacking that bit. Maybe your teacher might have had a chance to resist, but as for you, the black-robed man spoke, stepping closer to Hwager, placing his hand on Hwager's head. Strangely, Hwager, as if he had lost his senses, remained motionless, just staring desperately at the wooden window in front of him. Sleep. The black-robed man spoke, the flames in his eyes blazing brightly, his hand on Hwager's head moved slightly, and starting from his head, Hwager's whole body began to petrify, ultimately turning into a stone statue. Whitestone Tower, I've come, the black-robed man withdrew his hand, looking at the air in front of him and muttering to himself. The next moment, his body twisted and he disappeared within the room. Chapter 135. Early morning. In the yard where Richard lived, the collapsed wall had been quickly repaired by hurried craftsmen, and the collapsed side rooms had been cleared away. However, building new ones would take some more time. Richard had no such plans, making the yard seem somewhat empty and exceptionally quiet. In the silence, Richard sat in the study, writing on a papyrus scroll with a quill. Meanwhile, in the living room, Pandora curled up on a chair, sleeping in. Suddenly, a frantic knocking erupted from the outside of the courtyard door, sounding as if someone was being chased. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Lord Richard, open the door quickly. Richard recognized Gro's voice and raised his eyebrows slightly. What could be so urgent? Was there some important matter? But, what could it be? As Richard wondered, his gaze landed on the nearly finished papyrus scroll. He pondered whether to finish the remaining content before opening the door, to avoid the effort of regathering his thoughts later. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Lord Richard, please open the door. Outside, Gro's voice continued. Richard hesitated, and at that moment, Pandora, who had been sleeping in the chair, suddenly opened her eyes, leaped off the chair, and dashed out of the house. Richard then heard a creak, as the courtyard door was swiftly opened. Gro's surprised voice followed, are you? I'm looking for Lord Richard, I. Immediately after, Gro's voice cut off with a yelp, as if he had been grabbed by his clothes and hoisted into the air. The guards' voices erupted, protect the prince. Put our prince down, or we won't be nice. You, ow. Gro's voice faltered, and he shouted loudly, everyone stop, she means no harm to me, and you can't defeat her. Also, would you put me down? I just came to see Lord Richard, I haven't bothered you, hey. Gro's voice grew nearer, and Richard, having finished the last section of the scroll, walked out of the study to the living room, just in time to see Pandora walk in with one hand holding Gro as if he were a child weighing over 100 pounds. After entering the living room, Pandora set Gro down on the floor, her brow furrowed as she returned to her chair and curled up again. Gro struggled to his feet and met Richard's eyes, showing an awkward yet polite smile. Are you all right? Richard asked. Yes. Gro glanced sideways at Pandora on the chair, shaking his head a bit fearfully. So what brings you here so early? Asked Richard. Gro suddenly remembered his purpose, quickly speaking up, Hwager is dead. Richard raised an eyebrow, the third-level wizard apprentice Hwager at Whitestone Tower. Yes, Who else? How did he die? What happened? I'm not sure of the details. It was only after the girls he was with ran out that the news spread. I only found out at dawn. I went to the inn and saw it in the room. Hwaer had turned into a statue, likely from a spell, but I don't know who did it. Turned into a statue. Richard's eyes flickered, musing to himself, similar to a petrification spell? That would be a transfiguration spell. Suddenly, Gro seemed to realize something and looked intently at Richard. Noticing Gro's gaze, Richard spoke, "What?" "Well," Gro blinked, asking tentatively, "You didn't do it, did you, Lord Richard?" Richard was slightly startled, then chuckled as he looked at Gro, "What's this? A speculation? But shouldn't it be logical? Why would I kill him? Not to mention, whether I have the capability. But what would be the motive? What benefit would I gain from killing him?" "Of course, there's a benefit," Gro replied earnestly, "a huge benefit. Otherwise, why do you think I would come knocking on your door so early, nearly getting beaten up?" As he spoke, Gro cautiously glanced at Pandora, noticing she wasn't paying any attention to him, and relaxed. Hearing Gro's words, Richard asked, "So what's the benefit? Let's hear it." "The most obvious, with Hwaer dead, the records of talent he was testing are gone too. You and I won't have to worry about being judged unqualified and unable to board the ship to Whitestone Tower," Gro said. "But," Richard slightly furrowed his brow, "when the wizards from Whitestone Tower Academy arrive, if we want to board the ship, won't the talents still need to be tested? Are you saying you have a way to change your talents in a short amount of time?" This. I don't have that, but," Gro scratched his head, trying to explain, "at least it gives us some buffer time, at least a second chance. Maybe if we make some effort, we might change the outcome." "So, you still believe in effort, then? Shall I repeat what I said yesterday?" Richard asked. Never mind," Gro quickly waved his hand, becoming serious, "but really, I did hear a rumor, about the Whitestone Tower. It's said that to board the ship and go to Whitestone Tower Academy on the mainland, you don't necessarily need to pass the talent test, there's another way." "What is it?" "It's said that a long time ago, the wizards issued some examination exemption certificates. If someone can get these certificates, they can be accepted unconditionally by Whitestone Tower or any other wizard organization, and they would receive special treatment and care, different from normal students." Is that the rumor? Are you sure it's true? And are you certain these examination exemption certificates exist?" "I'm not entirely sure about its truth, but I think it's likely. As for the examination exemption certificates, whether they exist or not, I don't know, but if they do, I'll definitely try to get one. It's said that the certificate is circular, made of a crystal-like material with complex patterns unable to be replicated. Also." After a while, Gro left, asserting before he left that he would definitely try to get the examination exemption certificate, and if he got the chance, he would get one for Richard too. Richard shook his head at this and said nothing. After sending Gro away, Richard walked back into the living room, his eyes flickered, and he flicked his hand to retrieve an item from the iron ring, which he had obtained after killing the mysterious wizard. Circular, crystal-like material, with intricate patterns, impossible to replicate. Completely matching everything Gro had described. But examination exemption certificate. Richard looked at the object in his palm, gently shook his head, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Interesting." Chapter 136. The night. As the clamor of the day ended, the stillness of the night descended. Although in some corners, there were rustling undertakings in the dark, the street where the Golden Wine Glass Inn was located was as quiet as a graveyard. A wizard apprentice from the continent had died, which was certainly no small matter, and no one dared to ignore it, but neither did they know how to respond. Should they try to capture the killer who had slain the wizard apprentice? Wake up! Even a powerful wizard apprentice could be killed, turned into a stone statue. If one were to really try capturing the culprit, did they think there were too few lifelike stone statues in this world? For various reasons, the officials of Quijin City adopted a cautious and conservative approach, blockading the entire street of the Golden Wine Glass Inn, waiting for the arrival of someone from Whitestone Tower to handle the situation personally. Thus, the normally bustling Golden Wine Glass Inn, together with the entire street, became eerily quiet. Within this quietness, barely discernible footsteps sounded. Tap, tap, tap. Richard appeared at the door of the Golden Wine Glass Inn, gently pushed it open, and walked in, ready to investigate the situation. Richard knew that if he asked Gro would definitely find a way to open up the entire Golden Wine Glass Inn for his investigation, but he did not want to do that, because doing so would expose himself too much. Investigation was better conducted in secret, to avoid attracting the attention of Whitestone Tower or any other potential watchers. Better to take advantage of the night and investigate alone, quietly and without disturbance. Tap, tap, tap. Richard stepped up to the second floor of the inn, walked down the corridor to the end, and pushed open the door to the room where Hwater had died. In the room, the stone statue of Hwater stood on the floor, immobile, like a huge source of fear, making the entire inn, and even the entire street, a place no ordinary person dared to approach. But Richard wasn't afraid. People often fear the dead more than the living, but guided by reason, Richard was not affected by such sentiment. If it were the living Hwater, Richard might have been somewhat cautious, but Hwater, now dead and turned into a statue, had only research value to him. With a puff, Richard flicked his finger, and ghost hand fire was released. A hen's egg-sized, olive green flame sparked at his fingertip, illuminating the surrounding area. Holding the light, Richard stepped closer to the statue to begin his observation, and he could clearly see every detail on the statue. Upon examination, Richard observed that the entire statue could truly be described as lifelike, nearly perfectly recreating all of Hwater's features, whether it was hair, nose, or eyes. The only difference being that these parts were now made of stone. Has he really turned entirely to stone? Richard's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, so what is the principle behind this? Elemental transformation? Or the injection of some special energy that reacts with biological cells, causing the flesh to rapidly harden and take on a stone-like state? If it's the latter, could the reaction be reversible? Can the stone-like flesh be turned back into normal flesh? If that's possible, then you could adjust to complex environments in combat by flexibly transforming. However, Richard raised an eyebrow. To truly decipher the principle of this spell would clearly take a fair amount of time. Better to study it later. Right now, it would be more useful to figure out what happened in this room. As he spoke, the size of the oily green flame on Richard's finger rapidly expanded to the size of a human head, illuminating a larger area of the room and revealing its many furnishings and scenes. Rung carpets, cracked ground, spattered bloodstains. Richard looked intently, finally resting his gaze on the most marked up of the wrinkled carpets, his mind quickly working to reconstruct the past scene. Judging from the state of the carpet, Mr. Hwater, the third-level apprentice of Whitestone Tower, must have spent some time indulging in certain activities here before he got up. Then, he suddenly turned around so violently that he ripped out quite a bit of the carpet's hair. Afterwards, he must have stood still for a moment, either talking or standing in a spell-casting stance. In that case, the enemy he was facing should be in this direction. Richard, imagining Hwater's situation at that time, looked towards a direction in the room and walked over, his eyes focusing on a barely visible layer of black powdery substance on the floor. Was he really standing here? Richard narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, but what is this powder? Casting materials? Or perhaps a residue from releasing a certain spell? Richard pursed his lips, thought for a moment, then took out a glass bottle from the iron ring and carefully collected the powder inside. He then labeled it with the inscription Quijan City Golden Wine Glass in Incident S Item No. 1. After collecting the powder, Richard stood up and looked towards the imagined position of Hwater, then shifted his gaze to the wooden window in the room. If Hwater realized after probing that the enemy was too strong to confront, it's very likely he would have attempted to escape, and the closest exit would be the wooden window. Richard quickly walked to the window and checked it but didn't find any signs of damage. This means Hwater didn't try to escape. Or perhaps his attempt at escape failed. Before he could smash through the wooden window, he was stopped. After being intercepted, he fell here, the force was so great that it cracked part of the ground. Richard stepped back several paces from the window and looked at a cracked patch of ground near the statue. Then Hwater tried to stand up, but due to his injuries, or for some reason, he knelt forward. Richard glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and then his gaze fell back to the statue. At this time, his enemy should have either remained at the original spot casting spells, or walked over, probably walked over. Richard noticed the black powder on the ground near the statue, the same substance he had seen before, and speculated, so, he walked over, then released the spell. After turning Hwater into a statue, he left in the same way he appeared. Bending down, Richard collected the black powder from the ground into another glass bottle and labeled it Quijan City Golden Wine Glass in Incident S Item No. 2. Standing up, Richard looked around the entire inn and said out loud, if nothing unexpected happened, the battle lasted only a very short time, or perhaps didn't happen at all, which is why there is no obvious damage to the room's decor. That being said, Hwager's enemy must have been quite powerful, with an overwhelming advantage, at least of official wizard level. Combining this with the information previously gathered from GRO, this being of at least official wizard level was intentionally targeting Whitestone Tower for retaliation. As a member of the Whitestone Tower, Hwager naturally fell victim. However, what was the reason for the retaliation? How had Whitestone Tower offended the other party? Richard mused to himself, walking over to the room's wooden window, gently pushing it open to get some air and relax his mind, letting his thoughts wander. But just as he opened the window and his gaze swept over the scene outside, Richard's muscles tensed all over. He saw a man in a black robe standing quietly on the other side of the street, atop a double-story shop, his eyes burning with oily green flames, quietly watching. In an instant, as their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze, and the tense atmosphere reached its peak without any need for brewing. Chapter 137. Dark clouds veiled the moonlight, and a sudden cold wind blew from the head of the street. The air stirred, deepening the darkness of the night. It was a moonless, windy, late night. A wooden window, 2 people, 4 eyes, staring at each other. Staring. Staring. Staring for a long time. As Richard gazed at the eyes of the black-robed man outside the window, his muscles tensed, his bones trembled lightly, and power accumulated within his body, ready to respond to any situation at any moment. With a slight downward motion of his hands, unseen through the window, his left hand had already grasped the crystal skull, while his right hand clutched a white jade plate. Energy elements surged from the magic origin, circulating within his body, preparing to unleash the most potent attack in the shortest time, with the fastest speed, to combat the enemy outside the window. Richard had a feeling that the black-robed man lurking outside might very well be the same person responsible for Hwager's murder, specifically targeting Whitestone Tower. And the opponent's strength, it was possible, exceeded that of the mysterious wizard who had killed Gregory. With that in mind, even the utmost caution and full effort would not be in excess. Otherwise, it was very likely he would not even make it past a first encounter with the opponent. But why? Why would the opponent appear here? According to criminal psychology on Earth, indeed, some criminals return to the scene after committing a crime or linger in the vicinity. The reasons for this are varied. First, to erase any latent clues that could reveal their identity, thus preventing pursuit. Second, by observing other people's reactions to the crime, they gain a sense of satisfaction. Third, to follow the latest developments of the case and obtain first-hand information. Fourth, to use the scene as a trap, waiting for subsequent victims to appear. Which kind could the opponent be? If it were the fourth kind, things would be decidedly troublesome. From the opponent's perspective, Richard's own investigation into Hwager's death could easily mark him as a member of Whitestone Tower or at least related to it. With that in mind, continuing to keep eye contact with the black-robed man outside the window, Richard gripped the objects in his hands even tighter. But, the black robe outside didn't move at all. After a long time, the black-robed man glanced over meaningfully and then twisted his figure, vanishing from sight. Richard was stunned and waited a good while without sensing any abnormality, then finally confirmed that the other party had left. But why had the opponent spared him? What did that meaningful glance before leaving represent? Appreciation? A warning? Mockery? Richard frowned, unable to fathom the answer. He was not a god, and even with intelligence, deducing certain things also required a great deal of information as a supporting premise. In the current situation, he could only spread his thoughts and make some bold conjectures. Could it be that, aside from seeking revenge on Whitestone Tower, the other party had other plans? And if so, had Whitestone Tower sensed this? If they had, how would they respond? The wizard world certainly seems complex, Richard murmured to himself. He turned, preparing to leave this dangerous place. But before he left, another thought crossed his mind. Glancing out the window at the spot where the black-robed man had stood, he estimated the distance from his room and narrowed his eyes. He recited a spell, with multiple wind light spirit and wind force augmentations cast upon himself. With a thud, his foot stamped the ground, and he shot out of the wooden window like an arrow. After ricocheting off the wall outside, he leapt up high, swiftly approaching the rooftop of the two-story shop across the street. As his momentum waned and he began to fall, Richard was within half a meter of the shop. He then forcefully gripped the wall, producing a bang as his body flew upon the rooftop. After a few quick steps, he arrived at the spot where the black-robed man had been standing. Unsurprisingly, he found a black powder similar to what he had seen in Hwager's room at that spot. So it was left by the other party, likely related to a corporeal dissipation, a form of transformation magic perhaps, but I'm not certain of the principles behind the spell. Richard spoke aloud. He collected the powder into a glass vial, affixed a label to it, and hurried back to the room where Hwager had died. After erasing all traces of his presence, Richard left quietly. He planned to wait for Whitestone Tower's arrival to see their reaction to Hwager's death and observe what actions the black-robed man might take. In the blink of an eye, several days later, deep into the night, a large wooden boat in the center of Jade River moved like a floating island, causing all the smaller boats to give it a wide berth. On the deck, under bright lights, stood only two figures. One figure was clad in a black robe, showing an earnest face of over 40 years and a stern expression. Without saying a word, he watched the water ahead, lost in thought. The other figure also wore a black robe. Much younger, under 20, she had a somewhat pretty face and a cold demeanor, although she displayed respect in front of the other figure. Both stared at the water in front of them for a long while until the girl tilted her head slightly and said, "Mr. in a few hours, when it's the middle of the night, we'll be nearing Quijin City." Replied Mr. with a nod, speaking softly. "I wonder how Hwager is doing." "Hwager," the girl's eyes flickered. "Mr. Hwager is your most satisfactory student. Having sent him to Quijin City for so long, I believe he must have completed the task you assigned to him." Mr. shook his head, "Not necessarily. I have a premonition that the issue concerning Whitestone Tower in Quijin City won't be simple. Hwager might not be able to handle it. Frankly, I'm pondering whether I should have dispatched him to investigate in advance. It would have been safer if I had conducted the investigation personally." "Teacher, you worry too much," the girl's eyes flickered again. "I have faith in Hwager's abilities. After all, even I am no match for him." Demi, are you still holding a grudge about last year's incident?" "Of course not." "All right then. We'll see Hwager once we arrive at Quijin City and hope he's unharmed." Mr. muttered to himself. Everything seemed normal with this recruitment mission. "I hope it doesn't end with an accident. Otherwise, I'd lose face in front of the others, especially Louis and Quinton." Demi, the girl, hesitated to respond for a moment, then inquired, "By the way, Mr. since our boat has nearly completed the recruitment, do we still need to recruit those who are exempt from examination?" "Continue as planned," Mr. said. "After all, it's the rule, established by the Academy." "Ah, I see. The two ceased their conversation, with Mr. continuing to gaze at the water ahead. Demi joined him, as though trying to pierce the darkness. In the distance, the night thickened, and faint cries of battle drifted over. Chapter 138. The dense night could not be dispelled in the air. In the sky, the moon was obscured, and only a few stars shone through, their light piercing the dense forests outside Quijin City, where a merchant caravan was making its way with difficulty. At the heart of the caravan were several wagons drawn by horses, loaded with valuable goods. Among them, one item was worth a fortune. To protect these goods, numerous guards surrounded the moving wagons, vigilant. At the end of the procession, several mercenaries were positioned to prevent attacks. This caravan had come from a city called Newcastle, tasked with transporting goods to Quijin City. For maximum safety and speed, they had initially traveled by waterway. But as the journey neared its end, they were repeatedly attacked by enemies along the waterway and lost quite a few men. Duncan, the 40-something supervisor of the caravan, made a swift decision to switch from water to land. However, after reaching land, safety was not guaranteed, and just recently, the caravan had faced a small-scale attack. Although quickly resolved by the caravan, the incident cast a shadow over Duncan's heart. Looking at the forest ahead, Duncan wondered how many more ill-intentioned people were waiting. "Damn, I shouldn't have taken this deal, though the profit is terrifyingly high, it might cost us our lives." And although it was agreed to be kept absolutely confidential, the news has somehow leaked. Damn! Duncan cursed inwardly, but he did not show this emotion. He knew he was the backbone of the caravan, and if he panicked, the entire caravan would be inconceivable. Taking a deep breath, Duncan tried to calm his emotions and turned his head to look to the side. Next to him was a young man from the caravan, one he was very fond of, who turned 18 today and was named Luther. Despite coming from the slums, Luther was smart and had learned quite a few characters and could calculate some simple accounts under Duncan's teaching. In a few years, he could manage things on his own. Most importantly, he was hard-working, principled, and extremely polite to everyone in the caravan, earning their respect. Duncan intended to groom him as his successor and always took him along on trips to give him more experience and help him grow. Luther understood this and was immensely grateful, working very hard. At that moment, Duncan looked at Luther and said, "Luther, order everyone to stay alert and not to let their guard down." "What's wrong, Uncle Duncan? Is there something amiss?" Luther asked, his eyes sparkling. "No, nothing is amiss now, but I'm still worried. You must have noticed, this time is different from the past. The goods we're transporting are too valuable, valued enough to be connected with those mysterious wizards, and inevitably coveted by many. Therefore, being extra cautious isn't unwarranted. The events that happened on the ship and the recent attack are examples. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes." "Understood, Uncle Duncan, I'll go and tell everyone right now, everyone will surely understand your reasoning." By the way, Uncle Duncan, should we prepare the mechanical crossbows, string them up just in case?" Luther asked again. Duncan hesitated for a moment. The caravan did have a number of mechanical crossbows, and they were of high quality, primarily for unexpected needs. But, mechanical crossbows, unlike bows and arrows, especially in certain quantities and qualities, were explicitly prohibited by the Jade Kingdom. It could potentially threaten official rule. If caught violating the law, they wouldn't be executed, but a hefty fine was certain. If it were just their own people in the caravan, there wouldn't be much worry. But this time, they had taken on a big job at short notice. Fearing they were short-handed, they had hired several mercenary teams. More people meant more problems, and mercenaries were known to be motivated by money. If they brought out a large amount of mechanical crossbows now, it could later be leaked by a drunken mercenary, or they might even report it for a bounty. After pondering for a moment, Duncan looked at Luther and shook his head. "No need to do that for now, just have all the guards check their bows and arrows. As for the mechanical crossbows, if it really becomes dangerous, we'll bring them out then. It shouldn't delay anything." "All right." Luther didn't say anything more and turned to leave. But suddenly, Duncan thought of something and called out to Luther, "Wait a moment." "What is it, Uncle Duncan?" Luther stopped, slightly puzzled. Well, Duncan drew out his words, his gaze sharpening a bit as he spoke. "Luther, please also go tell the captains of those mercenary teams. Tell them, we're paying them a hefty sum of silver coins, not to accompany the caravan on a stroll, but to ensure its safety. If we're attacked and they don't step up, just falsely shouting and letting our people do the fighting, then they can forget about getting the remainder of their payment, and they'll have to cough up the advance too. Our merchant group, while amicable, is not to be trifled with." "Yes." Luther's expression turned serious upon hearing Duncan's words, and he nodded forcefully before turning to head toward the back of the caravan. Tap, tap, tap. After a while, Luther returned, addressing Duncan, "Uncle Duncan, everything is taken care of, everyone in the caravan understands your meaning, and they all promise to be careful. And those mercenary teams also said that they hadn't reacted quickly before, which is why our people had to fight. If we encounter enemies again, they will definitely take initiative to go up and ensure everyone's safety." "Hey, mercenaries' promises." Duncan shook his head after hearing this. "Just take their words with a grain of salt, don't trust them too much. We'll see how things actually turn out." That's actually what I thought too," Luther agreed. "That's good," Duncan said, without saying anything more. Squeak creak. The horses pulled the carriage forward, and everyone followed, the entire merchant group moving cautiously and with difficulty through the forest. Squeak creak. The whole caravan had been moving quietly for about half an hour when suddenly the silence was broken by someone shouting, "Careful!" The entire merchant group immediately stopped. With a swish, the guards uniformly drew their weapons, vigilantly looking around, some even picking up bows and arrows, but no attack came. Duncan frowned and shouted, "Who's making all that noise?" Housekeeper Duncan, it was me. A man walking in front of the merchant group spoke up, pointing ahead on the road. Housekeeper Duncan, the road is blocked. I was afraid there might be an ambush, that's why I shouted to be careful. Duncan's eyes flashed as he looked ahead, and indeed he saw a dry tree trunk fallen, blocking the entire merchant group's path. This. At that moment, Luther moved closer to Duncan and whispered, "Uncle Duncan, let me check it out." As he started to walk forward, he was suddenly held back by Duncan. Luther turned his head towards Duncan, a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, Duncan's face was expressionless, his eyes cold with either fear or vigilance. Turning his head, Duncan called out to the side, pointing out two of the men's names, "Rick, Spa, you two go ahead and check the situation. If there's no problem, move the tree trunk." After a pause, Duncan added, "You two have both performed well this time. When we reach Quijan City, I'll give you a raise. And be careful." Uncle Duncan, we'll be careful," the two named men replied, not so much frightened as they were pleased, whether because of the concern shown or the potential raise. The two men stepped out of the merchant group and walked quickly towards the tree trunk blocking the road. Before touching the trunk, the two men wisely looked around carefully, noticing no unusual circumstances. They then began to lift the tree trunk. The trunk was heavy, and they exerted great effort to barely move it, but just as they were halfway through, suddenly Duncan's voice sounded a warning, "Careful." What? Before the two men could react, there was a whiz-whiz-whiz sound as numerous arrows flew out from both sides of the forest, turning the two men into porcupines. They fell down with a thump. Duncan had no time to grieve, he continued to shout warnings loudly, "Ambush! Be careful!" The merchant group's members quickly sprang into action, trying to defend themselves. After killing the two men moving the tree trunk, arrows rained quickly from both sides toward the merchant group. Some who were too slow to dodge screamed as they fell. Duncan ducked beside the carriage, pushing Luther's head down beneath him while loudly commanding, "Return fire! Return fire!" Hearing Duncan's command, the guards responsible for security in the merchant group stood up, holding bows and arrows, and shot toward the attacking directions. However, caught between two sides, they clearly were at a disadvantage. After a brief counterattack, they hadn't killed many enemies, but had lost nearly half of their own men. It seemed that if they continued to stay here, it was only a matter of time before everyone was wiped out. "Damn!" Duncan cursed after looking back and muttered to himself, "We can't continue like this, we must find a way to leave. We must let the mercenaries cover us while the merchant group breaks through." Underneath Duncan's weight, Luther, after hearing this, struggled to his feet and shouted, "Uncle Duncan, I'll go notify the mercenaries." "No, I'll go." Luther hadn't finished speaking when Duncan cut him off and pushed his head down again. Duncan said solemnly, "You can't go. First, it's too dangerous now. You're still young and need to find a way to survive because you have to go back and marry Melissa. I only have this one daughter, and she likes only you. You absolutely cannot take the risk. Second, those mercenaries are all cowardly money grabbers. At a time like this, a young man like you can't hold them down. Only I can make them obey orders properly. So, I'll go." After Duncan finished speaking, he bent over and started walking to one side. Luther, with tears in his eyes, grabbed hold of Duncan, "Uncle Duncan, let me go. Don't argue." As the two were about to argue, they heard someone from behind the caravan desperately shouting, "Housekeeper Duncan, Housekeeper Duncan, damn it, those mercenaries have all run away." This. The problem suddenly solved itself, neither of them had to go now. Duncan's face turned pale with rage as he slammed his fist into the ground, "Damn mercenaries, I knew we couldn't rely on them." Then, "Uncle Duncan, what do we do now?" Luther asked, "Should we fight the enemy?" "Fight?" Duncan's eyes twinkled, and after a moment of fixed gaze, he said, "Yes, fight." "But," Duncan's tone suddenly changed, looking at Luther, "but it's me who will be fighting, not you." "Kid, don't get worked up, I'm telling you, this is the only way. Soon, I'll bring out the mechanical crossbows and distribute them to everyone and then let off a volley to temporarily suppress those damn enemies. Meanwhile, you need to find a way to break out on horseback. Not just to save your life, more importantly, there are two things you need to do." Duncan lifted his body and fumbled on the top of the carriage, pulling out a white wooden box and shoving it into Luther's arms, this is the most valuable merchandise in our business this time. If it gets lost, our entire merchant group can't afford the loss. So the first thing you need to do when you break out is protect it well, and not let it fall into enemy hands. The second thing you need to do after breaking out is to rush to Quijin City with all speed. Ask for reinforcements there, let the official soldiers of Quijin City come to rescue us. Don't give me those teary eyes, this is not the time to cry. Just do well, and we'll all survive. I still want to see you marry Melissa. I won't die easily. Did you understand everything I said? I understood. Luther nodded vigorously. Duncan took a deep breath, that's good. The next moment, Duncan, like an old leopard, charged out, opened another carriage that contained boxes, and inside were brightly shining mechanical crossbows. For a while, the shooting from both sides of the forest continued, aiming to kill all the people in the caravan. However, the caravan suddenly burst with a storm of arrows in retaliation, catching the ambushers off guard and causing several unlucky ones to be hit by arrows and cry out in pain. Seizing this opportunity, a horse from the caravan sped out at high speed, with Luther almost lying flat on its back, clutching a white wooden box, and rushed out of the encirclement, out of the forest, toward distant Quijin City. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. The continuous sound of horse hooves beat on the road outside the forest as Luther furiously whipped the horse, pushing it to its maximum speed. He needed to be fast, faster, incredibly fast. Every second he delayed, another person from the caravan might die. Thinking this, Luther again fiercely lashed the horse. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. He suddenly pulled the reins, the horse neighed loudly, its front hooves rose high, then heavily struck the ground, creating several centimeter-deep indentations. Ahead on the road, several dozen fully armed cavalrymen were charging toward him, quickly closing in, then surrounded Luther. Luther, extremely nervous, held the box in his arms and trembled slightly, swallowing his saliva. He asked the unidentified men, who are you? A cavalryman stepped forward, removed his helmet, revealing blonde hair and a handsome face, and said to Luther, I am Meyer, captain of the 3rd Cavalry Guard of Quijin City. Who are you? Luther's eyes immediately widened as he exclaimed, you are a soldier from Quijin City, no, a noble? Greetings, Lord Meyer, I am Luther from the Purple Bohemia Commerce Group. We are here to deliver items to Quijin City. We were ambushed on the way, and only I managed to break out to seek your help. Please, would you follow me and quickly help rescue Uncle Duncan and the others from our commerce group? Meyer frowned, seemingly not easily convinced by Luther's words, and asked, clarify a bit, what is your Purple Bohemia Commerce Group delivering to Quijin City? Why were you ambushed? Our commerce group was transporting a very precious item. I do not know what it specifically is. However, Uncle Duncan mentioned that it is related to a mysterious wizard, and if it were lost, our entire group could not afford the loss. That is why we were attacked. That precious item, is it in this wooden box you are holding? Meyer suddenly interrupted Luther. Yes, Luther replied unguarded. Open it and let me see. I need to confirm what you are saying. After confirmation, I'll follow you to rescue them, Meyer said. Okay, Luther responded without thinking twice and quickly opened the box, revealing its contents. Inside the box, nestled in thick black silk, were 3 objects resembling crystal material. They were not very large, round in shape, and intricately adorned with complex patterns. Inside, a purple glow pulsated, visible even in the darkness of night. Luther looked at the strange items in the box with some surprise. Meyer narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, an examination exemption certificate, indeed. This could be a fortune, haha, as expected, fortune comes to the Laurent family. Luther looked up at Meyer, puzzled by his words, and suddenly felt a chill run through his entire body. He became suddenly alert, realizing that the person before him might not represent the official army of Quijin City. Otherwise, why would they not be in Quijin City, but instead on the road to it? Why did he seem more familiar with the goods than Luther himself? And why did he insist on seeing the items in the box before rescuing anyone? Thinking this, Luther saw Meyer suddenly give him a strange smile, not bothering to hide as he swished a long sword from its scabbard, slashing towards him. Luther felt his blood freeze, his mind a complete blank, save for one thought, Uncle Duncan, I'm sorry. Just as Luther thought he faced certain death, suddenly whoosh, whoosh, several arrows flew past his ears and struck Meyer in the head. Bang! Meyer's hand loosened, dropping the long sword. Thud! Meyer's face still held the strange smile as he fell stiffly from his horse. Luther felt his blood resume flowing as he looked towards the distance and saw more cavalry charging forward, slaughtering those who had surrounded him. The cavalry shouted as they slaughtered, "People of the Lorand family, you have violated the laws of the kingdom. I am here by the king's command to eradicate you. Those who dare resist will meet their end, lay down your weapons and surrender, and you may be spared." The new cavalry was evidently formidable, quickly ending the battle. A tall knight rode up to Luther and said, "Hey, kid, don't be afraid. I am here by the king's command to protect you and the goods your commerce group is transporting. Hand over the items quickly, I need to ensure their safety." So this is the real official army of Quijin City. Luther thought, somewhat coming to his senses, and instinctively started to hand over the box. The next moment, however, he heard more hoofbeats in the distance, followed by even more cavalry charging wildly. The leader shouted, "Philip family, how bold of you to fake the king's orders to attack other families. You intend to start a noble war, you are the real lawbreakers, all of you will die." Luther was completely stunned, utterly at a loss about whom to trust. The night was still long, and more people gathered under the cover of darkness, fighting and killing for a precious item. Meanwhile, Richard was in the study of his residential courtyard, quietly writing on papyrus with a quill. SHH, SHH, SHH. The night was chaotic, yet silent. Chapter 139. The long black night finally passed, and day arrived. Daytime, early morning. Almost as soon as it got light, Richard heard a knocking at the courtyard gate, a very cautious knocking. After 2 bang, bang sounds, there was a long pause before another 2 bang, bang sounds. "Lord Richard." Gro's voice came through, sounding as if someone was strangling him. Richard walked out the door and went to the courtyard gate, which he opened. With a creak, Gro instinctively shrank to the side, and upon seeing Richard, he looked somewhat uneasy again toward the courtyard gate, and with what seemed like a psychological shadow, he asked in a low voice, "Lord Richard, where is Pandora?" "Asleep," Richard said. "Phew, that's good," Gro breathed a sigh of relief. "Is there something you need?" Richard asked, throwing the gate wide open and inviting, "Come inside and talk." No, it's fine to talk here," Gro waved his hands repeatedly. "That's fine too," Richard said with a slight sense of helplessness, and asked, "What did you want to talk about?" "I'll make it short," Gro said. "I came to see you mainly for 2 things. First, the wizard from the Whitestone Tower arrived last night. Yes, really arrived. The other thing is, the rumor about the examination exemption certificate has been confirmed. It's real. Last night, 3 examination exemption certificates were transported by an unlucky merchant group from Newcastle to Quijin City. The wizard from the Whitestone Tower has confirmed it. With an examination exemption certificate, no matter if one has the wizard talent or not, even if a fool or disabled, one can pass the test and board the ship to the continent." "So?" Richard's eyes flickered. "So," Gro spoke, "the examination exemption certificate will be auctioned at the auction this morning, and I thought you might want to attend." Richard responded, his expression not too enthusiastic, and with a slight arch of his brows, he said, "Rather than the auction, I'm more interested to know, after the wizards from the Whitestone Tower arrived, if there was any reaction to their people's deaths? Also, what exactly is going on with the examination exemption certificate? Why did it appear as soon as the people from Whitestone Tower arrived? Where exactly did the examination exemption certificate originate, and how did it get transported here from Newcastle?" That, Gro was taken aback and shook his head, "that I really don't know." "Not at all." "Not at all," Gro admitted honestly. "All these questions you asked have nothing to do with boarding the ship and heading to the continent, so I never pay attention to them." "All right. Speaking of which," Gro looked at Richard and couldn't help asking again, "Speaking of which, Lord Richard, are you actually going to attend the auction? Because they're auctioning the examination exemption certificate, the auction will definitely be bustling, and there should be many other valuable items being auctioned. Of course, the most important thing is the examination exemption certificate. Aren't you planning to board the ship to the continent? This is a rare opportunity." Richard thought for a moment and finally nodded, "Then I'll attend." "All right, I'll arrange for you to go, Gro said and turned to leave. Under the protection of the guards, Gro got into the carriage, his brows slightly furrowed. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he always felt that Richard seemed somewhat uninterested in the so-called examination exemption certificate. An hour later. Squeak twist, under the protection of numerous guards, a luxurious carriage drove through the streets, finally stopping in front of a tall building. Richard and Gro got off the carriage. After waiting for a moment, the carriage shook slightly, and Pandora, rubbing her eyes and yawning, jumped down from the carriage, took Richard's hand, and sleepily followed him into the building. Lately, Pandora had been sleeping more and more. Initially, Richard had just thought it was Pandora's way of killing time out of boredom. But gradually, he realized that this might be due to some changes in Pandora's body. Could it be her sleepiness signaling growth and development? Richard thought to himself, looking up at the building in front of him, noticing that it was 3 stories tall with many decorative reliefs on its outer walls, making it look quite lavish. The 12 marble columns in front of the door were especially majestic. Above the main entrance was a gilded sign that read Sofu Auction House. Sofu Auction House. Squinting slightly, Richard took Pandora and Gro inside. Upon reaching the entrance, Richard frowned slightly when he saw a large pool of blood on the ground. Although the blood had already congealed, its dry and dark appearance was somewhat frightening. Particularly since it almost covered the entire entrance, vividly depicting the events that had taken place. Seeing Richard's expression, Gro quickly explained, "This is from last night, caused by several noble families." Why? Gro elaborated, "You don't know, last night many families in Quijin City went mad for those examination exemption certificates. They unleashed armed forces to snatch them. All night long, the area outside the city was a battlefield. The wooden box containing 3 examination exemption certificates changed owners more than 10 times. In the end, they even stormed into Quijin City and the blood in front of this door was left by them. Later, my elder brother found their behavior too disgraceful. He used quite a number of people to maintain order and sternly warned all the families, barely managing to calm things down. The items were then delivered to the auction house, ready for auction." "Is that so?" Richard's eyes flickered, stepping towards the entrance of the auction house, but suddenly, he heard a faint murmur. "Everyone died," someone said. Richard turned his head and saw a young man with tattered clothes curled up in a corner not far from the entrance of the auction house. His eyes were lifeless and vacant, occasionally glancing at the air, and he kept muttering to himself, "Everyone died, everyone died, everyone died. What is this?" Gro glanced over and with a smirk said to Richard, "He's just an unlucky fellow, part of the merchant group tasked with transporting the examination exemption certificates to Quijin City. They took the job thinking it would be a big score, but didn't anticipate so many people targeting the examination exemption certificates. They were continuously attacked along the way and almost wiped out in an ambush. This guy is the only one who managed to escape with the box containing the examination exemption certificates. He tried to seek help, but could only find those with ulterior motives, which led to his mental breakdown and this state. The auction house people didn't know how to deal with him and simply abandoned him here to fend for himself. I think he's destined to become a beggar. Poor guy." Gro mentioned pity, but his expression didn't show much sympathy. Richard glanced at the man but didn't say much. But just then, Pandora, who was half asleep and holding Richard's hand, widened her eyes and looked towards the man. Chapter 140. Standing in front of the auction house, Pandora looked, wide-eyed, at the unfortunate man next door and then turned to Richard. "Do you want to go take a look?" Richard asked, then added, "Go ahead, but don't hit anyone and don't scare them." Pandora voiced, and the next moment, she let go of Richard's hand and curiously walked over to stand in front of the unfortunate man. The man in the corner looked up at Pandora, his eyes still lifeless as he spoke like a wooden puppet, "They're all dead, all dead. Scary. They're all dead, all dead. Scary. They're all dead, all dead." Pandora tilted her head and watched the unfortunate man for a while and then walked back with a strange expression, walked up to Richard, tilted her head in thought for a moment, and then reached out her hand. "Do you want to help him?" Richard seemed to understand Pandora's intention. Pandora nodded. "All right then." Richard said, pulling out a gold coin and placing it in Pandora's hand, "Give this to him, it might help him survive a little better." Pandora frowned slightly, looking at the lonely gold coin in her palm, somewhat dissatisfied with how little it was. Richard explained, "It's not too little, a gold coin is enough for him to live for quite a long time, assuming he wants to survive, of course. Also, 1 gold coin is about the limit. If it were more, it wouldn't be assistance, but a disaster given his current state. Having too much money would only attract others' greed, and he might even be robbed." Pandora, not quite understanding, nodded, picked up the gold coin, and walked again toward the unfortunate man. He was still repeating, "They're all dead, all dead." Pandora, unfazed, grabbed the man's hand and stuffed the gold coin into his palm, then helped him close his hand. The unfortunate man maintained this pose, continuing to say, "They're all dead, all dead." Pandora prepared to leave, but as she turned, something else seemed to occur to her. Her eyes flashed, she looked at the man and then reached out toward his head. The unfortunate man was sitting on the ground, and Pandora's height was just right. Pandora's hand reached his head and she messed up his tousled hair a bit, then gave a gentle pat. Having done this, Pandora turned and left. To her, this must have seemed like the best way to console and encourage the unfortunate man, but she was too lazy to seriously consider whether that was really the case. However, treated like this by Pandora, the unfortunate man clearly froze for a moment, the continuous sound in his mouth stopping momentarily. "They're all dead, they." The unfortunate man turned his head, looking subconsciously towards Pandora, while she had already walked back to Richard's side and entered the auction house with him. The unfortunate man watched as Richard, Pandora, and Gro disappeared from sight, then looked down at the gold coin in his hand and clenched it tightly, his whole body trembling. In that moment, he felt a stabbing pain in his brain, a dry throat, and an overwhelming exhaustion. His consciousness had cleared, but that only made him feel worse. They were really all dead. Uncle Duncan, Hart, Bill had all perished, and now he was the only one left. He couldn't even return to Newcastle. Even if he could return, how could he face Uncle Duncan's daughter, Melissa? What should he do? The unfortunate man clenched his fist and, in the next moment, due to exerting too much force, the gold coin flew out of his hand, tracing an arc in midair, and landed on the ground, then quickly rolled away. The unfortunate man froze, his gaze following the gold coin into the distance. Snap! The unfortunate man saw a pair of black boots step on the gold coin, pinning it underfoot. Looking up along the boots, he saw they belonged to a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, with a pretty girl, also in a black robe, and with a ponytail by his side. The unfortunate man glanced at the two people and, for some reason, a great fear suddenly surged in his heart, like someone squeezing his heart, causing him to remain seated, not daring to move. The middle-aged man in the black robe's eyes flickered, and he shifted his foot slightly to the side, revealing the gold coin under his foot. A hand stretched out from the black robe, one finger moved, and with a whoosh, the gold coin spun into the air and hovered in mid-air. This. The unlucky guy's eyes bulged as he suddenly realized that the person before him might be the legendary wizard. At that moment, his heart was in turmoil. He hated wizards because if it weren't for something related to the wizards called the Examination Exemption Certificate, the entire merchant group wouldn't have met with disaster, and Uncle Duncan and the others wouldn't have died. Although it wasn't really the wizards' fault, he still hated them. At the same time, he was afraid of wizards, especially the two standing before him. He had heard that wizards were ruthless killers, perhaps he had already angered them for some reason and they would kill him in the next moment. Lastly, he felt a bit of envy towards wizards. If he had the magical abilities of a wizard, he could have protected the entire merchant group the previous night. Unfortunately, he did not. The unlucky guy was thinking all this in his confused heart when the two wizards hardly gave him a second glance, just sweeping their eyes over him. Then, the middle-aged wizard waved his hand, and the gold coin floating and spinning in mid-air flew towards him as the two wizards turned and walked away. Muffled conversation drifted over. "Siv, where are we heading now? Let's just look around. I didn't expect Water to actually have an incident. It seems that Quijan City's targeting of our Whitestone Tower folk isn't simple. I hope we could find some clues about the mastermind, but the hopes are slim. However, we have to look." Whiz whiz whiz. The gold coin spun towards the unlucky guy, speeding up. His eyes widened in danger, and just as the coin was about to reach him, he couldn't help stretching out a hand to block it. A vague thought flashed through his mind, "Don't." Swish. In a flash, the unlucky guy felt something being pulled out of his body, and before the gold coin hit his hand, whatever was pulled out collided with the coin first. With a bang, the gold coin changed direction and flew out, while the unlucky guy watched wide-eyed as it shot towards the middle-aged wizard's back. The unlucky guy was terrified and afraid. Whiz whiz whiz, the gold coin flew out faster than it had flown towards him, quickly reaching a few meters behind the middle-aged wizard, and it looked like it was about to hit him. But the middle-aged wizard, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, suddenly turned around, reached out a hand, and deftly pinched the gold coin between two fingers, his gaze sharply turning toward the unlucky guy. The unlucky guy, eyes wide, looked at the middle-aged wizard, wanting to explain something, but as he opened his mouth, he suddenly felt an intolerable nausea rise within him, uncontrollably turning his head to vomit loudly. Ugh! Ugh! The girl beside the middle-aged wizard frowned slightly, showing some disgust. But the middle-aged wizard's eyes flickered, muttering, "It's a surprise to encounter someone with decent talent who could awaken by themselves in this barren land." Siv, then, the girl beside the middle-aged wizard started to say something but was stopped by the middle-aged wizard raising his hand. Tap tap tap, Siv took steps closer to the unlucky guy. By then, the unlucky guy had finished vomiting, his body emitting a foul odor, somewhat fearfully meeting the eyes of the middle-aged wizard. The middle-aged wizard spoke, his voice seemingly emotionless, "Kid, there's a place in this world called Whitestone Tower, and a people known as wizards. Now, you have a choice. You can follow me to Whitestone Tower and become a wizard. Do you want that?" The unlucky guy blinked, and somewhat as if possessed, he nodded. "Very well." The middle-aged wizard spoke, then turned to the girl beside him, "Demi, clean him up." Yes, teacher." The girl looked at the unlucky guy's condition with slight displeasure but didn't dare disobey the order. Her lips moved, and she raised her hand as several spells fell upon the unlucky guy. The foul odor on the unlucky guy was immediately cleansed away, and his body warmed up, feeling a bit energized as he slowly stood up. The middle-aged wizard looked at the unlucky guy sternly and asked, "What is your name?" The unlucky guy pursed his lips, steadied his spirit, took a deep breath, and seriously said, "Martin Luther King." Chapter 141. Inside the auction house. Richard, Pandora, GRO, and GRO's guard entered the auction venue and followed the guidance into a private box on the upper level. The box was not small, over 10 square meters, and furnished with several soft, comfortable chairs. Pandora unapologetically claimed the largest one and began to sleep with a yawn. Richard and GRO had no choice but to settle for the slightly smaller ones, while GRO's guard stood around. Richard pulled aside a curtain on one side of the box and looked out over the whole auction venue, finding it very exquisite. The entire auction venue was not very large, as there were not too many participants who could attend the auction, either nobles or wealthy people. However, the venue was not too small either, it could accommodate close to 350 people with about 300 seats, plus some private boxes, which was quite enough. At this moment, over half of the seats in the venue were occupied, creating a bustling scene with people talking excitedly. From within the box, GRO spoke up, "Basically, they are all here for the examination exemption certificate. They initially wanted to snatch it by force, but all failed, so now they have to sit here honestly and compete with their financial power. Last night, every family suffered losses, and I heard that some even had members of their direct lineage killed, so there is bound to be anger. There will be quite a show to watch later." Richard glanced at GRO, who seemed somewhat gleeful, and said, "Aren't you worried about these people competing with you for the examination exemption certificate? Since they all have anger, what if they, in a fit of rage, bid a high sum to win the certificate just to keep you from getting one? What would you do then?" Them. GRO looked slightly disdainful. True, they all come from not so small families and have quite a bit of money. But most of their wealth must be used to maintain family operations on a daily basis, so they do not really have much to offer. If they could mortgage lands, properties, and shops, I dare not compare with them. But the auction house does not accept material goods, only gold coins from the Jade Kingdom. And when it comes to gold coins, I really don't know who would have more than me. Being a prince, technically, part of the entire Jade Kingdom is mine, isn't it? I can have as many gold coins as I want." GRO suddenly thought of something and sighed, "It's just a pity it isn't like the old times. I heard that when the Jade Kingdom was still powerful, the royal family's word carried much more weight than now. Back then, if there really were such a thing as an examination exemption certificate, it wouldn't have needed money at all, a single command, and the nobles below would obediently offer it to the royal family. Unfortunately, the royal family's power has weakened a lot now, and the nobles are becoming more and more disobedient. Nevertheless, I'm still confident that I can crush them with gold coins. So, you're planning to win all 3 examination exemption certificates? I do have that idea, Gro said with a slight smile brimming with confidence as he looked at Richard, but Lord Richard, if you want one, I would naturally give it to you. There's no need, do as you please, Richard smiled. Gro thought Richard was just being polite and didn't think much of it. Richard continued to look outside the box, noticing that while they had been talking, the number of people in the auction venue had increased quite a bit, with the occupancy rate almost reaching 60%. Then 70%. 80%. After 80%, the influx of new attendees began to slow down, and finally, it plateaued at around 85%, and there were no further increases. This was not surprising, after all, not all nobles from Qijan City could come here. With 85%, which was nearly 300 people, the numbers were already exceptionally daunting. At this time, an auctioneer in his 50s, dressed in a black suit, appeared and stepped onto a high platform at the center of the auction venue. He knocked a wooden gavel on the table and, without much ado, announced directly, "The auction begins." The whole place fell silent. "Please bring in the first item for auction," the auctioneer said crisply. "This is a miniature stone statue from the famous sculptor Habakkuk." As the auctioneer finished speaking, someone walked onto the stage carrying a tray and displayed a pink miniature stone statue about 15 centimeters tall for everyone to see. It depicted a naked young girl, carved so lifelike that every detail from the expression on the face to the realistic features, the protruding breasts, and the taut thighs was flawless. It was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, clearly showing the artist had put in a great effort. Master Habakkuk has named this statue Dream Girl. It is his latest work from the past 6 months and certainly fulfills many people's imaginings of a dream lover. Whether displayed at home for decoration or fondled during leisure, it is quite fitting, the auctioneer praised the statue before announcing, "The opening bid for the statue is 5 gold coins, with each bid increment no less than 20 silver coins." "All right, does anyone wish to bid?" the auctioneer asked, waiting for the crowd to place their bids. The bidding method was simple, everyone had a number card, and raising it once signified a bid increase. Of course, one could also directly call out the bid amount. Gro's number card was no. 1, and Richard's was no. 2. Richard guessed this was definitely not a coincidence. The auction house must have given the smallest number card to Gro to curry favor. This also indicated, from a certain perspective, that Gro was considered the highest status individual in the entire auction. Gro was confident in acquiring all 3 examination exemption certificates by sheer force of wealth and status. As Richard thought about these things, he looked around the auction hall with interest, only to find it rather quiet. More than quiet, it was deathly silent. A full minute passed without a single bid. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned strange and awkward. This wasn't because the statue was junk based on its quality, selling for just 5 gold coins was already a bargain. After all, Richard had spent 100 gold coins on a large ruby. The nobles maintained their silence because most of them were here for the examination exemption certificates and didn't want to waste money on something like the Dream Girl, not even a single gold coin. Consequently, the auction's first item seemed ready to pass without bids. The auctioneer's face started to look awkward as the many nobles watched indifferently with cold eyes. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the auctioneer took a deep breath and was about to announce the result reluctantly when Richard raised his card and made a bid at that moment. Number 2. One more bid, 5 gold coins and 20 silver coins. The auctioneer immediately shouted with trembling facial muscles, "Number 2 once, does anyone else bid?" Number 2 twice, 5 gold coins and 20 silver coins, does anyone else bid? The auctioneer called out, straining his voice. Number 2 3 times, 5 gold coins and 20 silver coins, any more bids? No? Okay, sold. The auctioneer banged the gavel decisively, then heaved a sigh of relief. Although the statue sold for 5 gold coins and 20 silver coins didn't bring much profit, it at least avoided the embarrassment of a lack of bids. The auctioneer waved his hand without further hesitation, signaling the staff to deliver the item to Richard and Gro's box. Typically, funds were exchanged at the end of an auction, a system established in more recent times. In the imperfect auction system of the medieval era, transactions were handled as was convenient. Soon after, the item was brought to the box where Richard swiftly paid. Gro looked at Richard with curiosity and asked, "Lord Richard, what use do you have for this item?" "Oh, I just like it somewhat, and the price wasn't high," Richard replied. "Oh, okay." Gro didn't press further. In truth, Richard didn't bid on the statue because he liked it, it was impossible for him to like it. The real reason was the pink stone material used to carve the statue, which Richard had his eye on. Richard suspected that the pink stone was not just any ordinary material, but manganese Yalian stone. Manganese Yalian stone was a variation of Yalian stone, and due to its high manganese content, it was pink. Richard had bid on the statue intending to crush it and extract the manganese. After all, he had used some manganese in the process of creating cobalt blue glass, depleting his reserves, which now needed replenishing. Such actions could be seen as buying the casket for the jewels it held, but Richard was unconcerned. Compared to the statue, Richard valued the scarce manganese element more. Without needing to invest much effort in searching for it, it was altogether worth more than 5 gold coins. Thinking this way, Richard stowed the pink stone statue away and looked outside the box. In the hall, the auction continued. Chapter 142. The auction continued, with items being brought up for auction one after another, but there were very few bidders. Most of the people present were waiting for the main event, the examination exemption certificate, to make their move. In the meantime, Richard managed to win a few items at prices that could be considered conscientious, such as a bronze lamp base suspected of containing metal chromium and a silver statue suspected of containing metal titanium. Gro asked curiously about his reasons, to which Richard responded that he liked them. Time kept slipping away. After quite a while, the auctioneer wiped the sweat from his face, glanced at a servant below the stage, and then turned his head to look at the many nobles present. Taking a deep breath, the auctioneer's voice lifted, resounded with vigor. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is an extremely rare, extremely scarce, and extraordinarily precious wonder. I believe everyone should have some understanding of it, and I won't elaborate any further. All I want to say is that whoever obtains it will be able to establish contact with the mysterious wizard, have the potential to become a mysterious wizard, and will have the opportunity to travel to unknown continents to study. Now, without further ado, let us introduce this wonder, the Wizard World's Examination Exemption Certificate." As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, the atmosphere in the room instantly changed, dispelling the previous coldness and becoming exceptionally lively, so lively as to almost boil over, so lively it crackled with the smell of gunpowder. Tap tap tap. A young servant carefully walked onto the stage holding a tray and presented the examination exemption certificate displayed on it to everyone. The crowd's expressions varied after they saw it. Some were seeing it for the first time and couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Some had already seen it beforehand, touched it, and even came close to possessing it. Upon seeing it again, they couldn't help but be filled with regret. Then, thinking of something, they turned their heads angrily to look at someone not far away, only to meet that person's equally intent gaze. Their eyes clashed in the air, and the smell of gunpowder grew stronger. Inside a private box, Gro's eyes twinkled as he gazed at the examination exemption certificate, a sense of longing emerging. Richard, however, was expressionless, as though the examination exemption certificate was not as attractive as the initial dream girl stone statue. The auctioneer spoke up, "Ladies and gentlemen, I won't beat around the bush, so as not to bore you. I declare that the auction for this examination exemption certificate officially begins. The starting bid is set at 1,000 gold coins, with each increment not to be less than 50 gold coins. Please start your bidding." No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than Gro raised his bidding sign, showing his determination to win the examination exemption certificate. "Number 1, 1,050 gold coins," the auctioneer immediately announced. After that, the entire venue fell into a prolonged silence, as if everyone was shocked by the high starting price of the examination exemption certificate, as if they were afraid to compete with Gro, or as if they were making some sort of decision. "Number 1, 1,050 gold coins. First time. Is there anyone who will offer a higher price?" asked the auctioneer. No one answered. "Number 1, 1,050 gold coins. Second time. Is there anyone who will offer a higher price?" The auctioneer asked again, with the same words but a slightly faltering tone. If the examination exemption certificate was sold to Gro for the price of 1,050 gold coins because no one else dared to bid, it would be a big loss. However, the auctioneer's worries ultimately did not materialize, as soon as he had spoken the second time, someone raised a bid. Number 28, 1,100 gold coins, the auctioneer said with a sigh of relief. And with that bid, it was as if a keg of gunpowder had been ignited, one bidding sign after another rose up in quick succession. Number 42, 1,150 gold coins. Number 56, 1,200 gold coins. Number 69, 1,250 gold coins. Number 99, 1,300 gold coins. Lot number 203. The price of the examination exemption certificate kept rising amidst the angry stares and mocking jeers of numerous nobles, as if venting some pent-up emotions. The Laurent family, I heard that last night in the scramble for this examination exemption certificate, one of your direct lineage was killed? Haha, what a pity that even after a death in the direct lineage, you didn't get your hands on it and still have to sit here, bidding against us. And the saddest part is, you can't even outbid us. Philip family. Don't go too far. Who killed a member of our family, don't you know? What's this I heard? Meyer died right in front of your people, you know. Let me tell you, this matter isn't over. Our Laurent family will seek revenge sooner or later. As for today's bidding, who will lose and who will win, nobody knows until the end. Oh, is that so? Well then, let's see how many gold coins you've prepared this time. Did you bring out your entire fortune? I've heard that your family loves to hoard money, always burying gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, and such underground, fearing someone might steal them. Turns out, one time when you needed money and wanted to dig it out, you forgot where you buried it, ha ha ha, hopefully, you haven't forgotten this time. Philip family, there's no need for you to be smug. Whether we've forgotten or not, what's it to you? So you're saying, you really did forget again this time? Haha, everyone come and see, our Quijan city might have a foolish family that forgets where they've hidden their money, ha ha ha. Shut up. I won't shut up, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to fly over here and hit me? Ouch, damn it, you actually dare throw a boot at me. Green, give me your boot, I'm going to throw it back. What, why your boot, not mine? Of course your boot is heavier, you idiot. Give it to me quick. The situation in the auction hall gradually descended into chaos, moving from a noisy marketplace towards a dueling arena. The nobles, harboring grudges from last night's robbery incident, were very agitated, and amid the quarrel, would likely angrily throw boots, hats, canes, jewelry, or anything else that could be thrown. Indeed, boots flew alongside bracelets, and hats were as common as canes. Rarely, shouting and brawling nobles still managed to focus on the auction, continuously raising their bid cards. Thus, amid the ruckus, the price of the examination exemption certificate rapidly climbed to 1,700 gold coins. It was a terrifying figure already. In the box, Gro remained composed, sitting in his seat, both intrigued by the theatre playing out in the hall and continuously raising his bid card to even higher prices. Gro's pricing strategy was clear, wealth-empowered caprice. You can bid whatever you like, in the end, your offer will never be higher than mine. So, after a while, the examination exemption certificate's price at the auction hall was called out at the high price of 2,000 gold coins. The bid, coming from Gro, made everyone in the crowd hesitate. After all, that was a whole 2,000 gold coins, enough to forge into a lump of gold and kill a swath of people. Gro glanced over the crowd, clearly a bit overwhelmed, and allowed himself a smug smile. In his opinion, he had pretty much secured this first examination exemption certificate. And with nearly 8,000 gold coins brought by him this time, given the current situation, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to win the remaining 2 certificates at auction as well. Then, he could use one, discard one, and cling to Richard's coattails by gifting one. Gro thought this as the auctioneer began the procedure. Lot number 1, a price of 2,000 gold coins for the first call. Does anyone have a higher bid? The hall was deathly quiet. Lot number 1, a price of 2,000 gold coins for the second call. Does anyone have a higher bid? There was silence in the hall. Lot number 1, a price of 2,000 gold coins for the third. The auctioneer inhaled deeply, about to declare Gro the winner of the bid, but he was suddenly interrupted. A new bidder raised their number card and called out firmly. Lot number 4, 2,500 gold coins. Gro was momentarily stunned, as was everyone else in the hall. Richard's eyebrows arched, and he slightly turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. Chapter 143. The bidder holding up the number plate was number 4, the plate bordered with gold, indicating that the opponent, like GRO, was among those in the private boxes. Even if their status wasn't as distinguished as GRO's, it was close enough, belonging to one of the few powerful old nobles in Quijin City. Even the king would have to think twice before making a move against them. Although the old nobles hadn't participated in last night's scramble for the examination exemption certificate, that didn't mean they weren't interested, far from it. They were indeed interested. However, they were observing the situation and would only strike when the time was right, delivering a fatal blow. Sly, ruthless, experienced, they were like snakes, which was the typical conduct of old nobles. Thus, a bid of 2,500 gold coins instantly extinguished GRO's delightful illusions, making GRO blink, along with most of the audience, and during this moment of shock, the whole situation had changed. A new round of bidding, the real bidding, had officially begun. Waves surged in the ocean, one after another, pushing to the crest. Number 3, 3,000 gold coins. Number 8, 3,500 gold coins. Number 6, 4,500 gold coins. Within several private boxes, the bids rapidly increased by 500 gold coins at least, and by as much as 1,000 gold coins at times, with dramatic increments. In no time, the price of the examination exemption certificate had soared to 7,000 gold coins, 7 times the starting bid and 5 times the price called by GRO. GRO was no longer stunned. After regaining his composure, his expression turned exceedingly grim. The situation had changed so quickly and drastically, far beyond his anticipation. Initially, he had ambitiously planned to secure all 3 examination exemption certificates, but in just a blink of an eye, securing even one had become difficult. This snap, with a harsh slap on the table inside the private box, GRO couldn't help but vent his emotions. Damn it, how could they? But GRO only got halfway through his sentence, when suddenly, with a gulp, he swallowed the rest of his words. Then, his lips reluctantly curled into an exaggerated smile, his hands slightly lifted, portraying an innocent look, akin to a pitiful bunny caught by a hunter. Gulp, misunderstanding, all misunderstandings, GRO struggled to prove his innocence. Pandora, woken by the noise, glanced displeasedly at GRO, turned over, and curled back up on the seat to resume her sleep. Whew, GRO exhaled deeply, then looked somewhat resentfully at Richard, his gaze asking, "Why did you bring her here? She wanted to come herself." GRO was so furious he truly wanted to smash the table, but he truly dared not. He could throw a punch at the table, but then Pandora's punch might come flying toward him. Whether his punch could break the table was questionable, but Pandora's could definitely beat him half to death. Well, just half to death, since they were acquainted, she couldn't very well beat him mercilessly to his demise, could she? GRO thought anxiously, feeling quite stiff all over. The person sleeping next to him wasn't some cute little girl, but entirely a ferocious ancient beast. Glancing at GRO's expression, Richard shook his head and quietly asked, "What do you plan to do now that the bidding for the examination exemption certificate has reached 7,000 gold coins? Do you still plan to raise the bid?" GRO, prompted by Richard's comment, snapped back to reality, his expression turning slightly grave as he contemplated seriously. He had come to this auction bringing all his savings, nearly 8,000 gold coins. Indeed, he might try raising the bid. But, it might not be successful. Even if successful, he still felt at a loss. Nearly 8,000 gold coins, all for one examination exemption certificate? Although, according to rumors, possessing the examination exemption certificate and boarding the wizard's grand ship came with various special privileges, it still wasn't worth 8,000 gold coins. GRO hesitated for a moment, then said to Richard, "I think I'll just wait and see. I feel the current price is a bit inflated, not quite reasonable. It could be that the old nobles are deliberately driving up the price. If that's the case, the second examination exemption certificate might be cheaper, and I won't be the fool." At this moment, GRO was still somewhat puzzled by the sudden bidding by the old nobles in the private boxes, couldn't help but fantasize, perhaps the old nobles were just confused momentarily, and by the time the second examination exemption certificate was auctioned, they might calm down, allowing him to secure it at a much lower price. Richard listened to GRO's words and didn't say much more, having somewhat guessed GRO's thoughts. However, in Richard's view, Gro's idea was likely mistaken. A price of nearly 8,000 gold coins for an examination exemption certificate was indeed expensive. But this time, the circumstances were different from before. The current Quijin city was not the Quijin city of the past. Previously, no apprentices had died in the White Stone Tower. Previously, several families in Quijin city had not suffered mysterious and devastating attacks. The old nobles, stimulated by the recent events, obviously realized that they were like sheep to the slaughter for any capable wizard, easy to be vanquished. For this reason, the old nobles were willing to pay a substantial price to find a way to cultivate a wizard from their own family. Richard pondered this as the bidding in the auction hall continued. Finally, the first examination exemption certificate was acquired by the owner of paddle number 6, for 8,500 gold coins, an extraordinarily inflated price. Then came the auction for the second examination exemption certificate. Normally, as the highlight of the auction, examination exemption certificates should not be auctioned together to generate higher revenue. Other strategies included, auctioning an intriguing but not too expensive item at the start to set the mood, taking a brief recess before the grand finale to build anticipation, and interspersing less popular items between high-value ones to prevent failed sales. However, this was the medieval era, where more primitive, traditional auction practices were still in effect without many sophisticated variations. In fact, for the nobles present, this was exactly what they preferred. Quickly presenting all three examination exemption certificates was what mattered. If the auction kept offering a bunch of junk, they would tear the auction apart. Simply put, auctions in this world remained quite straightforward, mostly considering the customers rather than solely focusing on profits. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded as a young attendant walked up to the stage, carrying the second examination exemption certificate. Then, the auctioneer spoke. Having given the introduction before, the auctioneer was very straightforward this time. The second examination exemption certificate will follow the same procedure as the first, starting now. As the auctioneer finished speaking, Gro glanced around the hall and once again raised his paddle first. Paddle number 1, 1,050 gold coins. The auctioneer promptly announced, followed by silence throughout the hall, much like a replay of the first examination exemption certificate auction. However, Richard in his private box knew well that this silence was only because everyone was watching to see if the old nobles in the other boxes would bid. If the old nobles bid, then there would be no point in competing, as the high prices of several thousand gold coins were truly beyond the means of many. Gold coins didn't grow on trees. A middle-class noble's estate, after a year of hard work, might only earn a few thousand silver coins, equating to just over 100 gold coins. Some old nobles and deeply rooted families annually earned no more than 1,000 gold coins up or down, and several thousand gold coins would indeed be a significant strain. Gro wouldn't have nearly 8,000 gold coins in savings had he not lived quite frugally over the decades, even as a prince. In short, gold coins were expensive, and everyone was poor. If the old nobles gritted their teeth and made a bid, the rest could only choose to give up. So, would the old nobles make a bid? As the silence endured, a somewhat aged voice rang out. Number 9, 5,000 gold coins. The answer was clear, the old nobles had bid, setting the price to an entirely different competitive level. The nerve-wracking bidding began once again. Chapter 144. Number 8, 6,000 gold coins. Number 3, 7,000 gold coins. Number 7, 8,000 gold coins. One bid after another rang out in the auction hall. Upon hearing the 8,000 gold coins bid, Prince Gello slumped his head in despair inside the private box, realizing he had no chance for the second examination exemption certificate either. If only he had persisted on the first certificate, perhaps the old nobles would have let him win it in consideration of his status. But now, the price of 8,000 gold coins left him without even the qualification to raise the bid. Eventually, after some more bidding, the second examination exemption certificate was acquired by the initial high bidder, number 9, for 9,000 gold coins. Prince Gello clenched his teeth and fists, nearly slamming the table. But just as his fist was about to hit the table, he suddenly became alert and hastily restrained himself. Anxiously checking Pandora, he felt a huge surge of anger inside, almost to the point of exploding. Abruptly turning around, he started violently poking the soft seat with his finger. While poking, Prince Gello pondered. Considering the current situation, bidding for the third examination exemption certificate might be even more intense. He must think of a plan. Then, tap, tap, tap. A young waiter stepped onto the stage carrying the third examination exemption certificate. Perhaps the auctioneer was intimidated this time, as his announcement was even more succinct. As usual, the auction begins. Prince Gello raised his paddle. The auctioneer voiced, "Number 1, 1,050 gold." "No." Prince Gello interrupted the auctioneer, took a deep breath, stood up from his seat, pulled back the curtain, and walked to the window where everyone could see his face. Prince Gello's gaze was sharp as he held up the number tag and solemnly declared, "I, Prince Gello, number 1, bid 7,984 gold coins, 14 silver coins, and 56 copper coins." A precise mix of coins and cents. The whole room fell silent. This time, it was truly silent. Most people's eyes flickered, coming to a realization. Prince Gello's action was a statement to everyone that he, the prince, had staked all his money. He was determined to get the third examination exemption certificate. Who would dare to compete with him? This was Prince's fury. Who would dare to whisper? Who would dare to resist? Thus, during Prince Gello's declaration, the entire room fell silent for nearly half a second. Half a second later, next to Prince Gello's box, another box raised a number paddle, speaking indifferently, "Number 3, 8,000 gold coins." 8,000 gold coins to 7,984 gold coins, 14 silver coins, and 56 copper coins. Crushing it outright. Without mercy, without giving any face, completely crushing it. What was the prince's anger worth? Could it be valued in a single gold coin? Prince Gello's face turned pale in an instant, then his blood rushed to his head, turning it red, and he clenched his fists, controlling himself from exploding, gradually turning an iron blue. Prince Gello glared at the adjacent box, having already recognized the speaker's voice. In fact, as a prince, he had more or less guessed the identity of the people in several boxes, now it was just simple confirmation. Prince Gello spoke, he articulated each word clearly, "Marquis, Dean." With a swish, the person called out pulled back the curtain of the box, walked to the window, and revealed himself. It was an elderly man around 60 years old, with half-white hair and spirited, smiling at Prince Gello as if he hadn't been the one bidding just then. The other formally greeted, "Prince Gello, long time no see, hello." "I am fine." Prince Gello spoke, still articulating each word, eyes intently fixed on the other, looking as if he wanted to swallow him whole. "You are also very good. Thank you for your concern, Prince Gello. I have always been well. Please convey my regards to your Majesty and wish him well-being. After all, only if your Majesty, the Prince, and everyone are well, can the Jade Kingdom remain stable." "Right, Prince Gello. I wish." Prince Gello really wanted to shout back, but he just snorted coldly and walked away from the box window without saying another word, then sat back down in his seat. The offers from other boxes kept coming. Box 8, 8,500 gold coins. Box 5, 9,000 gold coins. To Prince Gello, these bids seemed like slaps to his face. These old nobles were too much, showing absolutely no respect for him as a prince. But what could he do? What could he do? Suddenly, hearing the Marquis Dean from Box 3 shout out a high bid of 10,000 gold coins, preparing to secure the last examination exemption certificate, Prince Gello stood up once more and walked to the window, lifting his bidder number and bellowing, "Box 1, 20,000 gold coins." There was a roar of amazement throughout the venue. Prince Gello clenched his fists tightly. Today, he must obtain an examination exemption certificate. This was no longer about whether he was qualified to become a wizard, it was about saving face. As a proud prince, he had to regain his dignity. But clearly, someone did not want to let him do so. From the adjacent box, Marquis Dean skeptically remarked, "Prince Gello, are you sure you brought that many gold coins with you? I can pledge collateral. But the auction doesn't accept estates, houses, or shops as collateral. Can I pledge my princely honor, then? I assure you, under my personal honor, I can gather 20,000 gold coins within an hour. Is that acceptable?" Well, I don't know, after all, the auction house isn't mine to decide. You'll have to ask them," replied Marquis Dean, unfazed. Prince Gello's fists creaked as he clenched them, his eyes fiery as he stared at the auctioneer and demanded, "Is it possible or not?" The auctioneer was even more brief this time, "I don't know." Truly, the auctioneer didn't know, as he was just an auctioneer and couldn't make such major decisions. Prince Gello growled through clenched teeth, then let someone who knows tell me. Soon, someone who knew arrived. A steward hurried onto the wooden platform, bowed to Prince Gello, and nervously said, "Your Highness, our auction house indeed does not allow for pledge of property. However, considering the prince's special circumstances, we can offer a temporary loan of 10,000 gold coins to your Highness. How does that sound?" "Fine," Prince Gello replied, then continued, "The money from the loan, I will return it to you within an hour. And now, combining your loan of 10,000 gold coins with my current 7,984 gold coins, making a total of 17,984 gold coins, I want to ask who wants to offer a higher price. Marquis Dean, will you actually bid 20,000 gold coins to surpass me?" Prince Gello turned to look at Marquis Dean. Marquis Dean smiled slightly, inclining his body a little, "Your Highness, please do not be upset. With such a high bid from you, I naturally cannot compete." "That's good," Prince Gello merely uttered these 3 words, but his eyes still closely watched Marquis Dean. He did not trust him. It wasn't until a while later that the auctioneer announced the results, declaring Prince Gello the winner of the last examination exemption certificate, that he finally averted his gaze. Walking back to his seat in the box, Prince Gello's entire body slumped, collapsing into the seat and gasping for breath. He turned to look at the guard and spoke, "You, go find my older brother, His Majesty, immediately. Tell him, whatever territory he assigns to me, I accept, but I need 10,000 gold coins right away for an urgent matter. If he asks, tell him about this situation. Just bring me the money." Yes." The guard dared not say another word and quickly ran off. Then Prince Gello turned his head to face Richard, his eyes flickering with self-mockery. "Lord Richard, am I being a bit foolish?" Richard nodded, "A bit indeed." "Prince Gello, I." Chapter 145. Inside the auction house's private box, Gro looked at Richard, feeling incredibly grievous. "I said I was silly, but I didn't really want a confirmation, just some comfort. How did it end up? How did it end up?" While Gro was feeling wronged, the comfort came. Gro heard the sound of soft footsteps behind him, followed by a pair of small hands landing on his head. He could feel that they were Pandora's hands. Gro's body instantly went cold, and his sense of grievance vanished, leaving only fear. The angry voice that spoke earlier was indeed a bit loud, and it might have disturbed Pandora again. "So, this time, am I really going to be beaten to death?" Pandora was touching his head. Was she looking for the right spot to strike, preparing to explode his head with a single punch? Pandora's hand stopped. Had she already chosen the spot and decided to strike? Pandora was patting his head. Was she testing the force, really intending to explode his head? Gro couldn't help but think of the farmers in the fields, patting ripe fruits. After being patted, the fruits would either be snapped with a crack or shattered with a bang. So. Gro felt Pandora's hand suddenly lift, and it seemed as if he could already see the next moment when Pandora's fist would heavily fall and smash his head directly into his chest cavity. Gro was completely stiff, but he waited a long time without feeling Pandora's falling fist. Gathering his courage, Gro looked at Pandora with some bewilderment, only to find Pandora was sitting on the side, looking at him with a somewhat pitiful gaze. Gro was puzzled. Had he missed something? Did he suddenly get amnesia? Had he really been hit by Pandora and turned silly because of that? Otherwise, why couldn't he connect the events before and after? It was then Richard spoke up, looking at Gro. "Just now, Pandora was comforting you." Comforting him? Gro was stunned. So it was comfort for his grievances. Pandora's touch and gentle pat on the head, wasn't that supposed to be comforting? But, what kind of comfort was that, and where had she learned it from? He didn't feel comforted at all, only frightened. Gro suddenly remembered the unlucky guy he saw outside the auction house being comforted by Pandora, wondering if that person had felt the same way. Lost in his thoughts, Gro saw that many people in the auction house had begun to leave. They were all there for the examination exemption certificates and, seeing the auction for the certificates come to an end, they naturally had no reason to stay. Clearly, the number of people in the hall had diminished by 2/3 in a moment, leaving the venue somewhat empty. However, Richard did not leave because his purpose wasn't attending the examination exemption certificate auction but to see if there was anything of need at this auction. Simply put, Richard was truly there for the auction. Likewise, Gro didn't leave, partly to accompany Richard, and partly because the 10,000 gold coins had not yet been delivered. As a promise, he could only stay as collateral. The auction continued. Even though there were few people, the auctioneer persisted in upholding professional ethics. "Ladies and gentlemen, we present the next item for auction," the auctioneer on stage announced. "This is a tempera color painting by Master Figes, depicting a woman." This painting. As the auctioneer described it, a server moved a tempera color painting framed in wood onto the stage, displaying it to all. Then the bidding began. 30 gold coins. 31 gold coins. 32 gold coins. Richard glanced around with little interest, did not raise his sign, and silently waited for the next auction item. The next one, and the one after that. Just when the auction was about to draw to a close, Richard had yet to see an item similar to the dream girl appear. As he was contemplating a possible misjudgment in his decision-making, he heard the auctioneer's tone rise and announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the final item of the day, a curious object. While it may not be as precious as the previous examination exemption certificate, it certainly has some magical uses." A server stepped onto the stage, holding a tray that held a silver white ring. The remaining people in the room stretched their necks curiously to see, buzzing with discussion. "It looks just like an ordinary silver ring. I think it might not even be silver, probably iron. What's the use of this thing? Who knows? The last item turns out to be this. I would have left earlier had I known." Exactly. I mean. Listening to the many unfriendly comments from below, the auctioneer felt somewhat embarrassed, but still said, "As everyone can see, this is a ring, unadorned, and it looks just like the cheapest, most common ring you could find in a shop. But what I must tell you is that it is no ordinary ring. It may look plain, but it has a series of astonishing features. For example, it is nearly indestructible, whether smashed with rocks or thrown into a furnace to burn, it does not undergo any significant change. Moreover, according to the ring's owner, it is connected to the mysterious wizard. It was given under a fortuitous coincidence by a mysterious wizard. The material it's made from is not silver, not iron, but is very likely the legendary mithril." The auctioneer spoke on at length and finally took a deep breath to announce, "In light of the various features of this ring, the starting bid is set at 100 gold coins, each increase in bid." "Hush!" The auctioneer hadn't finished speaking when the remaining crowd collectively hissed in unison. In their view, the silver-white ring displayed on stage was utterly fraudulent and useless. What does nearly indestructible mean? With nearly, it indicates it is still destructible, it's just very sturdy at best. But what's the use of a very sturdy ring? If it were a very sturdy iron sword, perhaps it could be called a treasure sword. If it were a very sturdy armor, perhaps it could be called treasure armor. But a sturdy ring, could it be called a treasure ring? Is the plan to use this ring to hit people, or to defend against attacks? It's basically like an unbreakable porcelain bowl, impressive to hear, but at best, just a bowl. In fact, this ring is even less useful than an unbreakable porcelain bowl. At least bowls can be used to eat, but a ring cannot even hold food. As for mithril and such, that's even more far-fetched. Tales of legendary materials, can they be believed? Why not claim that it is made of dragon bone from a legendary bone ring? Show some guts, bring out a dragon to parade, let everyone have a look. King offered by a wizard, is even more made up, with no credibility whatsoever. Wizards giving away items? Not taking away your belongings along with your life is good enough. And they want to auction this entirely fraudulent thing for the high price of 100 gold coins? Do they think everyone here is a fool? The auctioneer felt awkward and in reality, was also feeling quite guilty, thinking that the ring wasn't worth 100 gold coins, not even 1 gold coin. But the ring's owner, not only of noble status, but also insisted on a starting bid of at least 100 gold coins, claiming over and over that the ring had connections with the mysterious wizard, and he had no other choice. Amidst the hissing, the auctioneer braced himself and spoke, "Ahem, the starting bid for this ring is 100 gold coins, with each increase in bid, not less than 5 gold coins. All right, let's begin the bidding." After the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire room went silent, deliberately creating a lull. Many were waiting to see the joke unfold. In the private box, Richard's eyes twinkled, and he suddenly raised his sign. Chapter 146. Number 2, 105 gold coins. Seeing Richard raise his bidding card, the auctioneer shouted out as if he'd seen a savior. The crowd was slightly stunned, casting curious glances toward the box where Richard had raised his card from. If it weren't for the fact that Richard was in Prince Gello's box, one would really think that he was a plant hired by the auction house. Nevertheless, they still thought Richard was a fool, hence they remained disinterested in the silver-white ring. Consequently, with the auctioneer calling 3 times, Richard easily obtained the ring. After paying, he received the ring from the assistant at the auction house and examined it carefully. Just as the auctioneer had mentioned, there were no decorations on the ring, both the outer and inner bands were smooth. The material was indeed neither iron nor silver. Originally, Richard had speculated it might be something like an OSIR alloy. Metallic osmium and metallic iridium are the 2 elements with the highest densities in modern Earth's natural world, at 22.59 G/cm3 and 22.56 G/cm3 respectively. This means they are the heaviest metals. Both elements are extremely durable and hard, resistant to corrosion from all acids and bases, even including aqua regia, a highly corrosive mixture of concentrated hydrochloric acid and concentrated nitric acid in a volumetric ratio of 3:1. Generally speaking, an osmium-iridium alloy is considered a very strong and durable material, often used for making surgical blades, pen nibs, luxury fountain pen tips, watch bearings, and other critical instrument bearings. This would somewhat match the auctioneer's description. But now, upon inspection, it did not seem to be the hypothesized osmium-iridium alloy. The color was slightly different. Metallic osmium is a blue-gray, and metallic iridium is white with a slight yellow tinge easily overlooked, but the ring in front was a pure silver white without any other colors. Additionally, it was considerably lighter as well. After some analysis, Richard felt that it didn't resemble any known metal or alloy but rather seemed like a special material produced in the current world. As for something like mithril, Richard was skeptical, but he wondered if the ring's metal might indeed be related to the descriptions of mithril. Perhaps it was because of a unique element only found in this world that it exhibited these special effects. According to the legends of this world, mithril is a silver-white metal, sturdier than steel but much lighter, as malleable as bronze, and can be polished as smooth as glass. Adding just a bit of it to any metal would turn that metal into magic metal. By Richard's assessment, mithril should be akin to a superconductive material. Yes, a metal similar to a superconducting material. Superconducting materials are characterized by their ability to exhibit zero electrical resistance and repel magnetic field lines under certain conditions. These materials are highly useful for superconducting power lines, generators, magnetic levitation trains, etc. On modern Earth, dozens of elements and thousands of compounds have been identified as capable of becoming superconductors. However, these superconducting materials typically need extremely low temperatures to function, such as around -260 to -270 degrees Celsius, close to absolute zero. Materials that superconduct above liquid nitrogen temperature, 77 K, -196 15 degrees Celsius, are already referred to as high-temperature superconductive materials. So, do materials that can superconduct at room temperature exist? Maybe they do exist, and their implications could be unimaginable, but they have yet to be discovered on modern Earth. Mithril from this world, as well as the material of the ring in hand, might be akin to room temperature superconductive metals. The reason for saying akin is that their superconductivity might not be in electricity and magnetism, but in mana, or energy elements. That would explain the term magic metal. If this hypothesis held true, then it could help solve a great problem. A flicker crossed Richard's eyes. Until now, he had been using white jade plates to make magic-enhanced items that were one-time use. Once the magic runes were engraved on the white jade plate and once mana or energy elements were injected to successfully unleash a spell, the white jade plate would inevitably shatter. Analyzing the cause, he felt it was very likely that white jade as a material fell short, having some form of resistance within, unable to bear excessive energy, thus relegated to a single-use consumable, incapable of permanently embedding a spell effect. If the right materials were found, it was possible to make a magic rune permanently effective and successfully solidify the spell effect. For example, the material for the space iron ring was just like that. The material for the space iron ring seemed to be made of black iron, but it actually wasn't because it was mixed with some unknown substance that allowed the activation of the magic rune without damage, which could be called superconductive magic. Therefore, the silver-white ring that had just been won at the auction might possess superconductive magic properties. Wait! Suddenly, Richard thought of something. He put the silver-white ring on the index finger of his left hand and compared it with the space iron ring worn on the index finger of his right hand. Richard raised an eyebrow. He saw that the shapes, sizes, outer diameters and inner diameters of the two rings were exactly the same. So, could this silver-white ring and the space ring possibly come from the same source? Richard mused to himself, but the silver-white ring clearly has no magic runes engraved, so it can only be considered a semi-finished product. The space ring, engraved with magic runes, has the function of storing objects and is a finished product. So, could it really be possible to modify this silver-white ring, engrave it with magic runes according to a need, to achieve some sort of function? Completely replicating the space ring to make a new space ring would probably be difficult. Because the issues with the space creation are still unclear, it's hard to ensure success. In addition, the precision required for the magic runes is too high, and their complexity is prone to failure. But if it's simpler, engraving a magic rune for a certain attack or support magic to be released instantaneously and permanently, that should be doable. However, what spell to engrave needs to be thought about. Transferring the magic rune from the white jade plate to the ring, where space is limited, would necessitate a complete replanning of the rune. In the present, all of this is still just speculation, and some testing is needed. Richard thought seriously about the problem, while outside the private box, the auctioneer had already announced the formal end of the auction. Everyone began to leave, except for Richard, Prince Gro, and Pandora. Richard was continuing to ponder some small details. Prince Gro was waiting for his guard to bring the money to redeem him, and Pandora continued to sleep. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In the blink of an eye, some time had passed. Richard looked up, having cleared up some of his thoughts, while Prince Gro shuffled restlessly in his seat, uncomfortable with the weight. Just then, the door to the box was creaked open. The guard Prince Gro had sent out to get money had returned. Prince Gro turned his head to look at the guard and quickly asked, "How did it go? Did you bring the money?" Your Highness, it's been brought, just now handed over to the auction house staff." So. Creak, the door to the box opened again, and the steward from the auction house who had stepped forward came in, holding a small wooden box, and with respect, handed it to Prince Gro, saying, "Prince Gelo, this examination exemption certificate is now yours." "Whew!" Prince Gro let out a breath, his breathing suddenly became hurried. He took the small wooden box and opened it at once, to see it packed with silk satin. Wrapped in the silk satin was the examination exemption certificate. Crystal material, circular, with complex designs engraved on the surface, shimmering with a purple light. Seeing Prince Gro's reaction, the auction house steward wisely exited. Prince Gro then grabbed the examination exemption certificate from the box, clutching it tightly in his hand, as if he had grasped the whole world. Chapter 147. Holding the examination exemption certificate, Gro couldn't help but be excited, but soon, he thought of the nearly 20,000 gold coins it had cost him and immediately became dejected, placing the certificate back into the wooden box and slumping back into his seat. At this moment, the guard leaned in close to Gro's ear and whispered a few sentences. Gro's eyes widened, he was stunned for a moment, then he asked aloud, "Really?" The guard nodded. "Show it to me," Gro said, his brows furrowing. The guard reached into his breast pocket, drew out a sheepskin roll map, unfolded it before Gro, and pointed at a certain spot on the map. Gro looked for a long time, then fell silent. On the side, Richard had guessed a possibility and spoke up, "Has your territory been assigned?" Gro nodded, "I previously sent word to my elder brother, saying that no matter how poor the territory, I would accept it, so long as he first sent me 10,000 gold coins. As a result, I really hadn't expected that he would actually give me the worst piece of land. The territory is situated on the border, adjoining 2 enemy nations, and there are hardly any plains, just mountain ranges. The civilians are also a bunch of rough characters, half of the criminals from the Jade Kingdom hail from there." Gro's expression turned ugly, he muttered under his breath, "I really hadn't expected, really hadn't." "You should have expected it," Richard said softly, "from the moment you handed the choice over to your elder brother, you should have foreseen this outcome. After all, you demanded 10,000 gold coins, and you obtained the last examination exemption certificate at the auction. There are gains and losses. But, Gro still felt somewhat unconvinced. That's not the point. Indeed, that's not the key issue, Richard interrupted. The key is whether or not you truly wish to become a wizard and how firm is your desire to be a wizard. Do you possess the determination to forsake everything else? This, Gro hesitated. Richard spoke up, if you truly desire to be a wizard, then paying such a high price for the certificate is obviously the right thing to do. Because only in this way will you have the chance to board the great ship and head to the continent for study. In this light, whether the territory is good or bad is meaningless to you. This, Gro's eyes flickered, deep in thought. However, as I've said to you before, you really aren't suited to become a wizard. Richard looked at Gro earnestly. In saying so, one reason is that your talent is relatively low, and on the other hand, choosing to be a wizard means choosing a hard path. As a prince, no matter how foolish or incompetent, even if you are granted the worst place, you will still have far more luxuries than others, never worry about food and warmth, and still possess plenty of beauties, wine, and food. You could even do some bad deeds without facing any punishment. But once you choose to become a wizard, things will be different. You must give up your status as a prince, become a common man, the lowest entity within the wizard world. You will live a life of hardship and toil, and death could always be around the corner. Even if you tenaciously endure, success isn't guaranteed. Even if you succeed, you might find that it's not at all what you wanted. From the standpoint of a friend, let's just say we're friends. I would hope that you give up the fantasy of becoming a wizard and live securely as a prince and a lord. As for having a lesser territory, that doesn't matter, nor does it being on the border of two nations. If you're ambitious, it instead gives you an opportunity to expand your lands. If civilians are unruly, that's not an issue if you can handle it, you'll have the best source of soldiers. Even if you want to do nothing, take on no risks, you could entirely give up your territory and just hang around the royal capital, there shouldn't be any significant problems. I think, your elder brother would probably prefer to see that. You need to understand one thing, Richard raised one finger, if you truly decide to become a wizard, it will be completely different from those casual attempts you've made in the past. You could give up on any of your previous attempts at any time, but once you set sail on the great ship, there's no turning back, you have to rely on yourself. Have you really decided? Gro pursed his lips tightly, pondered for a long time, then looked up at Richard and asked earnestly, Lord Richard, can you tell me why you decided to become a wizard? I have a feeling your identity can't just be some civilian. Before becoming a wizard, you were certainly a noble, maybe even of a higher status than me. So why did you decide to become a wizard, and not stay a noble? Your previous words, they apply to you as well, right? Why not choose to enjoy and instead choose hardship? That question, Richard said softly, it's simple, because as a noble, there are some things I want to do that are hard to accomplish and easy to be constrained by. Being a noble does have its conveniences, but it also comes with invisible resistance. I chose to become a wizard, not really because I want to be a wizard, but to use the status and abilities of a wizard to study certain things, to achieve a particular goal. To put it simply, for me, becoming a wizard is a means to an end, the correct path to take, hard though it may be, but still, I must proceed. Then, for me, isn't becoming a wizard also the correct path? Gro pressed. For you, becoming a wizard may indeed be the correct path, potentially marvelous, but it's not one that necessarily has to be taken. Why? Because this path is too difficult for you. To put it simply, there's a big difference between you and me. So, I can make it, but you might fall flat on your face. Gro, with tears streaming down his face, felt the words were too honest, telling him straight that he wasn't good enough, and that would be the end of it. So, Gro was clearly struck by the words, so, it's better for me to stay and be my prince? Then this. Examination Exemption Certificate. Gro took out the examination exemption certificate from the wooden box and looked at Richard. Lord Richard, why don't you take this certificate? Weren't you unable to board the ship because you were tested to have no talent? This certificate should be able to help you, right? Considering how lacking I am, I might as well just loaf around and wait to die instead of wasting it. Richard shook his head and did not accept it. Keep the certificate, after all, you acquired it at such a great cost at the auction. Not having the talent to board the ship, I'm not in a rush. On one hand, I don't necessarily have to follow the Whitestone Tower's ship to the continent. Boarding the ship is just a shortcut for me, but apart from that, I can take other traders' ships to the continent, though it might be somewhat dangerous. On the other hand, even if you gave me an examination exemption certificate, there are two of us, Pandora and me. It's not possible for both of us to board the ship at the same time, which wouldn't solve the problem. Thirdly, I actually have my own ways to board the ship. Then, Gro didn't know what to say anymore. Richard stood up, walked over to Gro, and said, "Keep the certificate. You can sell it or actually use it to board the ship. Although I've shared a lot with you before, those were just my views, some advice. I don't like making decisions for others. Although I hope you can be more rational, the ultimate decision on whether to become a wizard lies with you. You take responsibility for your choice, have no regrets, and don't blame others. That's it." Having said this, Richard patted Gro's shoulder and turned to leave the private room. The door closed with a creak. Gro stared at the door of the private room, lost in thought. Suddenly, the door creaked open again, and Richard returned. Lord Richard, have you changed your mind? Do you want my examination exemption certificate now?" Gro's eyes lit up. "No." Richard shook his head, then snapped his fingers, "Wake up, it's time to go." "Ha-yon." Pandora, who had been sitting, rubbed her eyes and stood up, sleepily clinging to Richard's arm as they headed for the door. Richard turned his head to Gro and said, "Hope to see you again if there's a chance." The door closed with a creak once more. In the quiet private room, Gro bowed his head, deep in thought. "Hope to see you again if there's a chance, hey. So is it, there's a chance, or, no chance?" Chapter 148. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The weather was clear, the sun splendid, and the sky cloudless as far as the eye could see. The springtime sun bathed the earth in warmth, its reflection shimmering on the surface of the Jade River outside Quijin City. At the port, a ship as large as a small hill lay steadfastly docked. This was a ship belonging to the Whitestone Tower Wizards and had been at port for 3 days. During these 3 days, the wizards from the Whitestone Tower had done 2 things. First, they investigated the cause of death of their 3rd-level apprentice, Hwaer, but ultimately found no leads, let alone caught the murderer. Second, they tested for wizard talent among the suitable residents of Quijin City and the surrounding villages, eventually selecting about a dozen qualified individuals, granting them permission to board the ship. Today was the date for boarding. All students with boarding rights could get on the ship. And those without the rights might also be allowed aboard, provided they had an examination exemption certificate. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps resounded. Richard approached the Whitestone Tower's wooden ship at the port, with Pandora in tow. Richard's hands were empty, while Pandora carried a sizable suitcase in each hand, swaying as she walked. The swaying, however, was not due to the weight of the luggage, but sleepiness. "Sleeping hours are getting longer lately," Richard thought as he continued toward the ship. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and turning his head, he saw a familiar figure, Gro. Gro's attire was distinctly different from before, gone were the prince's lavish clothes, replaced with a simple black noble's hunting outfit, which made him look somewhat capable. Yet, as he walked, there was something furtive about him, as though he was being followed, often looking back. It was only when Gro came closer that he noticed Richard watching him, and he halted, his mouth slightly agape, his expression a tangled mix of embarrassment and complexity. "So," Richard, unaffected, spoke softly, "so, have you finally decided to board the ship and become a wizard?" Gro drew out his words, nodding, "Yep. That's fine," Richard said. "Although, honestly, I really wouldn't recommend it, as long as you've made your choice, just don't regret it." "I've thought it through," said Gro, pursing his lips. "Rather than going to a remote border dominion, living as a poor duke in constant fear of an enemy attack, I'd prefer to get on this ship and try to become a wizard. I mustered a lot of courage this time and decided without telling anyone, sneaking out directly. Now, my elder brother and the others probably haven't realized I've left, so it's impossible for them to stop me. By the time they react, I will have successfully boarded, and they can only watch helplessly as I leave." "Are you sure?" Richard asked with a slight smile. What do you mean?" Gro looked at Richard, suddenly feeling uneasy. Did I say something wrong? Are you sure that nobody realized you've left? Are you sure that nobody is following you?" Richard inquired. Could it be? Gro's complexion changed, he turned abruptly to look behind, but after sweeping his gaze around, found nothing. In reality, he had been vigilant all along his journey and hadn't detected any followers. At that moment, Richard spoke, "Look to your left, over 100 meters away, by the cargo, that person. Now, look to your right, about 50 meters away by the wooden frames, that individual. And in front of you, on the wagon, that person there. Do you see? They're all watching you." Them. Gro finally sensed something amiss, his body going rigid. Could it be they are? Don't be nervous, indeed, they are following you. Your actions were probably discovered long ago, but they're not trying to capture you to take you back. On the contrary, it seems they want to make sure you board the ship before they relax, Richard said. Gro's eyes flashed, he wasn't completely naive. After hearing Richard's words, he began to understand. So, my elder brother is actually hoping for me to leave. Well, shouldn't he? With your departure, at least the land remains. Even the worst territory has its value, so why wouldn't they hope for you to leave? All right, time to board, Richard said softly. Ah. Gro came back to his senses, turned his head towards the Whitestone Tower wizard's ship, took a deep breath, steadied himself, and said, "All right, boarding." After speaking, Gro stepped forward and was stopped. Between the Whitestone Tower wizard's ship and the port lay a gangplank for boarding. At the end of the gangplank, where it met the pier, stood a beautiful girl in a black robe, giving off a mysterious vibe. Her ponytail added a touch of liveliness. However, her face was icy as she blocked Gro, glanced at him, and said, "You're not on the boarding list, you have no right to board." "But I have an examination exemption certificate," Gro said in a rush. "Oh." The ponytailed girl arched an eyebrow, "You have an examination exemption certificate? Show me." "Right," Gro responded, reaching into his chest to search. Then he pulled out a money bag, opened it, and fished out a gold coin. Under the sunlight, it glistened brilliantly. Gro was stunned. A spreading aura of awkward stupor began to take hold. The ponytailed girl's eyebrows gradually raised as she glanced at the gold coin in Gro's hand before looking at him and saying, "Is this your examination exemption certificate? Are you trying to mock me? Do you realize that if it weren't me checking but MRSIV instead, you'd be dead?" No. Gro gestured frantically, trying to calm the situation. "It's not like that at all. I remembered clearly, I put the examination exemption certificate in there, which I bought at the auction for nearly 20,000 gold coins. Many people saw it, and Lord Richard here can testify. I remember last night, I truly put it into this money bag. How did it suddenly become a gold coin? There must be some kind of mistake." "I don't care if you made a mistake or not," the ponytailed girl spoke coldly. "According to Whitestone Tower's rules, whoever has an examination exemption certificate can bypass the test and board the ship. It doesn't matter if the certificate was stolen, snatched, or obtained by any means, as long as it's in hand. But, if you don't have it, I'm sorry." After a pause, the ponytailed girl unceremoniously announced to Gro, "Now you have two choices, either turn around nicely and disappear from my sight as quickly as possible, or try out the power of the spell I just learned." I'm kind of looking forward to it." This. Chapter 149. Gro's eyes widened as he locked gazes with the ponytailed girl for a fraction of a second before ultimately looking away in defeat. I should leave," Gro said weakly, turning to leave as he glanced at Richard. "Lord Richard, it seems I'm really not cut out to be a wizard. If you truly wish to board the ship, I could help you," Richard suddenly said. Richard flipped his hand, and an examination exemption certificate appeared in his hand. Crystal material, circular, with intricate patterns engraved on the surface, emitting a purple glow. A genuine examination exemption certificate. Putting the examination exemption certificate into Gro's hand, Richard said, "Getting an examination exemption certificate is not the issue, the key is whether you truly want to become a wizard. If you do, then you can take this certificate and board the ship." Gro was stunned for a moment before quickly catching up on many things, such as why Richard hadn't bid on the certificate at the auction, as he already had one in his possession. "But..." Gro looked at Richard with some difficulty and said, "But Lord Richard, if you give me this examination exemption certificate, what about you? I'm fine, Richard said indifferently, looking back at Gro. You don't really think I have only one examination exemption certificate, do you? You have two. Gro's eyes sparkled as he looked at Pandora. If you have two, wouldn't that be perfect for you and Pandora? If you give one to me, then Pandora can't board, can she? Actually, I have three, Richard said, flipping his hand to reveal two more identical examination exemption certificates, making a total of 3 along with the one given to Gro. Ah! This! Gro was completely stunned, taking a long while to accept this reality. It was not easy for the entire Quijin city to obtain 3 examination exemption certificates, which were auctioned at exorbitant prices, yet Richard alone possessed 3. This was powerful. Gro now fully understood that Richard's calmness was indeed backed by confidence. So that's how it is. Actually, Richard still harbored a secret. He didn't just have 3 examination exemption certificates, in reality, he had far more than 3. After a while. Then, Gro glanced at Richard, then, I. Right, Richard nodded. All right, Gro took a deep breath, approached the ponytailed girl, and said, this time, I have an examination exemption certificate. Can I board now? Of course you can, the ponytailed girl's eyes twinkled, but before boarding, you need to hand over the examination exemption certificate to me. Why? Do you think you can reuse an examination exemption certificate? The examination exemption certificate is the price you pay to bypass the test for boarding. It's a one-time opportunity. You have to hand it over to board, understood, the ponytailed girl said with some eye-rolling. Gro, chastened, obediently handed the examination exemption certificate to the ponytailed girl and then walked toward the wooden ship on a wobbly gangplank. However, his expression was somewhat displeased. The girl with the ponytail shook her head and then looked at Richard, her eyes twinkling with a meaningful glint. Do you have 3 examination exemption certificates? Tisk, it seems you have some secrets. My secret is that I encountered a dead man on the roadside, and he just happened to have 3 examination exemption certificates. That's it, Richard replied expressionlessly. Hat, who would believe that, the girl with the ponytail retorted. But I don't care about your secrets, as long as you have the certificates. Here's a friendly tip, if you have any extra certificates, it's best not to show them until you reach the White Stone Tower. Then you'll discover their true usefulness, and you might even thank me. Thank you, Richard said. No need for thanks. Now, give me 2 of the certificates, and you and this little girl next to you can board the ship, said the girl with the ponytail. Richard didn't dally further, handing over 2 examination exemption certificates and pulling Pandora onto the gangplank. Creak. Pandora wobbled on the gangplank, which bent dramatically downwards but ultimately did not break. Unafraid, she followed Richard, wobbling onto the ship. On the ship's deck, there were already many people who had boarded before. Gro, slightly nervous, was waiting for Richard. Upon seeing him, Gro breathed a sigh of relief, though his expression remained displeased. Looking at Richard, Gro said, Lord Richard, why do they insist on collecting the examination exemption certificates? Aren't they supposed to exempt us from testing? Do they have another purpose? After boarding, we do not need a second eligibility check, so how could they be reused? Why did that girl with the ponytail insist on taking them? It's too much, I wanted to return them to you. Hat, Richard chuckled softly, looking at Gro, do you really think that the examination exemption certificates are just for exempting tests? What else then? If that were their only purpose, what would be the point? Are they just for a wizard organization to gather a group of people with no talent? This. One might think that the original examination exemption certificates were indeed a type of credential that could be issued to families of wizards, giving the bloodline of wizards an easier opportunity to enter the wizard organization for study, acting as a privilege, a protection. But in that case, the exemption should be more about the person's identity, not just the certificate. If it's just about the certificate, that means anyone can use it to enter the wizard organization. Then, those possessing the certificates would face a fatal threat, vulnerable to being robbed at any time. This contradicts the original intention of protecting the bloodline of wizards. Gro thought about the strife among the nobles of Quijin City over the 3 certificates, pondering, this way, the certificates are indeed very dangerous, giving anyone a reason to attack, then. Don't you think, in that case, the examination exemption certificate is similar to something. What? Gro seemed perplexed. Money. Hey. A lot of money. Gro suddenly understood something, his eyes narrowing sharply. So this was the truth. In fact, the examination exemption certificates are like money used by the wizards, and they are high-denomination money. They recognize the certificates and not the person, and allow us to board without a test solely because the certificates have value to them. We essentially paid them off to obtain boarding rights. It's like buying a ticket, we pay, and they let us board. This way, they profit. Otherwise, why would they bother collecting a bunch of people with no or low talent, if it did not benefit them? Gro fell silent, deep in thought. Chapter 150. After a moment of silence and a flash of understanding, Richard suddenly looked up with some suspicion and inquired, what about the special treatment mentioned in the rumors? Special treatment certainly does exist, Richard said, but it's not the good kind, it's the bad kind. You see, we got on board with an examination exemption certificate. In a sense, we're considered inferior, so the treatment we might encounter could be very poor. You'd better be mentally prepared. Okay, Prince Gello said, feeling his wonderful illusions shattering. Richard had actually understood the matter of the examination exemption certificate long ago. The main reason was that many of these certificates were found in the space iron ring of the mysterious wizard they had killed, so they were directly classified as a form of currency. Later, in Quijan City, when Gello described the appearance of the certificate, Richard grasped the intention of Whitestone Tower regarding the examination exemption certificate. In a way, the examination exemption certificate was akin to the school selection fees for students with poor academic performance on modern Earth. Those without talent or with inferior talent could enter the wizard organization by paying money, but they could face discrimination, cold treatment, or negligence afterward. However, this was what he wanted. To remain unnoticed and to secretly study everything would be much safer. Otherwise, many things would require an explanation. Thinking this, Richard noticed the deck growing slightly livelier. As the last moments to board the ship came to an end, the last batch of passengers had boarded, the gangway was retracted, and many sailors were busy raising the anchor. At this point, there were about 30 people on the deck. Nearly 10 people wore lavish clothing, appearing to be either nobles or wealthy individuals, naturally congregating together and conversing. Occasionally, they cast disdainful glances around as if looking down on less fortunate individuals. The majority of the remaining people were indeed the less fortunate or the children of poor families, clad in linen with some wearing torn garments. They looked around excitedly, but more with nervousness, occasionally casting wary glances at the wealthy children. Richard shook his head slightly, knowing that many people had yet to realize that, at this moment, their previous statuses held no significance. Whether one was a noble or wealthy before, it didn't elevate them anymore. Those who should stand out were the ones with extraordinary talents. Such individuals would be favored and noticed in Whitestone Tower. With these thoughts, Richard turned his gaze toward a person in the corner, obviously dressed in a poor man's attire, yet a small group of people had gathered around him. This man was named John Calvin Chiao. Based on conversations around him, he was one of the 2 with high-level talent detected on the way to Whitestone Tower, a rare occurrence. Yet, at the moment, he didn't seem fully aware of the benefits his high-level talent provided him. He sat cautiously in the corner, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with those who approached. Richard withdrew his gaze and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Turning his head to Gello beside him, he saw that Gello's expression was visibly upset, his fists clenched and eyes fierce as he glared at someone on the deck. The person he was watching stood among the wealthy, engaging joyfully in conversation with others. Richard's eyes twinkled slightly as he asked Gello, "What is it?" "That's Pompo Morton from the Pompo family." "I know him," Gello replied. "And he attended the talent test at Hawaii with us, and he had no talent. At the auction, besides the examination exemption certificate I won, the other 2 went to Dean and the Lank family respectively. His family didn't get any." "And?" Richard prompted, knowing Gello had more to disclose. "He's now on the ship, which is definitely suspicious. Either his family received special favors from the Master Wizards, or they acquired an examination exemption certificate through some unscrupulous means. In fact, I just remembered that the chief mate in my palace is a distant relative of the Pompo family. Yesterday, I clearly remember placing my examination exemption certificate in my money bag, but today it was replaced with gold coins. These series of events, I don't believe, are unlinked. So, you suspect that his family stole your examination exemption certificate, enabling him to board this ship? Absolutely. What are you planning to do? Richard asked. Gello, with eyes flaming, stared at the other, not answering Richard's question, because actions were the best response. Morden! Gello yelled out. Morden, who was having a merry conversation, paused, looked through the crowd towards Gello, then his expression froze, obviously not expecting Gello to be on the ship. The other party was clearly not good at hiding anything, and some answers were almost written on his face. Gello was now absolutely certain of his suspicion, and clenched his fist. Come over here. PR. Prince Gello, the other party approached with a forced smile, his expression full of nervousness yet trying to remain calm as he greeted, PR. Prince Gello, you are on the ship too, what a coincidence. If there had been guards, Gello would have definitely ordered them to seize the man and beat him up to vent his anger. But now, without his guards, he personally took action. With a stern face, Gello stepped forward, grabbed the man's collar, and asked fiercely, Morden, was it your family that stole my examination exemption certificate? Was it? PR. Prince Gello, the man tried to break free from Gello's grasp, unsuccessfully after several attempts, and thus let Gello hold him, speaking out without admitting anything, Prince Gello, what are you talking about? How could my family possibly steal from you? Don't play dumb. Gello, full of anger, yanked the man's collar, causing him to stagger. If it wasn't your family who stole it, how did the examination exemption certificate I put in my money bag suddenly turn into gold coins? I don't know about that, the man said innocently, PR. Prince Gello, you might be mistaken. Mistaken? Doubt it. Gello yanked the man's collar again, nearly pulling him down. It was your family who stole my belongings. Now, I order you to return it to me. Onlookers had already gathered around, watching the spectacle and chattering. Is it true, he stole something? No way, isn't he a noble? So what if he's a noble? Maybe nobles are worse than us. You may be right. Listening to the murmurs, Morden, under Gello's pull, managed to stabilize himself and hotly said, I said I didn't steal, and I mean it. Gello, you need evidence to make such claims. My word is evidence. Gello roared. Nonsense. Morden forcefully broke free from Gello's grasp, fiercely saying, you think you are still the prince? I'll tell you, on this ship, there's no prince, and your word means nothing. I said I didn't steal, and I mean it unless you can present proof. Otherwise, if you keep slandering me like this, I'll not be nice to you. Ha, you dare to not be nice to me. Gello laughed angrily, reaching out to grab the man's collar again. Then, bang!